Chapter 33:11. If possible, Lan He would do anything to help Yang Kai. Even if it was just a small effort, it would be better than watching from the sidelines. However, she also knew that now that a powerful existence like the fake emperor had appeared, even the top 3 forces in the Eastern Territory would not dare to offend him, let alone a mere heavenly wolf valley. If she really offended them, the consequences were not something she could bear. For a moment, her heart was filled with bitterness. For the first time, she had a strong desire for power. If she was strong enough, she would not be standing here and watching the show. If she was strong enough, she could repay Yang Kai for saving her life. Unfortunately, she was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Back then, when she was lucky enough to break through, Lonnie felt that she was one of the few masters in the world. She even felt complacent for a long time, but it was only today that she understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than her. Above the first-order Emperor realm, there were second-order, third-order, fake emperors, and above fake emperors were the great emperors. What about those above the great emperors? Was there a wider path? As her thoughts drifted, Lonnie's expression turned gloomy. She felt that Yang Kai was really doomed this time. Even the fake emperor had appeared, so how could Yang Kai survive? However, she really could not understand. Why would such a person want to make things difficult for Yang Kai? Although she did not have much contact with Yang Kai, in her opinion, Yang Kai was not a heinous person. Why would everyone want to kill him when he came to the Eastern Territory? Each of the enemies involved was more powerful than the last. In the void, Song Emo looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded. Not bad. You actually know that this king is here. No wonder Yang Yin favors you so much. Yang Yin? Who was that? Tang Sheng and the others were completely confused when they heard this. Whether it was Wu Heng or Tsang Emo, this was the first time they had seen them. Before this, they had never known such characters existed in this world. But now, Tsang Emo had even mentioned Yang Yan's name. Tang Sheng and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. They suddenly felt that the world of others was so far away from theirs. So what if he was the Valley Master of Celestial Wolf Valley? So what if he was the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Hall? He couldn't even understand what the other party was saying. It was as if he was living in 2 different worlds. Such a scene could not help but make people feel discouraged. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered, "There's no trace of a spirit array, but it can seal the world. This is not something that Netherworld Sect or Brahma Holy Land can arrange. Even Wu Heng doesn't have this ability. After thinking about it, only you could have done something in secret." This area was already isolated from the outside world, although it didn't prevent him from using the other spatial divine technique. He couldn't teleport away. Such a miraculous technique wasn't something an ordinary person could set up. Since Wu Heng could appear here, Tsang Emo could naturally do so as well. Moreover, compared to the enmity between him and Wu Heng, Tsang Emo coveting his sealed world bead and mountains and rivers bell was the biggest threat. Last time, he had Yang Inflammation's protection and was in the territory of the lower star field. So Tsang Emo had no choice but to retreat. This time, he was in the star boundary, so how could he miss such an opportunity? Seeing Yang Kai looking around, Tsang Emo said lightly, "There's no need to look for her. Yang Inflammation didn't come this time, so I'm afraid it's impossible for you to find her again." Yang Kai laughed. "You misunderstood. I'm not looking for Yang Inflammation. I'm just curious. What method did you use to seal this world? You want to know?" Tsang Emo looked at him and asked, "Can you tell me?" Tsang Emo said, "It looks like we can have a good talk." "What kind of talk?" "You have something to ask. I also have something to ask. Everyone takes what they need, so naturally we can talk." Yang Kai smiled when he heard this, and with a pinch of 2 fingers, the sealed world bead appeared between his fingers. "You want this?" Song Mo's gaze turned cold, his eyes fixed on the sealed world bead, and a rare scorching heat appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. Yong Kai flipped his hand and put away the sealed world bead, shaking his head. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. To tell you the truth, this thing can only be used by people who have cultivated the space divine technique. Even if I give it to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to open it. It was for this reason that Yang Inflammation left the sealed world bead to Yong Kai. Otherwise, since this thing could help people comprehend the power of heaven and earth and pave the road to the great Tao, how could Yang Inflammation not keep it? This thing was useful to Tsang Mo, and it was also useful to Yang Inflammation. I was the ruler of that world, and it was the most suitable place for me to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Tsang Mo said, since I want it, I naturally have my reasons. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. If you have any requests, I can satisfy all of them. He put on an extremely magnanimous appearance, but in the end, he still had some misgivings about Yang Inflammation. He didn't know what the relationship between Yong Kai and Yang Inflammation was, but last time Yang Inflammation protected Yong Kai, even at the expense of falling out with him. Moreover, the incident happened in the Hung Luo star field, so he couldn't help but have some guesses. If he really wanted to bully the weak and steal Yong Kai's things, he would have to kill everyone present to ensure that the news wouldn't spread. Otherwise, if Yang Yen found out afterwards, he would be in a lot of trouble. If that woman decided to go crazy, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. But if Yong Kai was willing to exchange with him, then it would be different. First, there was no coercion, and second, there was no robbery. It was a fair trade, and everyone got what they wanted. Even if Yang Inflammation knew about it, she couldn't say anything. After he said this, Yong Kai fell into deep thought. Looking at his expression, Tsang Mo's heart moved. He secretly felt that he was more or less a person who understood the situation. Since he came here personally, he should know that he couldn't keep the bead, no matter what. Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? Tsang Mo immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, speaking of which, Yang Inflammation and I work together. Although our relationship isn't very good, it's not bad either. For her sake, I won't treat you unfairly. You just have to state your conditions. If I can do it, I won't refuse. As soon as he said this, Wu Heng turned pale with fright and whispered, Master. He couldn't help but feel a little resentful. The master was too easy to talk to. In business, it was normal to raise the price and return the money at a lower price. You exposed your bottom line as soon as you opened your mouth. Were you afraid that others wouldn't know that you were asking for too much? What if this guy made some excessive request? Not only was Wu Heng uneasy, but Tang Sheng and the others were also shocked. That was the promise and guarantee of a fake emperor. As long as Yong Kai casually agreed, they could hug an incomparably thick thigh. Although Tang Sheng didn't know what the bead was, that it could make a fake emperor care so much about it. If it were him, he would definitely agree immediately with the protection of such a master. Even if he didn't do as he pleased in the star boundary, no one would dare to provoke him again. Even Lon, he faintly hoped that Yong Kai would agree. After all, compared to treasures, life was more important. Is that so? Yong Kai looked at Tsang Mo with a faint smile. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Tsang Mo said, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. This is only the second time you and this king have met. So, how do you know this king's temperament? Yong Kai nodded and said, that makes sense. Suddenly, he pointed at Wu Heng and said, what if I say I want the territory of great desolate stars? Hearing this, Wu Heng flew into a rage. Bastard, there should be a limit to how much you can ask. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Before he could finish, he heard Tsang Mo say, although this matter is a little difficult, if this king works with all his strength, it is not impossible. Wu Heng's mouth fell open as he stared at Tsang Mo in a daze, unable to believe his ears. He agreed. He actually agreed. How can the master agree to such a rude request? After the shock, Wu Heng felt that he seemed to have underestimated the master's desire for that bead. Since the master could even agree to such a condition, it was obvious how important that bead was to his master. This was followed by uneasiness. If this was really the case, then he was afraid that he would have to hand over the Star Territory's source. Without the status of Star Territory's master, he would just be an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. For a moment, Wu Heng's face turned pale as he glared at Yang Kai with eyes full of resentment. He did not dare to hate Song Mo and could not even reveal his intentions, so he could only hold this grudge against Yang Kai. It was too late for regrets. If he had known this would happen, why would he have tried so hard to deal with Yang Kai? Wasn't this the same as shooting himself in the foot? Suddenly, he felt like weeping but had no tears. Not only was Wu Heng surprised, but even Yang Kai was surprised. Song Mo actually agreed to such a request. With a cold expression, Yang Kai declared, "I want him dead." Wu Heng, whose heart was filled with mixed feelings, turned pale with fright when he heard this. Pursing his lips, he looked at Yang Kai, then at Song Mo, secretly circulating his emperor chi, preparing to escape at any time. If the master agreed to such a thing, if he didn't escape, would he just wait for death to arrive? Fortunately, Song Mo frowned after hearing this, then slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. No matter what, he is still a member of the Star Court. It's fine if he gets killed in a fight outside, but I can't do anything to him. If that's the case, the great emperor alone won't be able to get through." Star Court. These two shocking words made Tang Sheng, Qi Gui, and the others tremble, finally understanding where these two powerful but unknown masters came from. It turned out to be the Star Court, known as the most powerful and mysterious place in the entire star boundary. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly, a light flashing across his eyes. "What do you understand?" Song Mo frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded. "So, you also cultivate the Tao of space?" Song Mo faintly asked, "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai smiled. "I told you that only those who cultivate the Tao of space can open that bead, but you remained unmoved. What's more, after I put forward such a harsh request, you still agreed, as if you were determined to obtain it. Since that is the case, you must have a way to open it, so you cultivate the Tao of space." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had thought that there were very few people who cultivated the Tao of space, but recently he had encountered two. One was Sheng Yuzhu, who had spent tens of thousands of years comprehending the mysteries of the Tao of space, while the other was actually Song Mo. Chapter 33:12. Song Mo nodded slightly. Sharp mind, "Not bad, not bad." Yang Kai smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. And I also know that your attainments in the power of space are not strong, just average. You can see that?" Song Mo was slightly surprised. Just as Yang Kai said, he had indeed cultivated the power of space, but he had only just started. He could barely grasp a trace of the mysteries of the power of space, but he was still far from breaking through the law of space. This was not because he was not talented enough. How could his talent be bad when he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor? It was just that the law of space was really mysterious, and it was not something that could be cultivated just because one was talented enough. Sheng Yuzhu was in the crack of the void, and was associated with the undercurrent of the void day and night. She had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but she had only just started. Could it be that her talent was not good? Yang Kai estimated that his attainments in the power of space were about the same as Sheng Yuzhu's. If you were really proficient in the power of space, you would not have to go through so much trouble to seal off the space and cut off this part of the world, because no matter what, I would not be able to escape from your grasp. But you cut off the world in advance, which means that you are not confident that you can suppress me in the power of space. Facing such a strong opponent, Yang Kai still did not change his expression, and spoke frankly with assurance. This made Song Mo feel that it was absurd, and he pondered for a moment. It seems that you are a smart person, and smart people should make wise decisions. So, what is your choice? He was actually using the question that Yang Kai asked Chi Hai and Chi Gui to ask him, and his real intention was obvious. When Yang Kai asked this question, Chi Hai and Chi Gui both made wise choices and avoided Yang Kai. Obviously, they also hoped that Yang Kai would do the same. Yang Kai grinned. My choice, of course. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. Beat your ass. With a flick of his hand, the law of space fluctuated, and a crescent blade suddenly shot to the side. Its target was not Song Mo, but Su Changfeng, who was being beaten by the embodiment to the point of being unable to fight back. While the two of them were talking, Su Changfeng was being suppressed by the embodiment to the point that he could hardly breathe. Although he was strong, the embodiment had inherited the stone fire origin and was a stone mongoose. How could Su Changfeng be a match for it? Barely holding on until now was already a direct reflection of his own strength. He didn't even have the time to ask Song Mo for help, because if he spat out the breath in his mouth, he would definitely be defeated even faster. He hoped that Wu Heng, who was watching the show, would be able to help him. Unfortunately, Wu Heng was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time, Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal. His body was eroded by the principles of time, and his mind was disturbed by Yang Kai's previous conditions. Su Changfeng was about to vomit blood. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Yang Kai's crescent blade flew over, instantly becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Changfeng's vision darkened, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. The pitch-black sword in his hand trembled, and the sword Qi wantonly blocked the power of the moon blade. However, by the time he came back to his senses, the embodiment's barbed fist had already struck him. It's over. Such a thought popped up in Su Changfeng's mind as he barely managed to raise his Emperor Qi to protect his chest, but the fist landed squarely on his chest. With a bang, the Emperor Qi protecting his body was instantly shattered. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Su Changfeng's eyes bulged out of their sockets, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying over 1,000 feet away. He fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. This turn of events made everyone's scalps go numb. Tang Sheng and the others had witnessed the defeat of 2 third-layer Emperor Realm Masters from the Eastern Territory. One was suppressed by the mountains and river's bell, while the other was sent flying by Shihua. The former was probably still alive, while the latter was still alive. At the same time that the embodiment blasted Su Changfeng away, Yang Kai also formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out from the mountains and river's bell that had been suppressing Fu Bo. A halo of light spread out from the mountains and river's bell with a loud bang. The suppressive might of this halo caused Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was more than 12 kilometers away, to tremble. The mountains and river's bell flew up again, revealing the suppressed Fu Bo. But at this moment, Fu Bo was lying limply on the ground like a pile of mud, bleeding from his 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, and his limbs twitching uncontrollably, as if he was about to die. Simply being suppressed by the mountains and river's bell would not have caused him to become so miserable. However, in order to deal with a strong enemy like Song Mo, Yang Kai had no choice but to take back the mountains and river's bell first. So naturally, he had to deal with the suppressed Fu Bo first. Otherwise, a third-layer Emperor Realm opponent would be quite a headache. Fu Bo had been reduced to this state after using all his strength to stimulate the power of the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai did not care whether he could kill him or not. In any case, Fu Bo was temporarily unable to fight back. The mountains and river's bell flew straight towards Song Mo, followed by Yang Kai and the embodiment, their figures alternating as they rushed towards Song Mo. In the face of such a strong enemy, it was not wise to sit still and wait for death. Striking first to gain the upper hand was the way of the king. Impudent. Song Mo was obviously stunned. He did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to attack him. Did he not know the gap between them? Moreover, the cursing from before had angered Song Mo. How many years had it been since someone had cursed at him? Today, there was actually a brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth scolding him in front of him. Moreover, the way he scolded him was extremely vulgar. With a furious roar, Song Mo slowly pushed his palm forward. Heaven and earth trembled and buzzed endlessly. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse. The power of this palm actually made Tang Sheng and the others who were watching from afar have the illusion that doomsday had arrived. It was as if they would die in the next moment. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying's faces instantly turned pale. Lan He let out a groan as blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Only Qi Gui's fighting spirit suddenly soared. He looked over with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to rely on his own eyesight to clearly see the profundity of this palm. But in just an instant, Qi Gui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression suddenly became dispirited. Tang Sheng's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that they were not safe standing here? The strength of Song Mo's divine technique had already exceeded the limits of his imagination. Even if it was just the aftermath of the attack, it could cause them to die an unnatural death. Without hesitation, he shouted at Qian Xiuying, "Retreat!" The husband and wife, one wrapped up Lan He whose cultivation was sealed, while the other pulled up Qi Gui. They quickly retreated into the heavenly Wolf Valley and activated the sect protecting array at the same time. Only then did they feel much safer. When they looked up again, an incomparably huge palm print that seemed to be able to blot out the sky, and earth collided with the mountains and river's bell. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world. It was clearly just a single contact, but there were countless clangs, as if the palm had struck the mountains and river's bell thousands of times in an instant. Layer after layer of ripples emerged from the mountains and river's bell and swept out in all directions. The void collapsed and the earth cracked. Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng, whose fate was unknown, trembled, and then there was no movement. Clearly, they had been affected by the aftermath of the mountains and river's bell. The 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor realm who were lucky enough to survive fell to the ground like dumplings, unable to maintain their figures at all. Wu Heng's face was filled with fear as he circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Layers of visible ripples appeared on his thick Emperor Qi due to the impact of the bell. It was not only Wu Heng's Emperor Qi that was rippling, but also the sect protecting array of Heavenly Wolf Valley. As the ripples spread, Tang Sheng felt a lingering fear in his heart. He secretly rejoiced that he had made a prompt decision to retreat. Otherwise, he and the others would have been in trouble. He and his wife would probably be fine, but Qi Gui and Lan He, who were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, would definitely be injured. Under Song Mo's palm, the will of a monarch descended upon the world, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. The mountains and river's bell, which was said to be able to suppress the world, was actually shaken and sent flying, revealing the 2 figures behind the mountains and river's bell. It was not that the mountains and river's bell was weak. It was the foundation of the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's achievement as one of the great emperors, even suppressing the Phoenix true fire for tens of thousands of years. It was just that Yang Kai's strength was limited, so the power it could display was not comparable to that of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as Song Mo's, the power of the mountains and river's bell would naturally be enhanced. 2 strange sounds rang out. Immediately after the palm strike, Song Mo pointed 2 fingers at Yang Kai and the embodiment from afar. two streams of light shot towards them with a relaxed expression, as if they were nothing more than insects. Yang Kai and the embodiment looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Because they were the two insects that were about to be crushed, the embodiment roared wildly, the strange fire on his body burning more fiercely, and his body suddenly grew bigger, turning into 100 feet tall. He bent his waist, and the barbs on his back shot out like a rain of arrows burning with flames to meet the two streams of light head-on. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly as the burning barbs came into contact with the two streaks of light. They were all turned into fine powder and scattered down from the sky. Over 100 barbs intercepted them before the two streaks of light were completely eliminated. The embodiment's back, which was originally like a hedgehog, was now bare, but soon new barbs grew out, and it was as whole as before. With the help of the embodiment's protection, Yang Kai's figure moved freely, and he was already 300 feet away from Tsang Mo. His right eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and when the vertical pupil appeared, a budding lotus flower appeared in his eyes. Blossoming lotus! Tsang Mo glanced at him coldly, and the lotus flower immediately imprinted in his eyes, as if it had taken root in his eyes, quickly blossoming, but the price of blossoming was the loss of his soul power. A tingling pain came from his mind, and Tsang Mo was shocked. With his experience, he could naturally see that this move of Yang Kai's was an extremely rare and powerful soul secret technique. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a strange attack method, and he was caught off guard. His soul power surged in his knowledge sea, trying to destroy the blooming lotus flower, but he found that it was useless. The more he urged his soul power, the faster the lotus flower blossomed. In front of him was darkness, and he could only see the blooming lotus flower and nothing else. Chapter 33:13. Tsang Mo lived up to his reputation as a fake emperor. Despite the situation, he remained calm and restrained his spiritual energy, isolating himself from the blossoming lotus flower and preventing it from absorbing his divine sense. However, right at that moment, from the heart of the lotus flower, a saber light flashed and slashed towards him. At that moment, Tsang Mo actually felt a sense of threat and shouted, "A Soul Emperor artifact!" A simple Soul Emperor artifact was not enough to surprise him. With his current cultivation and the fact that he had lived for countless years as a flowing time great emperor, what kind of good things had he not seen before? In this world, except for a few things that could make him covet them, he really did not put the rest in his eyes. What surprised him was that Yang Kai had actually hidden the attack of this Soul Emperor artifact within a soul secret technique. There were too many things involved in this, and it could be said that this attack was almost perfect. Even if someone was able to defend against the soul secret technique and prevent the lotus flower from blooming, the real killing blow was hidden in the stamen of the lotus flower. This boy's soul cultivation is actually so exquisite. How did he cultivate? The soul of a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master is actually stronger than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. Naturally, the attack of the soul-splitting saber was hidden in the blossoming lotus secret technique. Yang Kai had also suddenly thought of using the blossoming lotus secret technique and the soul-splitting saber together, and the effect was surprisingly good. Tsang Mo was caught off guard, and his soul was struck by the soul-splitting saber, causing his knowledge sea's defenses to shake. Although he managed to block the attack with his profound cultivation, his vision went dark and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Yang Kai secretly lamented. He had just used the heaven-splitting saber secret technique in the Star Territory not long ago and had not had enough time to recuperate, so the power of this attack from the soul-splitting saber was not very strong. Otherwise, it would have definitely injured Tsang Mo slightly, but at this moment, it only interfered with him for a moment. This was definitely the strongest enemy he had ever faced in his life. Even if it was just a distraction, it was enough. Taking advantage of the moment, when Song Mo regained his senses, Yang Kai and the embodiment had already arrived in front of him. As Yang Kai clapped his hands and pulled them apart, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed towards Song Mo's chest. The embodiment also raised his barbed fist and smashed it towards Song Mo's head. His cooperation with Yang Kai could be said to be close. After all, the embodiment was formed by a strand of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the stone mongoose's body. When they worked together, they could almost understand each other's intentions without communicating. No matter how strong Song Mo was, if he were to be struck by the gigantic crescent blade and the Avatar's fist, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body. His eyes widened, and without any hesitation, Yang Kai's figure retreated quickly. The embodiment also wanted to retreat, but its body was a little bigger after all, so it retreated relatively slowly. In the next moment, a crackling sound rang out, and a circle of lightning suddenly bloomed with Song Mo as the center. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly turned into a sea of lightning, with countless lightning snakes slithering all over the void. For a moment, it was as bright as day. The crescent blade that was slashing towards Song Mo's chest was entangled by the lightning snakes, and before it could even get close, it disappeared without a trace, unable to hurt him at all. The embodiment, who had not completely retreated, roared in anger as it was electrocuted. Its several hundred-meter-tall body was covered in lightning, and its huge body trembled incessantly. Thunder principles. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, secretly feeling that this was a tricky situation. A Tao Source realm cultivator comprehended world principles, the Emperor realm controlled world principles, and the great emperors themselves were the world principles. Since Song Mo was a fake emperor, he naturally was proficient in the power of world principles, but the thunder principles were a little troublesome. The Thunder Master was a violent killer, and once the sea of lightning appeared, the area around Song Mo would become a forbidden zone for life. It would be difficult for ordinary people to even get close. So how could they compete with him? The embodiment also retreated, but there were still lightning snakes slithering on its body. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Song Mo, obviously aware of Yang Kai's state of mind. On the other side, Song Mo used the cover of the sea of lightning to finally avoid the fatal attacks of Yang Kai and the embodiment. He slowly came back to his senses, and when he saw the heavens again, he could not help but reveal a trace of annoyance, because for him, as a fake emperor, he should not have used the power of world principles to deal with Yang Kai. For a master like him, he should have been able to deal with Kai Yang in a few punches and kicks. But the fact was he was forced to use the power of world principles. And the key was that even after using the power of world principles, he still did not succeed. This was really unbearable for Song Mo, and at this moment, he looked at Yang Kai coldly. Angering this king will not do any good. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and a thunder whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The thunder whip was composed purely of thunder and lightning. It crackled continuously and was cyan in color. Looking at it, Song Mo seemed to be holding a wriggling cyan snake in his hand. Song Mo raised his hand, and the blue lightning whip snaked straight towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai retreated again and again, but the blue lightning whip was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of it. Seeing the distance between them getting closer and closer, Yang Kai roared angrily, and as his emperor chi surged, he opened his mouth and let out a roar like a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Looking around, it was actually a golden aura coming out of Yang Kai's mouth. As the lightning whip approached, it was blocked by the golden aura, And under Tsang Mo's stunned gaze, the lightning whip actually fell apart, the golden aura cutting through the lightning whip like it was cutting through jade. Dragon breath. Tsang Mo raised his brow. Tsang Mo naturally knew that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race, and not to mention the various methods Yang Kai had displayed in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. His current dragon form had not changed at all. But how could a half-dragon exhale such a pure dragon breath? What the hell was this? What's more, that roar just now was like the roar of a true dragon, making him shudder. For the first time, Tsang Mo felt that his brain was not enough. While Tsang Mo was still in a daze, the avatar had already pounced on him again. With a wave of his hand, a huge black hammer suddenly appeared in his palm. The hammer was shrouded in black gas, giving off an extremely uncomfortable aura. With a loud bang, the avatar smashed towards Tsang Mo demonic chi. Tsang Mo's expression changed greatly. His mind was instantly attracted by the huge black hammer, only to feel the demonic chi rushing towards him, triggering all kinds of dark emotions hidden in the bottom of his heart. This was a demonic weapon. Tsang Mo's eyesight was outstanding, so he naturally recognized the origin of this hammer at a glance. There was an extremely pure demonic chi on it. Obviously, it was a divine weapon from the territory of the demon race, and from the aura, it was obvious that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for a long time. Most likely, it was a demonic weapon passed down from the ancient times. Where did this stone fire get this demonic weapon? What Tsang Mo could not figure out was how it was not affected by this demonic weapon, and could actually use it. In a hurry, the sea of lightning appeared again, shrouding the embodiment, and the lightning whip in his hand was also pulled back, lashing towards the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment turned a deaf ear. The demonic war hammer in his hand smashed towards Tsang Mo's head, as if he wanted to perish together with him. Moreover, there was a layer of inexplicable power on the surface of his body, which actually had the tendency to assimilate and absorb the power of the sea of lightning, completely different from his previous battered and exhausted state. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was to absorb the energy of all things under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for one's own use, and lightning was naturally no exception. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor activated the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, how could a mere sea of lightning do anything to it? The embodiment's fearless attitude really shocked Tsang Mo. The embodiment could sacrifice his life, but he could not. He still hoped that one day he could be promoted to the status of great emperors, looking down on the world. The sea of lightning was useless. The lightning whip suddenly straightened like a long spear, stabbing towards the embodiment's chest. With a bang, sparks flew, the embodiment was poked and flipped over a dozen times, barely stabilizing his body. But before he could stand firm, the lightning whip had already attacked, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. Tsang Mo's face was indifferent. His hand formed a seal, and the lightning whip suddenly shone brightly. The power of lightning fiercely increased, as if wanting to electrocute the embodiment on the spot. The embodiment roared madly. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was pushed to the limit, crazily devouring the power of lightning, filling his body and turning it into his own powerful capital. At the same time, a low shout sounded, dragon transformation. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's 3 zhang tall body rose steadily, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Tang Sheng and the others, he turned into a 300 zhang tall monster in the blink of an eye. The giant monster's head reached the sky. Its feet stepped on the ground. There was a dragon horn on its head, and there was a golden dragon tail behind its back. Its hands had completely turned into dragon claws, and the breath it exhaled from its nostrils was visible to the naked eye, as if it could stir up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. A towering mountain. Tang Sheng and the others all had a very unreal feeling looking up at the transformed Yang Kai, An unimaginable pressure pressed down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The fighting spirit on Chi Gui's face had disappeared, leaving only a strong sense of loss and bitterness. He found that he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wanting to challenge Yang Kai to test his strength. How could he test such a behemoth? The other party could probably pinch him to death with a single finger. Was this his full strength? When he saw Yang Kai display the space law, time law, and the mountains and rivers Belbefore, Chi Gui thought that Yang Kai had exhausted all his means, but who knew he could still go one step further? Not to mention how strong he was at this moment. Just his 300 zhang tall body gave off a great pressure, and those with a weak will would not even have the courage to fight him. However, how pure was Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline? It was actually able to transform into such a huge monster. Chi Gui and the others were amazed when they saw Yang Kai transform into a 30 zhang tall body, but the difference between 30 and 30 zhang was tenfold. 30 zhang was also Yang Kai's limit after his dragon transformation, because he knew that against a fake emperor like Shangtsang Mo, there was no room for mercy. Even if he teamed up with the embodiment, the outcome of today's battle was still uncertain. If he or the embodiment were to face him alone, he was afraid that only defeat awaited them. This was also the first time he was going all out after breaking through to the second-order emperor realm. So he wanted to know where his bottom line was. Taking a big step forward, the earth trembled as Yang Kai looked down at the tiny ant-like figure below him, stepping into the boundless sea of lightning in just 2 or 3 steps. Thunder and lightning violently swam around his body, making crackling sounds, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Chapter 33:14. The dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies. Although Tsang Mo's thunder principles were good, a mere sea of lightning was not enough to stop Yang Kai. His huge body rushed into the sea of lightning, causing it to ripple in an instant. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped downwards. Tsang Mo did not dare to face this attack head-on and quickly retreated, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning. However, Yang Kai's big hand chased after him like a maggot. Every time he opened and closed his hand, it was as if he was trying to catch a flying insect, causing Tang Sheng and the others to be at a loss as to what to do. A dignified fake emperor was actually being forced to flee by a second-order emperor realm master. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Although Yang Kai was big, he was not slow, and Tsang Mo's reaction was even faster, leaving afterimages in the void that did not disappear for a long time. The embodiment came with tacit understanding, holding the demonic warhammer in his hand and complimenting Yang Kai perfectly, beating Tsang Mo to the point where he could only parry and was unable to fight back. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy on his face, because although Tsang Mo looked embarrassed, he did not show any signs of panic at all. Instead, he dealt with everything calmly. Bind. All of a sudden, Yang Kai let out a roar, and space principles surged, sealing off the surrounding space. Tsang Mo, who was constantly struggling, suddenly came to a halt as he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, the surrounding space becoming extremely viscous, and the more he struggled, the more he felt like he was sinking into it. Caught off guard, the embodiment smashed down with his hammer. He could not avoid it, although he also cultivated a little bit of the Tao of space. As Yang Kai had guessed, he was only at the entry level and had not comprehended the principles at all. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, the space he was in was imprisoned by Yang Kai, and it would take him at least a breath of time to escape, and this delay was enough to change his life and death. Tsang Mo's eyes flashed coldly as he pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit. Lightning flashed around his body as an oval-shaped thunder shield suddenly appeared around him. With a boom, the demonic warhammer smashed into Tsang Mo's body. The oval-shaped thunder shield instantly caved in and then collapsed. However, at the same time, the embodiment was also bounced back by a huge force. Lightning lingered around the embodiment, and crackling sounds could be heard. It seemed that the embodiment was in great pain. Without giving Song Mo any time to react, Yong Kai's big hand had already covered the sky, covering the earth. He grabbed Song Mo in his palm and held him tightly, coldly shouting, "Destroy!" Within the giant hand, the power of space fluctuated, turning into a killing force that wanted to exterminate Song Mo. But in the next moment, Yong Kai's face suddenly changed. Thousands of dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from the gaps between the huge dragon claws. All of a sudden, the bolts of lightning merged into one and pierced through the back of Yong Kai's hand. Yong Kai looked up and saw Song Mo standing in the void with a cold expression, holding an artifact that looked like a Vajra pestle. It was only the length of an arm, but it was not to be underestimated. The lightning flashing on this artifact was not blue, but white, as bright as day. There were still traces of golden blood left on the Vajra pestle, which contained infinite vitality and great energy. Yong Kai opened his palm and looked down, only to see that there was a huge hole in his palm. Golden blood was flowing through it, but it did not drip down. The damaged flesh was wriggling endlessly, quickly repairing the wound. "Your life is tough." Yong Kai shook his hand and looked up at Song Mo. Even if he and the embodiment joined forces and used all of their strength, they still could not take him down. The prestige of a fake emperor was not in vain. If fake emperors were like this, then what about the real great emperors? For a moment, Yong Kai was filled with infinite yearning. "Your dragon bloodline is strange." Song Mo narrowed his eyes and sized up Yong Kai. He even reached out and dipped a little of the golden blood on his artifact, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. Then he showed an extremely shocked expression. Although he knew that Yong Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he subconsciously thought that Yong Kai's bloodline was impure. But a half-dragon with impure bloodline could actually have a body of 300 feet. It was really unbelievable. As far as he knew, the purer the bloodline of the dragon race, the bigger their true body would be. He had once dealt with an 8th Order giant dragon. When that 8th Order giant dragon revealed its true body, it was only 200 to 300 feet. An 8th Order giant dragon was already in extraordinary existence on Dragon Island. It did not make sense that it could not compare to a half-dragon. 300 feet was at least the height of a 9th Order giant dragon. Now, with the help of his artifact, he managed to escape while injuring Yong Kai. After taking the dragon blood and tasting it, Song Mo was surprised to find that although this blood was somewhat impure and was indeed not pure, the energy it contained was far superior to that of an ordinary giant dragon. What was going on? Was the half-dragon bloodline reversion? Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard Yong Kai ask coldly, "How does this king's blood taste?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo suddenly felt that something was wrong. The little bit of dragon blood he had licked was emitting a sharp aura. Without thinking, Song Mo opened his mouth and spat out the blood, only to find that what he had spat out was not blood, but a small golden sword. For a moment, cold sweat dripped down Song Mo's back. He could not figure out how Yong Kai did it. Even after his blood left his body, he was still able to freely control it. Not daring to neglect, Song Mo's artifact flashed white lightning and shattered all the golden blood into nothingness, letting out a long sigh. Song Mo said, "Yong Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak. Although your strength is not bad, if you want to oppose this king, you have proven your ability. This king's proposal remains unchanged. As long as you hand over that thing, this king will immediately turn around and leave. If you have any requests in the future, this king will not refuse." Yong Kai smiled arrogantly, his voice booming like thunder. "You want it? If you want it, then come and take it. It's yours. If you can't, don't complain, even if I beat you to death." "You want to beat me to death?" Song Mo's expression became strange, as if he had heard something inconceivable. We'll have to see if your life is really that tough. Yong Kai took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his hand, summoning the mountains and river's bell into his palm. Grabbing the cauldron's leg, he slammed it down on Song Mo's head. Even though Song Mo was experienced and knowledgeable, seeing this scene, he could not help but twitch his mouth. An ancient exotic artifact, something that even great emperors would be tempted by, was actually used by him like this. Song Mo could not help feeling a sense of pity for the mountains and river's bell. But it was undeniable that this move was really powerful. Even if Song Mo's cultivation was heaven-defying, he could not ignore it. If he was hit by such a blow, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Song Mo remained calm, pointing the Vajra scepter in his hand and sending out a white lightning dragon towards Yong Kai's chest. The lightning dragon had not yet arrived, but the aura of death had already rushed towards Song Mo. Song Mo was a false emperor, so how could an artifact he used to fight be ordinary? This Vajra scepter was actually a lightning scepter, an emperor artifact that was Song Mo's natal artifact. It was tempered by thunder principles all year round, and the heaven-quaking divine thunder it unleashed was something even great emperors had to be careful with. Otherwise, there was a possibility of them being injured. Although Yong Kai didn't know what this thunder pestle and heaven-extinguishing divine thunder were, that didn't hinder his instincts. He knew that although Song Mo looked indifferent on the surface, he was actually quite annoyed in his heart and would definitely not show any mercy this time. This was probably his strongest attack. As long as Yong Kai could block it, he would have the qualifications to compete with him. But if he could not block it, then everything would be over today. In an instant, Yong Kai's expression turned cold as a trace of determination appeared on his face. Flipping the mountains and river's bell in his hand, he welcomed the arrival of the Thunder Dragon. As the white light flashed, the white Thunder Dragon slammed into the mountains and river's bell, causing it to ring and shatter the void. A feeling of heaven falling and earth-shattering spread in everyone's heart, making everyone feel uneasy. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain spot in the void. A white light shot out from the lightning scepter, connecting Song Mo and Yong Kai. One was small in stature, while the other was indomitable, creating an extremely strong visual contrast. But at this moment, it was the small figure that had the upper hand. Lightning flashed everywhere. Yong Kai's huge body retreated step by step, leaving huge footprints on the ground. Even his body was bent over. His flesh and blood were sticking out. The veins on his face were bulging, looking like he was going all out. The mountains and river's bell and Yong Kai's entire body had already disappeared. They were now shrouded in lightning, and Yong Kai's roar could be heard amidst the crackling sounds. Song Mo continued to release lightning attribute energy, seemingly having no intention of giving Yong Kai a chance to catch his breath, as if he wanted to use his strongest attack to end this once and for all. Song Mo even had the leisure to speak. Yong Kai, don't be ungrateful. This king doesn't want to kill you, but don't think this king can't kill you. I'll give you one last chance. Answer me after you've thought it through. Okay? Yong Kai's roar became hoarse, but it clearly came out from the lightning. Song Mo was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yong Kai finally agreed because he couldn't bear the pressure. Just as he was about to put away the divine technique and discuss with Yong Kai in detail, he heard Yong Kai's voice again from the lightning. Awesome. Song Mo's face darkened. As soon as his voice fell, the lightning in the sky shook slightly and dissipated a lot. Yong Kai's 300 feet tall body finally reappeared, leaning forward slightly, resisting the great pressure, and walking forward step by step. As he walked, his huge dragon claw kept beating the mountains and river's bell in rhythm with his steps. Clang, 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 every time the bell rang out. A circular shockwave would rush out from the mouth of the bell, and the white lightning that was pressing forward was actually shattered by the shockwave, causing it to scatter in all directions. Yang Kai's pace became faster and faster, from a slow walk to a trot, and then to a sprint. The lightning wrapping around his body couldn't stop him from moving forward. His dragon scales were tattered, and there seemed to be not a single piece of intact flesh on his body, every inch of his skin exuding a burnt smell. Song Mo's face finally changed. Chapter 33:15. Not daring to give Yang Kai a chance to approach, Song Mo circulated his Emperor Qi, causing the power of the lightning rod to increase sharply, halting Yang Kai's forward momentum. However, Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated this, his mountains and rivers bell blocking most of the lightning, while his other hand spread out and slammed down towards Song Mo. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky, carrying with it the sound of a gust of wind and a life-reaping aura. With a loud bang, a huge palm print was formed on the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. Song Mo was nowhere to be seen, but at some point he had fled to the sky. Before he could stabilize himself, his avatar, which was covered in flames and had barbed spikes all over its body, charged out from the side with the demonic warhammer in hand. The hammer smashed forward, leaving behind a trail of shattered void wherever it passed. Song Mo roared and turned his lightning rod, aiming it at the embodiment. A white bolt of lightning shot out from the rod and slammed into the demonic warhammer. In an instant, the demonic chi surged and the warhammer flashed wildly. The embodiment's several dozen meter tall body was also knocked back, its sneak attack having no effect. With a whoosh, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a golden dragon breath that cut through the void, ignoring the obstruction of space and hitting Song Mo's shoulder. When the violent force hit him, Song Mo was forced to drift more than 1,000 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A cloud of blood burst out from his shoulder, as if a large piece of flesh had been crushed into dust. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Song Mo had been injured. Although it seemed to be only a minor injury, he no longer had the leisurely attitude he had before. The pain caused his expression to become ferocious, his thunder principles fluctuating more and more fiercely. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered at some point, just like Song Mo's face at this moment. The bright sunlight disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The thick, dark clouds pressed down on the sky like a quilt, pressing down on everyone's heart. Lightning flickered in the dark clouds. Beams of light flickered, tearing the sky apart. Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he rushed forward without stopping. The practicing body that was sent flying also hurriedly stabilized its body and attacked from the other side. Two gigantic figures, wrapped in an indomitable aura, launched a fearless charge towards a tiny existence. This scene was truly shocking. Song Mo suddenly closed his eyes. His ferocious expression gradually disappeared and became calm. When he opened his eyes again, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He raised the thunder pestle high up. White lightning flashed on the pestle, resonating with the lightning in the sky. It seemed to be able to draw the power of the 9 heavens. Fall. A soft shout was heard. Heaven and earth trembled. Bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck down from the sky. The power of each bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. But these bolts of lightning seemed to have grown eyes, bombarding Yang Kai and the practicing body one after another. In a split second, lightning flashed within a radius of dozens of miles. The lightning pillars that connected heaven and earth were almost innumerable, turning this area into a pool of lightning filled with killing intent. Song Mo stood in the center of this pool of lightning with a cold face, holding the thunder pestle high, looking down at Yang Kai and the practicing body. His tiny body had a sense of superiority. as if he was looking at two ants. His huge body suffered a great loss at this moment. It was not easy for him to dodge. No matter how agile Yang Kai and the practicing body were, they could not avoid the interference and influence of the countless lightning pillars. Even if they tried their best to dodge, they were still inevitably hit by the lightning pillars. Flesh and blood were sent flying, and dragon scales were shattered. Yang Kai did not make a sound. His eyes were even bigger than usual. He shuttled through the sea of lightning and quickly approached Song Mo. Although the practicing body's situation was better than his, it was not much better. It did not have flesh and blood, but the gravel on its body rustled down, and the flames on its body lost some of its luster. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor's territory was maintained, it could not devour too much energy in a short period of time due to its lack of cultivation. It could only bear with it. Barbs shot out from its body to meet the falling lightning, but they were all smashed into pieces. Roar! The high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. A huge dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The huge dragon was more than 100 feet long, as if it was a living creature. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on Song Mo. Song Mo's eyes narrowed. How could he not recognize that this was the secret technique of the dragon race? If it was before, he might have been surprised. How could Yang Kai, a half-dragon, display the secret technique of the dragon race? After all, the secret technique of the dragon race was passed down through generations and could only be practiced on the Dragon Island. However, he had tasted Yang Kai's dragon blood before, so he was fully aware of the strangeness of the dragon blood, so he was not surprised. Song Mo just waved his hand, and a lightning pillar falling from the sky changed its direction and turned into a lightning python to meet the huge dragon. The two sides met in midair and attacked each other, causing the sky to turn dark and sand and stones to fly. Yang Kai took the opportunity to rush out, holding the mountains and river's bell in his hand, and fiercely swung it at Song Mo. How could Song Mo dare to take such a blow head-on? Naturally, he dodged early, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai was only feinting, and his feet did not stop at all, and once again rushed straight at him. Song Mo wanted to dodge again, but he was already entangled by the Dharmakaya, and for a moment he could not get away. When he saw Yang Kai rushing at him ferociously, the mountains and river's bell in his hand smashed down on his head again. He was also amazing. Under this kind of attack that was almost impossible to avoid, he actually made an incredible move, bending his body as if he had no bones, and narrowly avoided this terrifying blow. But before he could recover, he felt a huge force on his waist, and hit him so hard that the blood in his body was surging, his bones were cracking, and his eyeballs were about to burst out. In a hurry, he only saw a golden dragon tail flash past. It was a dragon tail. Song Mo swallowed a mouthful of blood into his stomach, and his anger erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai laughed. How does my divine dragon tail whip taste? Before he finished his words, he was hit by a few lightning bolts and suddenly trembled. His golden hair stood up and looked very funny. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you will all die today. Song Mo's cold voice rang out, and he was obviously really angry, although he wanted to make a deal with Yang Kai before. Now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking on his part. Yang Kai would never compromise with him. If he wanted that thing, he could only snatch it. As for whether he would offend Yang Inflammation and cause trouble for that woman, as long as he silenced everyone here, who would know? The battle began again, and the rumbling outside Heavenly Wolf Valley continued, causing the disciples of Heavenly Wolf Valley to panic. At this moment, more people had gathered around Tang Sheng and the others, and they were all the higher-ups of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Ling Yinchin also came over. And when she learned that Yang Kai was fighting a strong enemy over there, her figure flickered and she wanted to rush over to help, but she was quickly pulled back by Qian Xiuying, who scolded, "What are you doing?" Ling Yinchin said indifferently, "I'm just doing my best." Qian Xiuying said, "If you go, you will only distract him and won't be able to help at all. Look at the battle over there yourself. Are you sure you can help?" Ling Yinchin watched silently for a while, not saying a word. Indeed, even if she wanted to help, she couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If she really rushed over, she would only distract Yang Kai and drag him down. She couldn't help but look at Tang Sheng for help. Tang Sheng coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "It's useless even if I go." At the beginning, when Yang Kai was besieged by two great forces, if he had joined in, he could have played a role, at least holding back a second-order emperor, realm master. But now, how could he join in? He would probably be electrocuted to death as soon as he rushed in. They were both second-order emperor realm masters, but Yang Kai could exchange blows with Song Mo, while he wasn't even qualified to participate. Such a contrast made Tang Sheng feel a little discouraged. "Master, can he win?" Who he asked worriedly. Tang Sheng was speechless. How could he know whether Yang Kai would win or not? Today's battle had surpassed everything he had seen in his life. Before the dust settled, he didn't dare to make any comments, nor was he qualified to make any comments. However, judging from the situation, although Yang Kai and Shihua had joined forces, the situation wasn't optimistic. A fake emperor was really extraordinary, but Yang Kai and Shihua weren't weak either. A second-order emperor, realm master, could fight a fake emperor to this extent, which was something to be proud of. In fact, there was one thing he found strange. Logically speaking, Shihua was also a divine spirit, and although his ranking wasn't too high, he should be on par with a fake emperor. Even if he wasn't a match for the fake emperor, he should be on par with him. Why did he feel that Shihua was different from the rumors? What he didn't know was that Shihua wasn't the real Shihua. If the real Shihua was here, although he might not be able to defeat Song Mo, he would definitely be able to protect himself. If he went all out, he might even be able to injure Song Mo. However, the embodiment was a special existence after all. In the body of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai's soul clone had devoured Shihua's essence. Although it had inherited some of Shihua's inheritance and abilities, its growth period was too short. The current embodiment hadn't reached its limit yet. With the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it couldn't compare to Shihua in the short term, but in the long run, it had more room for improvement than Shihua. It even had the chance to surpass Shihua's ancestor and lead the stone fire lineage to its most glorious moment. It was because of this reason that it was qualified to compete with Song Mo when it joined forces with Yang Kai. However, it was only qualified to compete with Song Mo. The mountains shook and the earth shook. The landscape outside the celestial Wolf Valley had completely changed. In the Sea of Thunder, two huge figures pounced and retreated from time to time. It was hazy. Tang Sheng and the others couldn't see the situation clearly even if they used their full eyesight. They could only vaguely see Yang Kai and the embodiment. After all, their bodies were too big. It was difficult to miss them. As for Song Mo, no one knew where he was. However, from the sounds of the battle, it was obvious that Song Mo didn't hold back. He even had the upper hand. Yang Kai's roar and Shihua's groan were the best proof. Chapter 33:16. This battle was earth-shattering. It was a battle that even gods and ghosts would flee. The three great masters on the battlefield were all fighting desperately, none of them holding back in the slightest. It was not until an hour later that the scene gradually cleared up and the thunder and lightning that stirred the clouds thinned out, allowing Tang Sheng and the others who were watching from afar to finally see the situation. What they saw caused their hearts to tremble. Yang Kai's body was a bloody mess. a golden light flickering around him, obviously the traces of his golden blood drying up. His dragon scales were tumbling, and it was impossible to tell how many of them had fallen off. A truly tragic sight. Shi was in an even worse state. All of his barbs had disappeared without a trace, and his body was bare, the burning mystical flames extinguished. As for Tsang Mo, he also seemed to be in a bad condition, his face somewhat pale, even unable to maintain his most powerful divine technique. At this point, both sides had suffered great losses. Tsang Mo's face sank, while Yang Kai laughed wildly. It seems that's all you've got. Tsang Mo's eyes couldn't help twitching. He had to admit that today's battle was beyond his expectations. He had thought that if he personally took action, it would be a piece of cake. But who would have thought that Yang Kai's methods would be so powerful that he had not been completely defeated? A trace of resentment flashed across Tsang Mo's eyes as he stared at the embodiment. If not for Hua, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent. Even if he could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, Tsang Mo would still be able to capture him today. However, with Hua on the side, even if he could gain the upper hand. So, what? If he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to obtain that thing, and he would also become an enemy. If Yang Yen learned of this, Tsang Mo suddenly felt a little conflicted. There was no point in continuing to fight. The previous battle had already destroyed his method of isolating this part of the world. It was a kind of barrier that he had prepared in advance to seal off this part of the world, so it was not very strong. If he used his full strength, it would naturally break on its own. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to escape now, there was no way he could stop him. Naturally, Tsang Mo did not want to waste his energy on something meaningless. So after hesitating for a moment, he was about to say something when he saw Yang Kai's expression suddenly become solemn, his hands forming a seal and sending a palm towards Tsang Mo. The feeling of time stopping at this moment fell from the sky. Flowing time, great emperor. Tsang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he too met the attack with a palm. With a loud bang, the violent palm energy collided in midair, and both sides disappeared without a trace. Tsang Mo rode the wind in the air and coldly said, "Quit while you're ahead, kid." He had already thought of retreating, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually push his luck? Suddenly, he was furious. He didn't want to fight Yang Kai to the point where both sides would suffer, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at him arrogantly, his voice like thunder. "Old dog, are you going to admit defeat?" The word old dog was obviously a response to Tsang Mo's wrath. Tsang Mo's face darkened slightly. "Although today's matter was due to my lack of consideration, you didn't suffer any losses. Let's drop this matter." Yang Kai sneered. "Give up? Are you saying that you can come and go as you please? How can there be such a good deal in this world?" Tsang Mo snorted. "What do you want?" His narrowed eyes were already filled with murderous intent. If Yang Kai really wanted to tangle with him, then he could only continue to fight. He believed that the one who would die in the end would definitely not be him, but he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If I didn't have the ability to protect myself, would you still be so easy to talk to now? Since you've already started, don't blame me for returning the favor. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight. Today, either you die or I die." As his words fell, his dispirited aura suddenly surged, his eyes blazing with battle intent, and he strode forward. The Dharmakaya moved at the same time without saying a word. Tsang Mo's face was gloomy. In the end, he still underestimated this kid's decisiveness. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back, so he could only fight. He gently took a breath, his eyes filled with determination. However, at this moment, Yang Kai and Tsang Mo suddenly turned their heads to look in one direction, revealing a dignified expression. In that direction, a stream of light shot over. Its speed was extremely fast, showing that the person's strength was not ordinary. Before the person arrived, a voice full of hostility came from afar. "Young master, don't panic. This old man is coming." When the first word was said, that person was still a small black dot far away in the horizon. By the time the last word fell, a middle-aged old man had already appeared in the field. It was a guy who looked extremely strange. Although this person was not young, he was wearing a red robe, which gave off a rather nondescript feeling. Although he had a smile on his face, he looked ferocious. At first glance, he gave people the feeling that this old guy is not a good thing. His fierce-looking face exuded a ferocious aura. He did not have the benevolence that a person of his age should have. Song Mo and Yang Kai were both confused by the arrival of this person. In such a big battle, there was actually someone who didn't know the meaning of death and rushed in to mess things up. But suddenly they felt that it was natural, because although this middle-aged old man gave off a nondescript feeling, no one dared to have any contempt for him. He was definitely a strong person who was qualified to participate in this battle. Yang Kai even felt a trace of unusual throbbing from the embodiment. It was a feeling of instinctive fear. This made Yang Kai inevitably feel strange. The embodiment was his own consciousness. Even when facing Song Mo, he did not have the slightest fear. Why would he show fear in front of this middle-aged old man? What's more, if he was not afraid, what was the embodiment afraid of? Thinking about it this way, it was not the embodiment that was afraid, but the origin of the stone fire was. An existence that could make the origin of the stone fire afraid. What was the origin of this old man? Yang Kai stared with a pair of dragon eyes, looking at him curiously, but he saw that the middle-aged old man was also staring at him with burning eyes. There was a sense of examination in his fierce-looking face. Immediately his eyes flashed. He nodded slightly and said, "Young master, don't be afraid. This old man is here." Yang Kai turned his head to look behind him. There was no one there. Then he looked back at the old man, pointed at his own nose, and said, "Are you talking to me?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "Of course." Yang Kai snorted. "Old man, you've got the wrong person." He thought, "What's wrong with this old man? He actually called me young master. We don't even know each other, okay? Could it be that there's something wrong with his head?" Looking at his vicious aura, his fierce-looking face, and his extremely high cultivation, he might have become the demon race when he was cultivating. But the way he called him young master made Yang Kai's thoughts run wild. He couldn't help but think of the old demon who had gone through life and death with him. This name, he hadn't heard it in a long time. The old demon was now in High Heaven Palace, cultivating in seclusion. The gap between their strength was too big. The old demon could only catch up head-on. Only then would he have the opportunity to fight side by side with him. The old man said, "Young master, don't joke, although you now, and have changed a lot in this old man's eyes." Young master is still young master. While speaking, his expression turned solemn, cupping his hands and bowing. "Young master, please accept this old man's bow." Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly, thinking, what is this guy doing? Could it be that Song Mo is playing some kind of trick? Taking a moment to glance over at Song Mo, Kai Yang's heart filled with joy. He saw that this guy was actually staring nervously at the flashy old man, his face filled with unease. Obviously, he had also noticed the strength of the flashy old man. It seems that even if this was some kind of trick, this flashy old man was definitely not invited by Song Mo. Could it be that it was really as he guessed, that the old man's mind was not clear, and he became the demon race, mistaking him for some young master? But looking at his appearance, there was no trace of him become the demon race, nor was there any sign of his mind being muddled. Moreover, to be able to become the young master of such a character, what kind of power did he come from? Thinking about it, Yang Kai nodded. "All right, since you have recognized me as your young master, then this young master will not be polite with you." Pointing at Song Mo, he said, Kill him for me. Song Mo's heart was already extremely uneasy. After hearing Yang Kai's words, his expression changed greatly, as if facing a great enemy, the lightning rod in front of him, in a defensive posture. Hearing this, the flashy old man turned to look at Song Mo, the corner of his mouth twitching. Young master, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Yang Kai pointed his chin at him, his nostrils snorting hot air. He snorted. What? My position as the young master is just a decoration. Are my words of no use? Seeing that he was really putting on the airs of a young master, the flashy old man was extremely disgusted, thinking that if it wasn't for you having such an opportunity, this old man would need to borrow your strength to get rid of a troublesome matter. Why would I come here and let you take advantage of me? But things have already come to this. He couldn't just slap his own face. Not to mention, he also knew that behind this young man, there was the existence of that woman. Thinking of that woman, the old man's heart trembled. Lightly coughing, the old man said, Young master's words are naturally effective, but this guy's cultivation is not bad. He is not so easy to kill, not to mention if this old man is not wrong. He seems to be from the Star Court. Now that the Iron Blood Great Emperor is in charge of the Star Court, if this old man kills him, in the future when the Iron Blood Great Emperor comes to find trouble, it will also implicate young master, won't it? His mind is very clear. Yang Kai stared at him. He even knew that Song Mo was from the Star Court, and knew that the Star Court was now under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. How could he be delirious? But if you are clear-headed, why are you willing to lower yourself and call me young master? Yang Kai was at a loss. Thinking so, Yang Kai snorted coldly. Since he wants to kill me, I naturally want to kill him as well. Can I touch the people of the Star Court? Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me if you can kill him or not. If you can, then do it. If you can't, then scram. This young master will do it personally. The old man was fuming with anger, thinking that he had really opened a dying workshop after giving him some face. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here. He hadn't even eaten the lamb, but he had already attracted so much attention. Stinking brat! How dare you talk to this old man like this? Just you wait. Sooner or later I will let you know my power. Chapter 33:17. The old man thought for a while, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, Young master, please don't be angry. Although I can't kill him, but I can beat him up and help you vent your anger. Okay? Yang Kai waved his hand and said casually, You can beat him up first. If I'm satisfied, then I'll let it go. If I'm not satisfied, humph humph. He also had the intention of testing the waters. Although he could sense the strength of this flashy old man, whether he could beat Song Mo was still unknown. Song Mo had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with him. Although he was not at his peak, the foundation of a fake emperor was still there. He was not someone that could be beaten up by just anyone. The old man grinned and said, I'll definitely satisfy you, young master. Yang Kai said lightly, Then I'll wait and see. After that, he winked at the Dharmakaya. They had a tacit understanding. If this old man could really beat Song Mo half to death, then he and the Dharmakaya would swarm up together. At that time, they would be able to cut off the Gordian knot. It would be best if they could kill Song Mo on the spot, once and for all. Yang Kai did not care whether he was from the Star Court or not, whether he was a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was not like he did not have people above him. What's more, he was also the master of the territory of the Star Court. He could be considered as a part of the Star Court. The fight with Song Mo was just an internal fight. Others were afraid of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he did not need to be afraid of anything. Who are you? Compared to Yang Kai's calmness at the moment, Song Mo was obviously very depressed. Today's battle was unexpected. Not only did the long plan completely collapse, but now an old man suddenly appeared and threatened to beat him up. Sung Emo could feel that this old man was not to be trifled with, and even faintly felt that he should know him. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not remember where he had seen this old man before. This old man was dressed so obviously, with such a distinctive appearance. If he had seen him before, there was no reason for him not to recognize him. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, the flamboyant old man laughed heartily. "There's no need for you to know my name. You heard what I said earlier, and I don't want to kill you. If you obediently allow me to beat you up so that my young master can vent his anger, I'll let it go. However, if you dare to resist..." Narrowing his eyes, the flamboyant old man continued, "Fists and legs have no eyes. If I really beat you to death, I won't be able to bear it." "You sure talk big." Sung Emo was a dignified fake emperor, standing at the peak of this world. Other than the 10 great emperors, no one dared to speak to him like this. The old man's words undoubtedly made him very angry, his nose almost crooked from anger. The flamboyant old man slowly shook his head and said, "The world is full of fools. Fake emperors are also the same. If you were at your peak, you might be able to block this old man's punches and legs, but in your current state..." As soon as the old man laughed, his whole body turned into a red light and disappeared in a flash. Song Mo's expression changed, the lightning rod in his hand trembled, and a white lightning bolt shot out, heading straight for the old man. As the red light flashed, the flamboyant old man's figure reappeared, facing the white lightning bolt head-on. Seeing that he was about to be hit, the old man grinned and opened his mouth, inhaling a mouthful of air. An extremely terrifying suction force came out of his mouth, and then the white lightning bolt was swallowed into his stomach. This scene caused Kai Yang to be startled. Yang Kai was well aware of just how powerful the white lightning from Song Mo's lightning rod was. Even his own 300-meter-long dragon body was unable to withstand it, causing countless dragon scales to fall off. So how could this old man swallow this white lightning into his stomach? How could there be any good result? The defense of the abdomen has always been a weak point. But in fact, after the old man swallowed the lightning bolt, not only did he not feel the slightest discomfort, he even laughed strangely, as if he had eaten a plate of delicious food. Then he opened his mouth and spat out, and the white lightning bolt actually returned, blasting towards Song Emo. What kind of divine technique is this? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the Return to Ruins ability. The Return to Ruins was also able to absorb the energy of the opponent's attack and then return it, but after careful observation, there were some differences. The Return to Ruins ability did not change the slightest, but the old man's paying someone back in their own coin ability had added his own energy, because in the white lightning bolt, there was a trace of dark red light. This change happened too quickly, and the distance between the two sides was close, so Song Emo was caught off guard and couldn't block it. When the lightning bolt flashed, he was forced to stagger a few steps back by his own attack. By the time he regained his footing, the flashy old man had already arrived in front of him, his monstrous aura surging like a vast ocean. "You are..." Song Mo's eyes trembled as he finally recognized the identity of this old man. No wonder he felt like he had seen him before, but he didn't have the slightest impression of his appearance. So this was it. Divine Spirit. Yang Kai also lowered his eyes and called out in a low voice. Before the old man used his strength, Yang Kai couldn't detect anything. But now that the old man was using his own strength, that ancient aura disappeared. This was obviously the aura of a divine spirit, and judging from the feeling it gave off, this old man was stronger than almost all the divine spirits Yang Kai had encountered, except for the dragon and phoenix. The few saint masters from the ancient wild lands were nothing in front of this old man. What kind of divine spirit is this old man? If he's a divine spirit, why is he calling me young master? Is it because of Zhang Ruoxi's face? But that's not the case. Just look at the attitude of the Wanfeng, Fanhua, and the others in the ancient wild lands. Although divine spirits were afraid of him, they wouldn't put down their self-esteem to flatter him. Yang Kai was really confused. While he was thinking this, the old man had already slapped down. Tsang Mo tried to resist, but it didn't have the slightest effect. As the old man said before, if Tsang Mo was at his peak, even if he couldn't defeat the old man, he could still fight him for a while. But in the previous battle, Tsang Mo's Yuan Qi was seriously injured, so he couldn't display more than 60 to 70% of his strength. How could he block the old man's attack? The Emperor Qi protecting Tsang Mo's body shattered, and he was slapped in the chest. Blood spilled out, and Tsang Mo roared again and again as he retreated madly. The flashy old man was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. His whole body turned into a red light, flying up and down around Tsang Mo. Tsang Mo couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Tsang Mo had suffered countless palms and kicks. His whole body looked terrible. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, his face was bruised, his nose was swollen, and his clothes were full of fist and footprints. His eyes were erupting with anger like a tsunami. With a loud bang, lightning flashed. The flashy old man let out a soft cry of surprise and retreated. Tsang Mo's body flashed with lightning. Obviously, he was extremely angry. He glared at the old man and shouted, "Evil spirit, how dare you humiliate me?" The flashy old man said indifferently, "Young master's order must be obeyed. So, what if I humiliate you? You're lucky I didn't kill you." Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai shout, "Well done. This young master will reward you handsomely when we return." While speaking, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. The mountains and rivers bells spun, suppressing the world energy around it. The embodiment carried the demonic warhammer and charged forward with a cold expression with Yang Kai. This flashy old man is so powerful, no matter what purpose he had for calling me young master. The current situation is advantageous to me. If I don't take this opportunity to kill Tsang Mo, wouldn't it be a waste? The moment he made his move, the flashy old man and Tsang Mo were both taken aback. They could only stare blankly as the two huge figures approached each other at a rapid speed. The old man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so determined to kill Tsang Mo. It was the first time he knew this guy was so bold. I already said that Tsang Mo is a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yet you still have the courage to kill him? Aren't you afraid that the Iron Blood Great Emperor will find trouble with you? On Tsang Mo's side, Yuan Qi was already severely injured, and now he was beaten up by the old man. It could be said that it was one disaster after another. At this time, if Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces, they might really be able to kill him here forever. Thinking of this, Tsang Mo decided not to stay any longer. It was better to leave first. Although the treasure was good, it was not as important as his own life. A soft sound was heard, and a crack appeared in the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment who were rushing forward stopped at the same time. They stared at the crack with a stunned expression. What kind of day is it today? Experts who are rarely seen on normal days are appearing one after another. Regardless of whether you like it or not, they just broke into the battlefield. Is this a fucking market? This void crack was not created by Yang Kai using the space divine technique, but by experts who broke through the void. In the entire star boundary, besides himself, Yang Kai could only think of one other person who could do this. With the sudden change, Tsang Mo also calmed himself down. After seeing the crack, he obviously thought of something and exhaled softly, calming himself down. As for the flashy old man, the corners of his mouth twitched, and in a flash he came to Yang Kai's side and stood there obediently. Yang Kai's expression changed as he lowered his head and looked at the old man, Is there a grudge? The old man's eyes twitched as he said, "What does young master mean?" "Ha ha." Yong Kai grinned and did not ask any more questions, instead looking up again. The crack in the void suddenly expanded, and two figures walked out from it, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary, while the woman had picturesque features and outstanding charm. As soon as they appeared, the two glanced around and showed a stunned expression. Obviously, they did not expect so many masters to gather here, and after seeing the man's face, Yong Kai and Song Emo both had the same thought in their hearts. It really is him. That is, in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Lan He, who saw this scene, looked at the man and woman who had broken through the void and said in shock, "Could that be Master Li Wui?" She was not an ignorant person. How terrifying was it to break through the void? Great emperors could break through the void if they went all out, but it was absolutely impossible for them to do so easily. So when she saw the man walking out of the void crack, she immediately thought of Li Wui. Chapter 33:18. Tang Sheng nodded gently and said with a face full of reverence, "Yes, that is Master Li, the #1 person under the great emperors, was extremely famous. In the star boundary, as long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were very few who did not know of Li Wui. However, not many people had seen him before. After all, Spirit Beast Island was untraceable, and Li Wui himself was proficient in the law of space, so he could come and go without a trace. Not just anyone could see him. Tang Sheng had the opportunity to see him once in his early years. At that time, he had not yet arrived in the Emperor realm and was still just a teenager. Now, hundreds of years had passed, and Tang Sheng was already middle-aged, but the flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any mark on Li Wui. He was still the same as when he first saw him nearly 1,000 years ago. He was still as high-spirited and as hard to look straight at. Tang Sheng sighed. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Even reaching the third-layer Emperor realm would be difficult. Turning his head to look at Lan He and Qi Gui, whose eyes were shining brightly, Tang Sheng wondered if they would have the chance to do so. If that person is Li Wui, then the woman beside him, could she be the legendary Jiu Feng? Qian Xiuying's expression changed as she looked at the beautiful young woman in red. The two masters of Spirit Beast Island, Li Wui and Jiu Feng, were extremely famous. The former was proficient in the law of space, while the latter was a divine spirit venerable. The Phoenix clan was even rarer than the dragon race. Tang Sheng nodded and said, "It should be. Why are they here? Could it be that they were attracted by the commotion of the battle here?" Even though the Spirit Beast Island was also in the East region, it was too far away from here. Even if there was a great battle here, the Spirit Beast Island wouldn't be able to sense it. The only possibility was that they were already nearby, which was why they could travel so quickly. It's so lively. In the sky, the crack in the void slowly disappeared. Jiu Feng looked around with her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Then she fixed her gaze on Yong Kai. Her eyes narrowed slightly and immediately lit up. "It's you?" Although Yong Kai's body had undergone a huge change, she still recognized him at a glance. After all, it was not her first time dealing with Yong Kai. Back then on Dragon Island, she had seen Yong Kai's dragonized body. Naturally, she was no stranger to him now. "Greetings, Senior Nine Phoenix. Greetings, Senior Li." Yong Kai cupped his hands at the two and grinned. This was interesting. He originally wanted to take the time to go to the Spirit Beast Island to find Li Wui to discuss the law of space, but he didn't expect the other party to find him, which saved him some trouble. "What's senior? Am I that old?" Nine Phoenix's face darkened. Yong Kai grinned. "Big Sister Nine Phoenix is still young and beautiful. How can she be old?" Yong Kai spoke without thinking and said something wrong. Please don't take it to heart, Big Sister Nine Phoenix. Jiu Feng had a smile on her face as she nodded repeatedly and said, "You're a promising child." She looked like she was overjoyed. Li Wui face-bombed. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Nine Phoenix glanced at him. "You said I'm shameless? You dare say I'm shameless?" Li Wui pointed at Yang Kai and said, "I'm talking about this kid. He's really good at taking advantage of the situation. If the dragon race knew about this, I don't know if they would clean up the house." Yang Kai laughed. "The dragon race can't do anything to me. But Big Brother Li and Big Sister Nine Phoenix, why are you here?" Li Wu Yi was dumbfounded by Yang Kai calling him Big Brother Li. When they met before, Yang Kai had always addressed him respectfully as senior, but in the blink of an eye, he had become Big Brother. But thinking about it, Nine Phoenix had become Big Sister, so he could only be Big Brother for a while. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking advantage of Nine Phoenix? If this Big Sister got angry, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's a long story. What's going on here? Li Wu Yi didn't elaborate, but his eyes swept over the flamboyant old man who was standing next to Yang Kai, seemingly seeking shelter. Sure enough, it has something to do with this old man. Yang Kai thought. When the void crack first appeared, the old man immediately ran to his side. So Yang Kai had some speculations. Now, seeing Li Wu Yi's expression, he knew his guess was right. But the two masters of Spirit Beast Island attacked just to deal with him? What kind of divine spirit incarnation did this old man have to provoke Li Wu Yi and Nine Phoenix to hunt him down? Moreover, why didn't you run away when you were being hunted down? Why did you come to me, a young master? Now, you're even standing next to me, looking for protection. Do you think I can protect you? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that someone covets some good things in my hands, so they're trying to kill me and steal my treasures." While saying this, he glanced coldly at Song Mo and sneered. "Kill me and steal my treasures." Nine Phoenix frowned, showing a displeased look. Yang Kai and Spirit Beast Island seemed to have nothing to do with each other, but in fact, they had a deep relationship. Firstly, Spirit Beast Island's little princess, Mo Xiaoqi, had a very good personal relationship with Yang Kai. Over the years, Xiaoqi had mentioned Yang Kai countless times on Spirit Beast Island. She also wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island to visit Yang Kai, but Martial Beast grounded her, causing the little girl great pain. How could Nine Phoenix not see that the little girl seemed to have some vague feelings for Yang Kai? If something were to happen to Yang Kai, the little girl would definitely make a big fuss. Secondly, the mistress of Spirit Beast Island was Dragon Island's third elder, and Yang Kai and Dragon Island's fifth elder were husband and wife. Last time, they fought side by side on Dragon Island and made a big fuss. Even the great emperors praised Yang Kai, so there was an indirect relationship between them. It could almost be said that they were related by blood. Among the three, Lu Yen was loyal to Yang Kai and was completely devoted to him. Lu Yen had inherited the Phoenix True Fire and could be considered a member of the Phoenix clan. She was one of the few family members of Jiu Feng. With all these factors on the surface, Yang Kai had nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island, but strictly speaking, the relationship between them could be said to be very complicated. Therefore, Nine Phoenix's attitude towards Yang Kai was so friendly this time. She even deliberately let him change the way he addressed her to increase the intimacy between them. Now that she suddenly heard that someone wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures, Nine Phoenix was naturally angry. Turning her head to look, Nine Phoenix couldn't help but frown. How could it be him? Li Wu Yi also looked to the side and said in surprise, "Brother Tsong?" Brotherly Miss Nine Phoenix. Tsong Mo coughed a few times and cupped his hands slightly, his aura slightly weak. Li Wu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Boy said he wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures. Could it be Brother Tsong? Although he asked this, he knew that this was probably the case. Looking at the current state of Tsang Mo and Yang Kai, it was obvious that they had just fought a great battle and went all out. In the end, both of them suffered, and neither of them was better off. Tsang Mo didn't answer, and asked instead, "Brother Li is familiar with this boy?" Li Wu-yi said, "How should I put it? An young boy can be considered half a member of Spirit Beast Island." Not to mention Mo Xiaoqi's hazy feelings for Yang Kai, just the dragon race's third elder and fifth elder, plus the relationship between Lu Yen and Nine Phoenix was enough to make Yang Kai half a member of Spirit Beast Island. Tsang Mo couldn't help but be shocked. This boy is actually a member of Spirit Beast Island, although Li Wu-yi said half a member of Spirit Beast Island. What kind of existence was Spirit Beast Island? Since there was such recognition, it meant that Yang Kai had a lot to do with Spirit Beast Island. Otherwise, Li Wu-yi could have just said that there was no relationship, so Tsang Mo was really shocked. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If he had known this, how could he have done such a thankless thing? Not only did he fail to snatch what he wanted, but he also provoked such an enemy for no reason. Just now, that old man had been beaten to a pulp. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. In Heavenly Wolf Valley, Tang Sheng and the others had a dull expression on their faces. Although they weren't close to the battlefield, Tang Sheng and the others' cultivations weren't low, so they could hear what Li Wu-yi was saying. Half a member of Spirit Beast Island? Tang Sheng was furious. Since you're half a member of Spirit Beast Island, how could you not know where Spirit Beast Island is? You even came to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask for help. Isn't this cheating? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai didn't have much to do with Spirit Beast Island. In order to avoid offending the two major forces, he didn't agree to help. He even specially ordered someone to summon Lan He back when Lan He sent Yang Kai off, so as to avoid being implicated too deeply. Only now did he know that Li Wu-yi had a very good relationship with Spirit Beast Island. If he had known this earlier, how could he have made such a stupid decision? Heavenly Wolf Valley had a token that was given by Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. It could be used as the biggest protective talisman, and it was enough to make all the forces in the entire Eastern Territory fearful and not dare to touch Heavenly Wolf Valley. If they could form a connection with Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley's rise in the future and becoming one of the top forces might not be a pipe dream. Tang Sheng's face was full of annoyance, as if he had seen a great opportunity being missed by him. Lonnie glanced at him faintly and sighed in her heart. Previously, she asked Tang Sheng if he would regret it. Now that the answer was out, the vexed and regretful expression on Tang Sheng's face was obvious. Qian Shouying had been his wife for many years. How could she not know what he was thinking? She reached out and held his hand. She said gently, "It's fate. You are in her position. Naturally, you have to consider a lot. If you have another chance, what choice would you make? Would you change? Another chance?" Tang Sheng thought for a moment and said, "No." Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same choice because he didn't have any other choice at that time. Qian Shouying smiled slightly. "So, you don't have to be vexed. This isn't my Heavenly Wolf Valley's opportunity, and we can't force it." Hearing her words, Tang Sheng couldn't help but be enlightened. He nodded and said, "Madam is right. I was thinking too much." Fortunately, although they didn't help Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley didn't hit them while they were down. They even rejected Su Chongfeng's proposal to open the sect protecting array and cut off the world, so they didn't offend Yang Kai. In addition, with Lan He's relationship with Ling Yinqin, Yang Kai probably wouldn't cause trouble for Heavenly Wolf Valley. Chapter 3319. Thinking quickly, Tang Sheng relaxed. On the other side, Tsang Mo smiled bitterly. "Since you are from Spirit Beast Island, then this song was wrong this time. I hope Brother Li and Miss Jiufeng can forgive me. Although he was a fake emperor, he was not a pedantic person. In the current situation, he was no longer at his peak. Yang Kai still had that evil spirit by his side, and even Li Wui and Jiu Feng had rushed over. In any case, it was impossible to do anything to Yang Kai this time, so he readily admitted his mistake and humbled himself, giving Spirit Beast Island enough face. He had no choice but to give face. Martial Beast was not someone he could provoke. Although he was a member of the Star Court was controlled by the 10 great emperors in rotation. Maybe one day he would be working under Martial Beast. Li Wui nodded and said, "Fortunately, nothing serious happened, although Tsang Mo and Yang Kai both looked very embarrassed, and their injuries were not light. Neither of them was in mortal danger, which was a blessing in disguise. It was just that he couldn't figure out why Tsang Mo would find trouble with Yang Kai. Tsang Mo's previous words of killing and robbing undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had something on him that Tsang Mo coveted. Li Wui looked at the mountains and river's bell in Yang Kai's hand and vaguely understood something. He wondered if this mountains and river's bell had caused trouble for Yang Kai. However, this guy was also amazing. He could actually fight with Tsang Mo and not die. The last time he met him on Dragon Island, Li Wui felt that this boy was a bit bold, daring to enter the tiger's den with his weak cultivation. It was the same this time. This boy was even more troublesome than he was when he was young. It was just that he didn't know if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai suddenly ask, "Brother Li, you know this guy?" Li Wui nodded and said, "I've known him for a long time." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then, Brother Li, you have to keep your eyes open when you make friends in the future. Some people may know a person for a long time, but not their true nature. They are used to using despicable and shameless tricks. Who knows when they will be tricked?" Tsang Mo's face turned cold. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this in his face was not good, but he did not want to defend himself. Li Wui's expression was also embarrassed. He realized that he really shouldn't have come here today. Now that he was caught in the middle, he couldn't help but glare at the flashy old man in annoyance. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have followed them all the way here. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "If I want to kill him, will Big Brother Li help me or him?" Li Wui pondered for a moment and said, "If you insist, then this Li can only watch from the sidelines." Yang Kai could be considered as half a person from the Spirit Beast Island and had some friendship with Tsang Mo. If the two of them were to engage in a life and death battle, he couldn't help either of them and could only choose to stay out of it. Of course, it would be best to turn today's matter into a small one, and then a small one into nothing. However, when he saw the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, he knew that persuading him at this time would probably be of no use. He might as well directly express his attitude. "Good," Yang Kai said in a low voice and grinned hideously. "Big Brother Li's words are enough." Li Wui was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, "Does this brat think that I will help Tsang Mo? Is that why he used words to block me? But with his current strength, how can he kill Tsang Mo?" Yang Kai's expression was cold and stern. He turned his head to look at the flashy old man standing beside him. The old man looked as if he didn't notice and kept his head down. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He couldn't count on this old man. Although he didn't know why the old man would seek his protection, he had clearly said that it would be difficult to kill Tsang Mo and that he wouldn't want to provoke the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If Li Wui asked the old man to accompany him to kill a fake emperor for no reason, the old man would most likely refuse. It would be impossible to kill Tsang Mo with just him and the Dharmakaya. Kai Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. He was somewhat unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity, but since things had already gotten to this point, he didn't want to continue pestering him. Changing the topic, he said, "Since Big Brotherly has a good relationship with this person, then today I will give Big Brotherly face and let him live. Cherish him Old dog. Tsang Mo's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. Let me live? You talk big. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Tsang Mo still wanted to say something, but Li Wui suddenly said, Brother Tsang, no matter who is right or wrong today, let's stop here. Since Yang Kai had the intention to turn big issues into small ones and small ones into nothing, how could Li Wui stand by and watch the two sides fight again? Both sides stopping was also the outcome he wanted to see the most. Yang Kai was young and impetuous, so it was difficult to persuade him. Tsang Mo was different. He understood the principle of enduring for a while and calming the waves. So he didn't persuade Yang Kai, but went to persuade Tsang Mo instead. Tsang Mo really gave him face, or rather, he took advantage of the situation and nodded. Since Brother Li said so, I won't argue with him. After a pause, he clasped his fist and said, It's not convenient today. I'll visit Brother Li and Miss Jiufeng at Lingshou Island another day. I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, his figure flickered and shot into the distance. He didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Not far away, the pale Wu Heng saw that he was leaving and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he appeared, he was hit by the flowing time Great Emperor that Yang Kai had planned for a long time. The principles of time kept eroding him, and he had been using his power to resist. Later, when Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya joined forces to fight, Tsang Mo couldn't care about him, and he couldn't intervene. He had been watching the battle from a distance, and only now did he make a move. But even if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to do so. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. A huge shadow completely covered him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's 300-foot-tall dragon body standing there, looking down at him with a sarcastic smile, which made him shudder. What do you want to do? Wu Heng was shocked and stepped back in fear. Behind him, there was another fierce breath approaching. Wu Heng didn't need to look to know that it was the Holy Spirit stone fire. He was attacked from the front and back, and he definitely couldn't resist. He had just witnessed the battle between Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya from the beginning to the end, so he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of these two monsters. In fear, even the will to resist was extremely weak. He shouted, Master, save me. Even if God comes, he won't be able to save you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Today, he had no choice but to let Tsang Mo go. It could be said that he was forced by the situation, or it could be said that he was not strong enough. There was no way that Tsang Mo could leave, and revenge could only be dealt with in the future. But if he let Wu Heng go again, Yang Kai would be happy no matter what. Tracing back to the source, this person was the chief culprit. If he didn't want to devour the Hung Luo star field back then, how could the star territory be poisoned by the cultivator in the territory of the great wilderness star, leading to the suffering of countless cultivation stars? Similarly, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have become enemies with Tsang. And Yang Kai wanted to kill him back in the star territory, but he didn't have the chance at that time. Now that the chance was in front of him, how could Yang Kai miss it? As he spoke, the dragon claw reached out to grab him. Wu Heng raised his hand in fear and hit the dragon claw with a huge palm print. Although the dragon claw paused slightly, it still couldn't prevent the fate of being grabbed. As the space principles fluctuated, a black light flashed and Wu Heng disappeared. Stop! It was not until this time that Tsang Mo's angry shout came, but it was obviously too late. Wu Heng had already been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. So what was the point of shouting? Tsang Mo, who was about to escape, turned around at this moment and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. What did you do to him? He was a little suspicious that Wu Heng was not dead because he knew that Yang Kai had a self-contained artifact in his hand, and the biggest goal of his trip was that artifact. From what he saw in front of him, It was likely that Wu Heng had been taken into that artifact. What does it have to do with you? Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, you can stay here forever. Song Mo glared at him coldly, knowing that it was impossible for him to take Wu Heng back from Kai Yang's hands, unless he could defeat him. But this was obviously impossible, so he nodded gloomily and said, Mountains and rivers will meet again. We will meet again soon. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I look forward to that day. Song Mo's lips curled into a grin as a meaningful look flashed across his eyes. Turning around, he flew off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that letting Song Mo leave today was an extremely wrong decision, but he couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. But then again, he really didn't have the ability to keep Song Mo here. A great battle, one unforeseen event after another, had finally come to an end. Inside Heavenly Wolf Valley, the spectators felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Although they did not participate in the battle, the various dazzling changes had caused them to feel tense, and their spiritual energy consumption was enormous. Even at this moment, everyone still had a feeling in their hearts that was, in the next moment, some other master might appear. This kind of thing didn't happen in the end. Yang Kai and the embodiment both returned to their original size. Jiu Feng looked at the demonic warhammer in the embodiment's hand in amazement. Little Yang, where did you find this thing? Why does this thing look like a demonic weapon? Yang Kai laughed. Big Sister Jiu Feng has sharp eyes. This is indeed a demonic weapon. It's really a demonic weapon? Jiu Feng's expression changed. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, this thing can't harm anyone. As he spoke, he put the embodiment and the demonic warhammer into the sealed world bead, obviously not wanting to talk about this matter. Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, and just as she was about to remind them, she heard Yang Kai say, Please wait a moment, let this little brother deal with the spoils of war. The Emperor realm had suffered many casualties in this battle, and the two top sects in the Eastern Territory were almost completely wiped out. Even if there were still survivors, they had suffered heavy losses. More than 30 space rings from the Emperor realm, including the space rings of Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, were naturally rich in storage. Although Yang Kai was now rich, it was impossible for him to not want the spoils of war. Chapter 33:20. After saying that, he dragged his injured body and rushed into the battlefield. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor realm had already died, and those who were still alive were struggling at death's door. Yang Kai didn't care if they were dead or not. He killed them all with a single palm strike. Even Fu Bo and Su Changfeng were no exception. Fu Bo had been suppressed by Yang Kai with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, and then attacked by Yang Kai with the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, instantly knocking him unconscious and seriously injuring him. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big problem. The key point was that the shocking battle between Yang Kai's embodiment and Song Mo had spread far and wide. Fu Bo, who was unconscious, was almost at the center of the battlefield, so naturally he wasn't spared, especially when Song Mo summoned lightning from the ninth heaven. Fu Bo had been struck countless times. While unconscious, he had no way of defending himself, so he was left half dead. At this moment, Yang Kai had given him a release. Su Changfeng's situation wasn't much better than Fu Bo's. In fact, he was even more miserable. When he fought with the embodiment alone, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Then he was ambushed by Yang Kai's Moonblade and was immediately seriously injured. When Yang Kai found him, he was already on the verge of death. If it weren't for his foundation as a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he would have died long ago. Of course, Yang Kai had also given him a quick death. Seeing him busy over there, Li Wu sighed. After today, I'm afraid the situation in the Eastern Territory will change. More than 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm, including Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng, had died. The two top forces were almost crippled. For so many years, although Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were famous and domineering in the name of top forces, they had also provoked many enemies. If news of the sect's elders being killed in a single battle spread out, the sects and families that were previously suppressed by the two great forces would naturally rise up and take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Putting everything else aside, just the Ahan Palace alone was enough to tempt him. After all, they had already lost two of the three major powers. In the entire eastern region, aside from the Spectral Soul Palace, the Ahan Palace was the leader of the eastern region. Jiufeng said, "This kid is really ruthless." He didn't even frown after killing so many people from the Emperor realm in one go. It was clear that he was filled with killing intent. His little princess had developed feelings for such a person. He didn't know if it would be a blessing or a curse in the future. Li Wui smiled faintly and said, "On the path of martial arts, who doesn't kill all the way? It's either kill or be killed. No one is an exception." Jiufeng glanced at him. "It sounds very touching." Li Wui fell silent, as he recalled some things from his youth. Although he was gentle and refined now, he was also murderous when he was young. Fortunately, Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, Qi Gui, and the others flew over. The famous Li Wui and Nine Phoenix had come here together. As the host, since Tang Sheng had seen them, he naturally couldn't pretend not to know. No matter what, he had to come and pay a visit. Even someone as arrogant as Qi Gui had to be respectful in front of Li Wui and Jiufeng. The two of them didn't put on any airs and chatted casually with Tang Sheng and the others, making them feel flattered. Not long after, Yang Kai walked over, covered in blood. Lan He and Ling Yin-chin immediately went up to greet him. Lan He asked nervously, "Are your injuries serious? Are they serious?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm fine. I won't die." Ling Yin-chin asked, "Why are you so reckless?" Yang Kai said, "With a knife on my neck, I could only fight back." Lan He's expression was gloomy. "Brother Yang, before Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Lan, you don't have to worry about it. I understand your situation, and you couldn't help in the previous battle." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on her, but in a battle of that level, a first-order Emperor realm master really couldn't help. "Let's go back to my place and rest first. You need to wash off the blood on your body. Otherwise, you won't be able to see anyone." Ling Yin-chin tried to smooth things over. At that moment, Tang Sheng also invited Li Wui and Jiufeng to Heavenly Wolf Valley as guests. After all, they were at his doorstep, so it would be rude not to invite them. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at Li Wui and said, "I was going to Spirit Beast Island to discuss some cultivation matters with Big Brother Li in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately we met here. If Big Brother Li isn't in a hurry, why don't we go together?" He really needed to rest, but he didn't want to miss a meeting with Li Wui, so he took the initiative to ask. Lan He and Tang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. Since Yang Kai could say such a thing, it meant that he really didn't care much about Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude towards him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to return to Heavenly Wolf Valley to rest. Li Wui pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li came here mainly for him." Saying so, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards the flashy old man. This old man had been standing there motionless, but his pair of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a flower growing on his body. At this moment, hearing Li Wui say this, the old man chuckled and said, "Li Wui, if you want this old master to go back to Spirit Beast Island with you, you'll have to ask my young master first." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "Is there something wrong with your head?" At this time, he was still calling him young master. What was he trying to do? The old man's expression turned solemn. "Young master, This old master's mind is very clear. How could there be something wrong with my head? Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. You want to recognize me as your young master? Fine, go chase after Tsang, Mo now, and bring his head back to me. The old man's expression twitched, and he smiled apologetically. Young master, please don't make things difficult for this old master. This matter is really— Yang Kai spread his hands at Li Wu Yi and said, I don't know what's wrong with this old man. Big brother Li, you can do whatever you want. As soon as this was said, the flashy old man suddenly showed a pained expression. Young master, how can you be so heartless? Yang Kai said angrily, You and I don't know each other. Can you please figure out the situation? Li Wu Yi smiled slightly. If we really want to talk about it, Yang Kai, you should know him, and he might not call you young master for no reason. Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean? If it was only the flashy old man who said this, it would be fine. But if Li Wu Yi also said this, then it was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai was a little confused. Li Wu Yi waved his hand and said, What do you mean? You can ask him yourself, but before this matter is confirmed, don't even think about escaping. You also know that since you have been targeted by me, I can find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The tone of these words was arrogant. Since the flashy old man could beat up Tsang Mo, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. At the very least, he was at Tsang Mo's level, and he was a saint spirit venerable. However, when Li Wu Yi said this, he could not refute, because he knew that if he was targeted by Li Wu Yi, he really could not escape. Shaking his head, he said, Since I have met the young master, this old master naturally has to follow by his side and serve him faithfully. How can I run away? Li Wu Yi, don't judge a gentleman with the heart of a villain. That would be for the best. Li Wu Yi gently nodded. In that case, I will have to trouble Valley Master Tang. Tang Sheng was overjoyed. Not at all, not at all. It is an honor for Master to visit Heavenly Wolf Valley. Please come in. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng walked in front without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the flashy old man. The old man immediately smiled and said, Young master, please. Yang Kai nodded and strode forward with his head held high. When he passed by Qi Gui, he suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. I want half of the things in the sect vaults of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. I will go to your Ahan temple to collect them later. Don't forget to inform your temple master. Qi Gui stared at him. Although these words were inexplicable, he instantly understood what Yang Kai meant. The two great sects were already ruined, and their elders were all gone. Even if there were still people from the Emperor realm left in the sect, there were definitely not many of them. In such a situation, the two great sects were doomed to decline. In the face of such a huge profit, it was impossible for Ahan Temple not to take action. In other words, the wealth accumulated over the years by Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land would eventually fall into the pockets of Ahan Temple. At this moment, Qi Gui was already considering rushing back to Ahan Temple to report what happened here to the sect elders, and then have Ahan Temple dispatch masters to take action. Yang Kai's sudden words made it clear that he wanted to take half of the benefits of these two great sects. These two great sects had each stood tall for tens of thousands of years. So, how much wealth had each sect accumulated? Half of both sides' wealth was almost all of a sect's wealth. Qi Gui couldn't imagine how huge this number was. So, as soon as he reacted, he instinctively gritted his teeth and said, Why should I? Even if Ahan Temple took action, why should they share the things they obtained with others, let alone half of it? Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the messy battlefield. Those people were killed by me. If I hadn't fought today, your Ahan Temple wouldn't have been able to reap the benefits. It's not too much to ask for some benefits, right? Qi Gui was speechless for a while. To be honest, this request was too much, but today he had seen Yang Kai's strength. 2 great sects had been crippled by him, so Ahan Temple was probably nothing in his eyes. If Ahan Temple really became enemies with this person, the consequences— Chi Gui shuddered just thinking about it. You just need to go back and tell your temple master whether he gives or not is up to him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chi Gui pondered for a moment before nodding. Good, I will definitely pass on your message. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of red light and left in a hurry. At this time was wealth, so he had to return to his sect before the news spread, and have the masters from his sect attack quickly. Only then could he take the wealth of the 2 great sects before the other great forces in the Eastern Territory could react. Lan He and Ling Yinchin watched this scene, and were a little speechless, thinking that this guy was still thinking about such things at a time like this. However, it was undeniable that such a huge amount of wealth was something that anyone would be tempted by. We're rich. Jiu Feng waited for Yang Kai to catch up before looking at him with a smile. It's just as-o. Yang Kai laughed, thinking that it wasn't easy for him either. With 100,000 disciples waiting to be fed, as the palace master, he had to find a way to get more cultivation resources. Chapter 33:21. Yang Kai washed up at Ling Yinchin's place dressed neatly and meditated the entire night. It was only at dawn the next day that Yang Kai walked out refreshed. Ling Yinchin, who had been waiting outside all night, was shocked by his powerful recovery ability. After the battle between Yang Kai and Sang Mo yesterday, there was almost no place on his body that was unscathed, but after just one night, there were no signs of injury on his body. Such a self-healing ability was truly unimaginable. Young master, the flashy old man, was also waiting outside, and when he saw Yang Kai appear, his eyes flashed with a strange light as he respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai glanced at him and chuckled. After a night of rest, he understood a lot of things. Although he still didn't know the identity of this old man or which divine spirit he was, Yang Kai was certain that this old man was willing to call him young master for only one purpose, and that was to seek his protection. Yesterday, he said that Li Wu Yi wanted to take him back to Spirit Beast Island, but he wanted Li Wu Yi to ask him if he agreed. This kind of thing, could he really control it? If Li Wu Yi really wanted to bring him back to Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai would definitely agree. This old man didn't look like a good person just from his appearance. If he really stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of outrageous things he would do to ruin his reputation. And with the strength he had shown before, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to restrain him. So, although this call of young master sounded interesting, Yang Kai would never accept such a hot potato. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to protect him. Even if he did, there was no need to. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully, but the old man didn't seem to notice and asked, "What orders does young master have?" "You flatter me." Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Lan He. "Where are the 2 seniors now?" Lan He replied, "Last night, the 2 seniors stayed in Heavenly Wolf Valley and are now in the guest hall. Take me there." Lan He nodded and immediately led Yang Kai to greet Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng. Ling Yinchin didn't follow. She didn't know Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng, and the difference in status between them was great, so there was no need for her to follow them. The 2 of them were not in the guest hall, but in a pavilion on the peak of a mountain. Lan He led Yang Kai around for a long time before they found Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng, who were leaning against the parapet and looking into the distance. Lan He stopped at a distance while Yang Kai flew forward. The flashy old man also followed closely behind, acting like a loyal and courageous bodyguard. Landing on the ground, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets the 2 seniors." Li Wu Yi raised his brow, while Jiu Feng smiled. "Why are you calling me big sister and big brother yesterday? And now you're calling me senior?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. Yesterday, the two seniors deliberately allowed this junior to climb up the social ladder and raise this junior's status so that this junior's strong enemy would retreat. Young Kai is very grateful, but since the strong enemy is gone today, this junior naturally can't do the same. After a pause, he continued, "Besides, Xiao Qi and I call each other brother and sister, calling you uncle and Andy. If I were to call you seniors as equals, wouldn't that mess up the seniority? What should I call Xiao Qi when I see her in the future?" "You know too much." Jiu Feng glared at him. Li Wui said, "It's just a title. It's a small matter. Don't worry about it. By the way, didn't you go to the territory of the lower world? When did you come back?" "I just came back not long ago." Li Wuyi's expression turned serious. "Did you find Ryukong?" As soon as the word Ryukong came out, the flamboyant old man, who had been standing quietly to the side, couldn't help but raise his brow and feel a sense of trepidation. Although he and Ryukong weren't from the same era, it didn't prevent him from knowing how terrifying Ryukong was. Yang Kai sighed. "I did, but I couldn't do anything to him. He was in a hurry to return to the territory of the lower world because he was afraid that Ryukong would go to the Hungluo star field and commit crimes. Now that he had refined the star territory's star source, Ryukong wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. This was because even he would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the lower world, unless he refined the star territory's star source first." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Ryukong's current situation is a bit special. Even if I really have the ability to deal with him, I don't know how to deal with him." Li Wuyi obviously understood what he was worried about and nodded. "It is indeed a bit difficult. 2 souls in 1 body. If it wasn't an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key was that this was the body of the great emperors of the secular world. If there really was a chance, he couldn't just kill both the great emperors of the secular world and Ryukong, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and decided that if he wanted to solve this matter, it would be up to the great emperors of the secular world themselves. Unless he could expel Ryukong's soul first, anyone in the world would have a headache dealing with them. And if he really wanted to trace this matter to the root, the culprit was still Yang Kai. Back when the shattered star sea opened, the great emperors of the secular world destroyed their own cultivation and entered it to search for the hiding place of Ryukong's soul. They had a chance to perish together. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai also broke in and disturbed the situation. After a series of coincidences, the outcome of perishing together did not occur. Instead, the souls of the 2 great emperors were entangled together, and it has continued to this day. Li Wuyi suddenly smiled. "Even if the sky falls, there will be a tall one to hold it up. Let's not talk about this matter. The matter of the great emperors should be left to the great emperors. It was useless for them to think too much about it." Yang Kai agreed and said, "I haven't asked the 2 of you yet. After I left that day, did anything happen on Dragon Island?" Jiu Feng said with a smile, "You want to ask about the situation of that dragon girl, right?" Yang Kai coughed softly. "Please enlighten me, Senior Jiu Feng." Jiu Feng's expression darkened. "What good ending can there be? The dragon race is proud and xenophobic. What that dragon girl did is the most intolerable thing for the dragon race. She has been banished to the dragon tomb and left to fend for herself. They are courting death." Yang Kai flew into a rage, and monstrous murderous intent roared out like a tsunami, causing Jiu Feng to stare blankly. The flashy old man also glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. It was really rare that he could release such murderous intent with such a cultivation base. And what the hell is that dragon girl? It seems to be this boy's reverse scale. Does this guy have an affair with a dragon girl? This is a bit interesting. No wonder he can transform into a half-dragon body of 300 feet. It seems that he obtained some kind of dragon bloodline inheritance from the dragon race. TSK, this opportunity is really good. Li Wui said with a headache. Don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense. Huh? Yang Kai was startled and looked at Jiu Feng again, only to see her looking at him with a teasing expression and a meaningful smile. I've been played. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Senior Jiu Feng, you are so naughty. Does the Beast Warrior Master know? Jiu Feng also rolled her eyes. It's none of his business. Yang Kai simply ignored her and turned to look at Li Wui. Senior Li, the dragon race didn't do anything to Zhu Qing, right? Li Wui said. What else? She was just punished to reflect on her mistakes on Dragon Island. After all, she is also an elder of the dragon race. That being said, Li Wui always felt that Zhu Qing was punished so lightly because the dragon race gave face to Yang Kai. Fu Xian was also an elder of the dragon race, but after the incident with the martial beast, she was still banished to the dragon tomb. But how could Yang Kai's face be greater than martial beasts? What kind of logic was this? At least they know what's good for them. Yang Kai snorted. Just reflecting on her mistakes in seclusion wasn't too much of a punishment. If Zhu Qing was really banished to the dragon tomb, she might cause havoc on Dragon Island again. Suddenly, he asked, what about the third elder? The third elder of the dragon race, Fu Xian, was Mo Shaoqi's mother, Martial Beast's wife. Speaking of which, they were also enemies. Martial Beast controlled all the beasts in the star boundary, and no one dared to disobey his orders. Strictly speaking, the dragon race was also a kind of monster beast, but of a higher grade. Since Martial Beast controlled all the beasts in the world, he naturally wouldn't have any ideas about the dragon race. If he wanted to subdue a dragon race, both of them were in the Eastern Territory, so naturally he could get close to them. After much planning and waiting, the Martial Beast Great Emperor had indeed subdued a dragon. However, it wasn't a simple subjugation. He had subdued it in a different way. The two of them had even given birth to a daughter. Every time he thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but admire Martial Beast. Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the lower the possibility of giving birth to a child. And when a human and a dragon race couple, the possibility of giving birth to a child was even lower. It was almost impossible for the two to become a couple. Even so, Mo Shaoqi was still able to be born. It had to be said that this was definitely an anomaly. It was just that when Yang Kai was with Mo Shaoqi before, he didn't notice that she had the bloodline of the dragon race. He didn't know whether it was because she didn't have it, or because Martial Beast had used a great divine technique to seal it. Mistress Li Wui thought of Fu Xian and recalled the scene of that day. Smiling slightly, she was accompanying that Zhu Qing after Yang Kai left that day. The dragons of Dragon Island were also physically and mentally exhausted. After all, they had just experienced an earth-shattering battle and had one of their dragons killed by Wukong. It could be said that they had suffered a huge loss. The dragon race had very few members to begin with. Often, there would be no new members born for hundreds or thousands of years. The death of any one of them was a huge loss. Martial Beast wanted to take this opportunity to leave Dragon Island with Fu Xian and return to Spirit Beast Island. As long as they could return to Spirit Beast Island, the dragon race wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, the second elder, Fu Si, was determined not to comply. Yang Kai had also experienced that woman's temper. She was smelly and stubborn, as if she hadn't been happy for dozens of lifetimes. With her obstructing him from the side, the Martial Beast Great Emperor was naturally enraged, and the two sides were about to fight again. In the end, Fu Xian took the initiative to ask to stay. However, as a compromise, Fu Si no longer mentioned banishing Fu Xian to the dragon tomb. Now, the two elders of the dragon race had committed the same mistake and were reflecting on their mistakes on Dragon Island. Chapter 33:22. At this point, Martial Beast had no other choice. If Fu Xian wanted to, he could still take her away by force, but Fu Xian herself didn't want the relationship between Martial Beast and Dragon Island to be too strained. What else could he do? In the end, he could only retreat. Before leaving, Mo Huang once said that if Fu Xian suffered any grievances, he would definitely wash Dragon Island with blood. After Li Wui finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and said, "You want to go to Dragon Island again?" Yang Kai said, "Of course, I came to the Eastern Territory this time to ask Senior for some advice on the law of space, and also to go to Dragon Island to pick up Zhu Qing." As soon as this statement came out, Li Wui and Jiu Feng looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Is there a problem?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them. Jiu Feng chuckled and said, "No problem. No problem. I wish you success first." Although she said that, she was not optimistic about Yang Kai's trip. Even her master couldn't bring Mistress out. So how could Yang Kai do it? Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "But before that, I have one more thing to ask the two of you." Li Wui said, "There's no harm in saying it. Although what we said yesterday was intended to elevate your status, there is one thing we didn't lie about. Now, you can be considered half a person of Spirit Beast Island, whether you admit it or not. You are deeply involved with Spirit Beast Island. Do you understand? If something happened to Spirit Beast Island, Lu Yen would definitely sit back and watch. Lu Yen couldn't ignore it, so, naturally, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it. In other words, if something happened to Yang Kai, Spirit Beast Island would definitely not ignore it. Therefore, the two sides already had some inseparable ties. Yang Kai nodded and smiled slightly. "I understand. It's because I understand that I didn't stand on ceremony with the two seniors." "That's good." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "What the hell is this old guy?" The flamboyant old man's face twitched. "Young master, I'm not a ghost." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. "The two seniors said that you came for him and wanted to take him back to Spirit Beast Island. I can see that he is a divine spirit, but why did he call me young master and seek protection from me? Senior Li also said that I should know him." He had some speculations that it was related to Zhang Ruoxi, but when he thought about it carefully, it was unlikely. Even if the divine spirits knew about his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, they would only fear him and would not flatter Ayu, because flattery was meaningless to them. "Where?" "From." Nine Phoenix's red lips parted slightly, and four words came out of her rosy mouth: "The Four Seasons Realm." The Four Seasons Realm? Yang Kai was shocked, then suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and stared at the flamboyant old man. "You are?" The old man bowed and said, "Chongqi greets young master." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and almost jumped up in shock. "Chongqi, this old man is actually Chongqi?" Speaking of the Four Seasons Realm, Yang Kai had already guessed the identity of this old man. After all, there was indeed a Chongqi in the Four Seasons Realm, but hearing him admit it himself still shocked him. It's really Chongqi, the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Yang Kai looked at him from head to toe. How did he turn into a human? He didn't look domineering at all. Instead, he looked fierce and fierce, almost engraved with the word evil on his forehead. Since ancient times, there had been countless great emperors, but the only one who could make a sacred spirit be a mount was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Although the current Martial Beast Great Emperor was said to be able to control all beasts, and there was even the 9 Phoenixes on the Spirit Beast Island, their relationship was more like family than a master and a mount. Although sacred spirits weren't as powerful as the great emperors, they still had their own dignity. Who would be willing to be a mount for others? Chongqi could be said to be the only one. Yang Kai didn't know how the Flowing Time Great Emperor tamed him. Even after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, He had been sleeping in the Flowing Time Temple, guarding the Flowing Time Temple for countless years. It wasn't until the recent opening of the Four Seasons realm that he came out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to leave. With his ability, if he really wanted to leave the Flowing Time Temple, he could leave at any time, but for some reason he had been guarding there. When Yang Kai wandered the Flowing Time Temple with his insignificant cultivation, he felt Qiongqi's aura on the steps of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Even Zhang Ruoxi, who was with him, was taken away by Qiongqi's great divine technique. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi had met with misfortune, but he didn't expect that Zhang Ruoxi would be sent back not long after. Not only was she unscathed, but she also told him that she had met a monster beast called Qiongqi. Qiongqi's attitude towards her was very good, like a kind grandpa next door, and he even gave her a defensive emperor artifact, the rainbow feather raiment, which she wore to this day. At that time, Yang Kai wondered if Qiongqi was mentally ill. Not only did he take a girl away for no reason, he even gave her a precious artifact. Now, it seemed that Qiongqi wasn't mentally ill, but had foresight. He must have felt the hidden bloodline power in Zhang Ruoxi's body at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fond of her. He couldn't afford to offend a descendant of Tianxing. Later, when the Four Seasons realm closed, Yang Kai learned from Gao Shueting that Qiongqi had escaped. When he appeared that day, he gave them a fright. Fortunately, Qiongqi didn't do anything to them and left. Now, several decades had passed without any news, and it was only today that they met again. Yang Kai stroked his chin and circled Qiongqi a few times with great interest, clicking his tongue in wonder. After a while, he came to a stop and asked, "Are you really Qiongqi?" Qiongqi lowered his head and replied, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "There are good and evil divine spirits, and Qiongqi seems to be the evil of the evil, so there's no benefit in pretending to be you. Well, it seems that you really are Qiongqi. No wonder that old dog Tsang, Emo, called you an evil spirit." Qiongqi coughed lightly and said, "Hearsay is not to be trusted. This old master has long since abandoned evil and turned over a new leaf." "Is that so?" Yang Kai's tone dragged out, making it clear that he didn't believe him. Qiongqi sighed. "My bad reputation has misled me." He looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he could die right now to prove his innocence. Yang Kai turned to look at Li Wu Yi and said, "Senior, please use the divine technique to subdue this evil spirit, lest it cause chaos in the world." Qiongqi glared at him, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "Young master." "Stop." Yang Kai raised his hand. "You call me young master because I obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle, right?" Then he suddenly thought of something. "You were able to find me. Is it because I used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle? Can you feel the aura of the Flowing Time Great Emperor?" "Yes." Qiongqi nodded. "The reason why this old man stayed in the temple was to wait for the destined person to inherit the master's mantle. After countless flowing time, great emperors came. One finally appeared, and young master is the successor of the master." "Ooh." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's true that I obtained the grace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but it's a bit of an exaggeration to talk about inheritance. What's more, the Flowing Time Great Emperor is different from the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. We are not one and the same. You are the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and I admire you for your loyalty to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, I have also heard of Qiongqi's great name. I am not qualified to be your young master, so don't call me that. If it were any other sacred spirit, it would be fine, but the problem was that Qiongqi was too notorious, and Yang Kai didn't want to get involved." After a pause, he said, "Actually, Old Qiong, you actually called me Old Qiong?" Qiongqi couldn't help but stare. Spirit Beast Island is not bad. The land and water there are good, and the land is full of outstanding people. Seeing that you are already so old, there is no need for you to run around. Isn't it good for you to retire at Spirit Beast Island? I believe that Beast Warrior Master, Senior Lee, and Senior 9 Phoenix won't make things difficult for you, as long as you behave yourself there. Li Wui said, "That's right. Although you haven't done anything bad since your last appearance, my master is worried that you will return to your old ways. So he asked me and Feng to bring you back to Spirit Beast Island. However, you can rest assured that you will not encounter any harsh treatment on Spirit Beast Island. As long as you stay on Spirit Beast Island, you can do whatever you want. You also called me old Qiong? Believe it or not, I will eat you in one bite." Qiongqi said angrily, "You want to put this old man under house arrest? Just because of some worries?" Li Wui frowned and said, "Please forgive us." 9 Phoenix said, "We have been chasing you all the way until now. Have the two of us ever made things difficult for you? We have said all the good and bad things, but you still ran away. What's wrong with Spirit Beast Island? We don't want to put you under house arrest. If you want to come out in the future, you may have a chance." Qiongqi shook his head and said, "This old man only recognizes one person in his life, the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is dead, and he has a successor. This old man is also willing to follow the successor. If that successor is unwilling, this old man will go and live freely. Spirit Beast Island, it's fine if I don't go." "Do you really have to be so determined?" Li Wui frowned. If possible, he also didn't want to fight with Qiongqi. Although this guy was not young, he was ranked very high among the Holy Spirits and was very difficult to deal with. Even if he and 9 Phoenix joined forces, the chance of defeating him was less than 50%. Qiongqi said, "Please don't make things difficult for this old man anymore." Li Wui let out a long sigh. Qiongqi's eyes were resolute, and the atmosphere in the air seemed to become a little dangerous at this moment. "Are you really willing to follow this kid? Recognize this kid as your master?" 9 Phoenix looked at Qiongqi with a strange expression. Qiongqi said, "This old man doesn't want to be enemies with Spirit Beast Island. There is no other way. If he didn't follow Yang Kai, he was bound to go against Spirit Beast Island unless he had the ability to get rid of Li Wui's tracking. However, Li Wui had planted a secret space seal on him. As long as Li Wui thought about it, he could sense his position. How could he get rid of it? So after thinking about it, only Yang Kai could help him. Moreover, it was a great coincidence to be able to meet Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory this time. Qiongqi even had a feeling that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was protecting him from the Great Emperors. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental to feel the aura of the Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was in a desperate situation? Chapter 33:23. Little Yang, this old guy seems to really want to follow you. What do you think? Jiu Feng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and winked. "It's a blessing to have a Holy Spirit recognize you as its master. If it were someone else who encountered such a thing, they would not care whether Qiongqi's reputation was good or bad. They would be overjoyed and agree immediately." Yang Kai snorted and said disdainfully, "It's not like I don't have one. What do you have?" Qiongqi glared at him. Jiu Feng suddenly thought of Lu Yan and thought that it made sense. This was a rare opportunity for others, but Yang Kai already had Lu Yan. The Phoenix clan's ranking was higher than Qiongqi's. Perhaps Lu Yan's current strength was not as good as Qiongqi's, but his future growth was definitely much greater than Qiongqi's. For him, Qiongqi's recognition of him as its master might not be that attractive. What's more, anyone could tell that Qiongqi just wanted to take advantage of the situation at this moment. It was impossible to determine whether this intention was real or not. If he protected Qiongqi now, and Qiongqi turned against him in the future, Wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Jiu Feng turned to look at Qiongqi and said, "You heard it. You'd better go back to Spirit Beast Island with us obediently." Qiongqi said with a solemn expression, "This old man doesn't want to start a war with you." Jiu Feng said lightly, "You sound like I want to." Although Li Wui didn't speak, his firm eyes showed that once he really attacked, he would definitely not show mercy. Qiongqi suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, and his divine sense surged. Yang Kai, who was looking at the scenery and staying out of the matter, suddenly changed his expression. He turned to look at Qiongqi, and his divine sense also fluctuated. The two of them were actually communicating with their divine senses right in front of Li Wui and Jiu Feng. Li Wui and Jiu Feng looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although they didn't know what they were talking about, they guessed that Qiongqi must be discussing with Yang Kai about recognizing him as his master, and he must have offered some conditions that tempted Yang Kai, because from the corners of their eyes, they could clearly see that Yang Kai's expression was constantly changing. Sometimes surprised, sometimes shocked, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes scratching his head. In the end, Yang Kai calmed down and fell silent. Qiongqi stared at him without blinking. After a while, Yang Kai? Qiongqi grinned. "Thank you, young master." "No need to thank me." Yang Kai did not object to the title this time. Instead, he turned to Li Wui and said, "Senior, if I vouch for you, can you take this old man with you? He won't have to go to Spirit Beast Island. Senior and Beast Warrior Master can rest assured that I will strictly watch over him and will never let him do anything outrageous." Li Wui frowned and said, "Are you really going to vouch for him?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "He said something that interested me very much. I can't refuse." Li Wui had guessed this would be the case, but he couldn't figure out what Qiongqi had said to Yang Kai just now that had caused such a big change in Yang Kai's attitude. Just a moment ago, Qiongqi had a look of disdain on his face, but now he was actually taking the initiative to vouch for him. Jiu Feng said solemnly, "Qiongqi is not as good as Lu Yan. Can you restrain him?" Lu Yan had been by Yang Kai's side since she was a nobody. It could even be said that Yang Kai single-handedly created Lu Yan, allowing her to grow up and become enlightened. Lu Yan was absolutely loyal to Yang Kai, but Qiongqi was different. He was fierce and powerful. She was afraid that Yang Kai would not be able to deter Qiongqi and cause her to suffer in the end. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Since I said so, I naturally have a way to restrain him." He turned to look at Qiongqi and said, "I won't hide it from you. The little girl you saw back then has awakened her bloodline and is already inheriting the power of her ancestors. So, if you have any other thoughts, it's best to dispel them first, lest you accidentally get killed." Qiongqi was shocked. "It's already awakened." Although Yang Kai didn't say who it was, how could he not know who the little girl was? It was precisely because he sensed Tianxing's aura that he tried to please Zhang Ruoxi. He didn't expect her to awaken so quickly. According to his observation at the time, it would take at least a few hundred years for her to awaken. Such a fast speed could only mean that something had happened in between. He cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Young master, rest assured. Since you are that person's successor, this old master will follow you closely and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai looked at Li Wui and Jiu Feng and smiled. "Seniors, what do you think?" After a pause, he continued, "Of course, if you insist on taking him back to Spirit Beast Island, then so be it." Li Wui and Jiu Feng looked at each other, both thinking about the same thing. The little girl that Yang Kai mentioned. What's going on? Why did Qiongqi seem to be a little scared when he heard about the little girl? Who else in this world could make him feel scared except for the great emperors? And he mentioned the bloodline awakening. Faintly, both of them seemed to have thought of something. Li Wuyi's eyes flashed, while Jiu Feng's delicate body trembled. She wanted to ask Yang Kai about the specific situation of the little girl, but she was afraid to say it. After a long while, Li Wu Yi said, "Previously, I said that you are half a member of Spirit Beast Island. Now that you have stepped forward to guarantee that he can stay, he can be considered to be under the supervision of Spirit Beast Island. This does not conflict with the purpose of our trip. However, we still have to ask the master about this matter." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course. In that case, let's go to Spirit Beast Island first." Originally, he didn't have to go to Spirit Beast Island with Li Wu Yi here, but since he wanted to ask the martial beast, he had to make an extra trip. Li Wu Yi smiled slightly and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." While speaking, he took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Then he flicked his finger and shouted, "Go." The small jade slip shot out into the void and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he asked with great interest, "Senior can send a message back to Spirit Beast Island with this move?" Just now, Li Wu Yi had obviously used the power of space to send the jade slip with the message back to Spirit Beast Island. But how far was this place from Spirit Beast Island? Even with the space divine technique, how could it be sent back? Moreover, how could it be located? For a moment, Yang Kai was itching to ask Li Wu Yi for advice. Li Wu Yi smiled and said, "It's just a subtle use of the space law. I'll explain it to you in detail later. With your current attainments, it won't be difficult to learn." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Thank you, Senior." Li Wu Yi raised his hand and said, "In the world, there may be many people who cultivate the space law, but there are not many who are as proficient in it as you and I. It will be beneficial for me to discuss it with you. Senior is too modest. This junior should learn from you." Yang Kai said solemnly. Jiu Feng curled her lips and said, "Is it fun to brag?" Qiongqi said proudly from the side, "Although the space law is exquisite, it is slightly inferior to the time law." Yang Kai immediately glanced at him and asked, "You know the time law?" Qiongqi's face twitched, and he said embarrassedly, "I don't." He was just the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Although he had followed the Flowing Time Great Emperor for a long time and had seen the majesty of the time law displayed by the great emperors, he had no attainments in this field. Yang Kai said, "The power of the time law depends on the person. Each has its own merits, so there is no difference in strength." Li Wu Yi's eyes lit up. "That's right. The most powerful time law also depends on the person." Just as he was speaking, Li Wu Yi's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand, and a jade slip flew into his hand. Obviously, there was a reply from the Spirit Beast Island. So fast, it only took a dozen breaths of time. Yang Kai guessed that Li Wu Yi's jade slip must have been directly transmitted to Martial Beast, which was why there was a reply so quickly. Qiongqi's expression immediately tensed up as he stared at Li Wu Yi without blinking. He secretly made up his mind that as long as Li Wu Yi showed the slightest change in expression, he would immediately run away. He didn't want to be under house arrest on Spirit Beast Island no matter what. But no matter how he looked, Li Wu Yi's expression was as indifferent as before, without the slightest abnormality. This made Qiongqi's heart flutter. He didn't know what Martial Beast's attitude was. After a while, Li Wu Yi finished his inspection. He glanced at Qiongqi and then at Yang Kai and said, "The master said, 'You are in charge of this matter.'" As soon as this was said, Qiongqi breathed a sigh of relief and nervously looked at Yang Kai. Since the decision was in Yang Kai's hands, it would depend on whether his proposal was effective. It should be effective, Qiongqi secretly prayed. "I am in charge." Yang Kai stroked his chin and chuckled. "The great emperors are really giving me face." Li Wu Yi smiled and said, "The master said that since you have some relationship with old Qiong, you are the most suitable person to watch over him. If he really goes back on his words, it won't be too late for Spirit Beast Island to step in and deal with him. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Since the great emperors are so kind, this junior will accept it. He turned to Cheongchi and said, Old Cheong, you will follow me in the future. You have also heard the great emperor's words. In the future, you need to do more good deeds and eliminate evil as soon as possible. If you dare to break the law, not only will the great emperors not let you off, even this young master won't let you off. Yes, Cheongchi respectfully replied. Suddenly, he said with a bitter face, Young master, the name Old Cheong, can we change it? How? Old Cheong? Cheongchi said, although it is not far from it. Back then, the old master called this old man Little Seven. Young master, you see the word chi and the word chi are homophonic, so if young master doesn't mind, you can call this old man Little Seven. Why do you have such expressions? On the opposite side, whether it was Yang Kai, Li Wu-yi, or Jiu Feng, they all looked at him strangely. Yang Kai's face twitched, and he waved his hand with a look of disdain. Old Cheong is a good name. There is no need to change it. Of all things to call him Little Seven, Mo, Huang's daughter, the little princess of Spirit Beast Island, was also called Little Seven. She was an innocent little girl, but you were an old man with a fierce face. How could Yang Kai call her that? Li Wu-yi and Jiu Feng obviously had the same thought. Chapter 33:24. Sigh. Old Cheong it is. Cheongchi also accepted his fate. Yang Kai nodded and said, You can leave first. I have something to discuss with Senior Li. Yes. Cheongchi responded respectfully. He turned his head and flew far away, landing on a treetop. He stepped on the tip of the tree and put his hands behind his back, looking like he was riding the wind. If it weren't for the red robe that ruined his image, he would have the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. Inside the pavilion, Yang Kai said, Regarding Cheongchi, I ask the two of you and the great emperor to rest assured, I will strictly discipline him. Jiu Feng said, You need to remember that going too far is as bad as falling short. After all, he is an ancient divine spirit who has lived for longer than the flowing time great emperor. Although he wants to recognize you as his master, you can't see the slightest reluctance. However, if you push him too far, it won't be good. You have to know how far you should go. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Although having such an evil spirit by his side was more or less a threat, Yang Kai was not a persimmon that could be easily pinched, nor was he a greenhorn. He would observe Cheongchi's nature carefully in the future. With Cheongchi's matter settled, Yang Kai immediately couldn't wait to ask Li Wu-yi about the law of space. Since he cultivated the power of space, this was the first time he discussed this with someone. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little excited. Senior Li, how did you send the jade slip back to Spirit Beast Island just now? Can you demonstrate it for me again? Li Wu-yi smiled slightly. It's not difficult. While speaking, he raised his finger, and the law of space at his fingertip danced, drawing on the stone table in front of him. Yang Kai used his eyes to observe and found that he was drawing an extremely complicated array diagram. As he drew, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he found that this array diagram was somewhat similar to the array diagram of the territory crossing space array he had arranged, but there were also some differences. A moment later, Li Wu-yi withdrew his hand. The stone table in front of him did not change at all, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of space principles on the stone table. The invisible array diagram was branded on the stone table by the space principles. Li Wu-yi tossed a blank jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, Pour something into it. Yang Kai nodded, pinched the jade slip, and with a thought inscribed his soul brand on it. Give it to me. Nine Phoenix extended her hand. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, Yang Kai still cooperated and handed over the jade slip. Nine Phoenix received the jade slip before her delicate figure flashed out explosively, and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in the direction Nine Phoenix left. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, the stone table in front of him suddenly flashed with white light. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw that a jade slip had appeared there out of nowhere. Yang Kai raised his brow. "This is—" Li Wui smiled and said, "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Yang Kai reached out and picked up the jade slip. After a brief examination, he found that this jade slip was the one he had just inscribed his soul brand on, which was also the one Nine Phoenix had taken away. Now, it had appeared in front of him out of thin air. Li Wui pointed at the stone table and said, "I can use the space principles to inscribe a space beacon. As long as the location of the space beacon is inscribed, this Li or something in my hands can instantly teleport there." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "This is exactly the same as a space array." Li Wui nodded. "Exactly." Normally, you use a space array to teleport people away, but I use it to teleport objects, so it's less difficult, but the principle is still the same. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "This stone table is just an ordinary stone, but you can inscribe a space brand on it." Li Wui said, "Yes, but it can only be maintained for a very short time. If you want to leave it there for a long time, you'll need some special materials." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Space spirit crystals or space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled. "Exactly. I understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. If this method is used to transmit messages, it will be much more effective than a communication artifact. A communication artifact had a range limit. If the distance was too far, it would not be able to transmit a message, but this method was different. No matter how far the distance was, it could be transmitted in an instant. Martial Beast must have a space beacon left by Li Wui in advance, so the jade slip just now could be sent back immediately. Correspondingly, Martial Beast's reply could also be sent back immediately. Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement, and he immediately began to inscribe a space beacon on the stone table in front of him. Li Wui watched from the side, correcting him from time to time, allowing him to master this method in a very short time. Not long after, a new space beacon was formed. Yang Kai stood up and laughed. "I'll be right back." He flew out in a flash, just in time to run into Jiu Feng, who was returning. As they brushed past each other, Jiu Feng glanced at him suspiciously, then turned to Li Wui and asked, "Did he learn it?" Li Wui nodded. "His attainments in the space principles are not much worse than mine. All he lacks is the accumulation of time, so it's only natural for him to learn these little tricks." Jiu Feng asked, "You seem very happy. What's there to be happy about being secretly learned?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "There's one more Lu Yan in this world. Are you happy?" Jiu Feng's expression changed, and she nodded. "I see." Just as they were talking, a light flashed on the stone table in front of them, and a high-rank source crystal appeared out of thin air. Li Wui reached out and picked it up, weighing it a few times, and said, "You can draw inferences from one." Before he finished speaking, another object appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a large stone weighing 100 kilograms. He didn't know where Yang Kai found it, but he directly threw it over through the space beacon. This was not the end of it. The stone table flashed again, and a 30-meter-tall giant wolf suddenly appeared in front of Li Wui. It was the kind of monster beast that could be found everywhere in Heavenly Wolf Valley. This monster beast's level was not low, at least at the Tao Source realm. As soon as it appeared, it looked extremely frightened, and with a howl, it opened its mouth and spat out a visible wind blade at Li Wui. Li Wui flicked his finger, shattering the wind blade, and laughed. "It's none of my business. You've got the wrong person." He waved his hand again, and a soft wind blew out, carrying the giant wolf 1,000 meters away and putting it down. The giant wolf was scared out of its wits by the sudden change, and as soon as it was free, it immediately fled with its tail between its legs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he had already returned to the pavilion. He said thoughtfully, "This technique has some restrictions on the size and weight of the object it teleports. If it exceeds these limits, it seems to be useless." Li Wui said, "Of course, if there were no restrictions, wouldn't you be able to move a mountain if you wanted to? But it's enough to send a message." Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded, but it's already very impressive that it can teleport living things. By the way, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem to teleport people, right? Li Wui said, "Of course it's not a problem." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "If I leave space beacons all over the star boundary, won't I be able to go wherever I want in the future? This was much more convenient than shattering space and arranging space arrays. But then again, even though it was convenient, it couldn't teleport people on a large scale. In this regard, it was inferior to space arrays." Li Wui said, "Logically speaking, it should be possible. Then, I wonder if the same is true for engraving space beacons on space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "You can try." Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately took out a palm-sized piece of space spirit jade and began carving it. Although the space spirit jade was a bit small, Yang Kai had already experienced it before, so he was able to easily carve the space beacon array onto it. After engraving it, he carefully inspected it to make sure there were no problems. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Li Wui and said, "Senior, please leave your contact information. It'll be easier for us to communicate in the future." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Li Wui smiled. "I was wondering how long it would take you to consider this, but I didn't expect you to think of it so quickly." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "It was a stroke of inspiration." Li Wui stretched out his hand and handed over a round bead, one that was obviously carefully polished from space spirit jade and carefully strung together with a piece of heavenly silk, allowing it to be worn around Yang Kai's wrist. Although this method is convenient for communication, the space beacons cannot be isolated. If you place them in a space ring, they won't work. You can wear this thing on your wrist, so if I want to contact you in the future, I can do so at any time. Senior is so thoughtful. Yang Kai glanced at the bead necklace on Li Wui's wrist and guessed that he should have left such contact information with many people. Looking at Li Wui's space spirit jade bead and comparing it to his own, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, so he immediately said, "I'll also make a similar one for Senior. Otherwise, it won't be easy to carry around." Li Wui nodded. "All right." Yang Kai immediately began polishing it carefully, and after a short while, a new space spirit jade bead was produced. At this point, the two sides had exchanged contact beads. Li Wui continued seriously, "You and I are both proficient in the Tao of space, and each of us has the other's beacon, so it's convenient for us to transmit messages. We only need to think about it, and we can send out a jade slip. But if others want to do this, they will need to use a matching space spirit jade bead. Because they don't have the Tao of space, they won't be able to accurately locate our beacon. They can only rely on the matching space spirit jade bead to locate our beacon." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Li Wui hadn't said this, he had already thought about it. When Jiu Feng returned the jade slip, although she didn't use any space spirit jade beads, Li Wui had left his space force on the jade slip in advance. So Jiu Feng only needed to activate it slightly, and the jade slip would automatically return. Yang Kai then said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since this junior has learned how to use space beads from Senior, I would like Senior to appraise the space array I arranged." Li Wui asked with great interest, "You know how to arrange space arrays?" Yang Kai smiled slightly with an unfathomable look on his face. "Please wait and see. but this thing is a bit troublesome to arrange. It's not as exquisite as Senior's method, so I hope Senior won't be impatient. Chapter 33:25. Yang Kai was already familiar with the layout of a space array, so he didn't move from his original spot and simply set it up in an open space next to the pavilion on the summit. Li Wui stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly, his expression constantly changing. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he was puzzled, sometimes he was shocked, and sometimes he was enlightened. It seemed that he had gained a lot just by watching. Half a day later, the space array had taken shape. Yang Kai inspected it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he looked at Li Wui and said, "Please examine it, Senior." Li Wui gave him a meaningful look before striding into the space array. His space principles fluctuated as he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the space array. After a while, he said, "What kind of restrictions did you place on this space array? It seems that only a special method can activate this array." Yang Kai grinned. Senior is right. The space array arranged by me requires a space token specially refined by me in order to be activated. Otherwise, even if you occupy this array, it won't be of any use. Li Wui nodded. This restriction is quite exquisite and eliminates the drawbacks of being used by others. And it seems to be connected to a lot of places. But what? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Wuyi's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself, "But why does it feel so far away?" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and a divine light burst out from them as he exclaimed, "Is this a domain crossing space array? A territory crossing space array?" Jiufeng was also startled, her small mouth forming a sexy shape as she looked at Li Wuyi and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Wuyi slowly shook his head. "Although I don't know where this array connects to. Those places are very far away from each other. This is definitely not something that an ordinary space array can connect. It has long surpassed the limit. Yang Kai, is this really a territory crossing space array?" Yang Kai nodded. Senior's eyes are sharp. This is indeed a territory crossing space array. Nine Phoenix turned her head and looked at him incredulously. "You can actually set up a spatial array that crosses territory?" Yang Kai was speechless. Compared to Senior Li's spatial beacon method, it's a little bloated and not flexible enough. Jiufeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. In comparison, his methods are petty. Li Wui turned a deaf ear to this as he stood on the spell formation and carefully sensed it, clicking his tongue in wonder. He had seen space arrays that could cross territory, but there were only a few in the entire star boundary. They were all things that had been passed down from ancient times. Although some of them were still preserved, they could no longer be used. He had once carefully studied some of the flowing time Great Emperor, but he was unable to decipher its mysteries. It was during that study that the space beacon was discovered. He never thought that Yang Kai would be able to set up a territory crossing space array. "Where does this array connect to?" Li Wui asked curiously. "You can go to the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Territory's savage, desolate, ancient land." Li Wui was dumbfounded. "It seems you've been to a lot of places. Only when Yang Kai personally went to those places and left a territory crossing space array would they be able to connect to each other and teleport." How could Li Wui not understand this? Yang Kai was not very old, but he had actually wandered between several territory in the star boundary. He had even been to places like the savage, desolate, ancient land, and left behind a space array. This kind of experience and knowledge was far beyond his peers. After pondering for a moment, Li Wui asked, "I'm a little curious. Where did you get that array diagram? Did you comprehend it yourself?" The foundation of a space array was the array diagram. Without the array diagram, this array was nothing more than a dead object and had no use at all. Li Wui had also studied a lot of the flowing time great emperor in the past, but he still couldn't understand it. Now that he saw the complete array diagram in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally very curious. Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked, "I wonder if Senior knows yang inflammation?" Yang inflammation? Li Wui raised his brow. The yang inflammation in the Star Court? Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems Senior knows her." Jiu Feng asked curiously, "Why do you know her?" Yang Kai said, "She and I can be considered old friends." Old friends. Li Wui and Jiu Feng looked at each other, speechless. Yang inflammation was an existence on the same level as them. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was good, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was at most 100 years old. Yet, he said that he was old friends with Yang inflammation. If someone else said this, the two would definitely think that they were bragging, but the person who said this was Yang Kai, so it was not so abrupt. "You two also know that I came up from the lower star territory." Yang inflammation was also in that star territory, but her main body was injured and dormant, so she manifested a trapped clone. I met her clone at that time, and I obtained the space array diagram from her. As Yang Kai spoke, he couldn't help but recall the past and sighed. "She took care of me a lot back then. It turned out to be her." Li Wui was slightly stunned. Jiu Feng said, "I heard that this woman is a master of both arrays and artifacts. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it's her, it makes sense." Yang inflammation may not be proficient in the Tao of space, but her attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were extremely high. The South Gate Army was completely incomparable to her. Space arrays were also a kind of spirit array, so it was not surprising that Yang inflammation knew the diagram. It was just that she did not possess the Tao of space, so she could not arrange a space array. Li Wui nodded and said, "Speaking of this woman, I remember a rumor." "What is it?" Jiu Feng looked at him curiously. Li Wui said, "There was once such a person who had such profound attainments in the Tao of space that he was even qualified to become great emperors with the Tao of space. Even I am slightly inferior to him now. This person could be said to be a stunning talent, one that appeared throughout the ages. But later, he disappeared for no reason, and no one knows where he went. And this person is said to be acquainted with Yang inflammation, and they have a good relationship." After saying that, he shook his head and said, "But I don't know if the rumors are true or false." Li Wui himself was not sure, but Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. This was because when Yang inflammation handed the sealed world bead to him, she said that this sealed world bead belonged to a friend of hers. As for who her friend was, whether she was alive or dead, Yang inflammation did not mention anything. It was only because Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space that he could use the sealed world bead's function that it was given to him. Combined with what Li Wui said at this moment, Yang Kai felt that this rumor was very likely to be true. The sealed world bead was a world of its own, but it was not born naturally and must have been artificially refined. An existence that could refine such a thing would definitely have extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai knew that he could not compare with them now. Jiu Feng smiled and said, "Since it's just hearsay, then it can't be accurate." Li Wui laughed and said, "Well, but this array has given me a lot of inspiration. Let me comprehend it for a while." After saying that, he closed his eyes and stood there quietly. Yang Kai and Jiu Feng returned to the pavilion to chat and wait. After a full hour, Li Wui came back with a happy look on his face. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "When I return to Spirit Beast Island, you can go there and set up a spirit array on the island. It will be more convenient for everyone to come and go." Yang Kai laughed and said, "I can't ask for more." Li Wui had the ethereal spirit jade bead that Yang Kai had just refined. As long as there was a message, Yong Kai could immediately set off for Spirit Beast Island. It would not be difficult to set up another array. He said with a serious face, "There is one more thing I want to ask Senior." Li Wui said, "Go ahead." Yong Kai said, "When we were fighting with the two great sects, this area was sealed off, but when I carefully examined it, I didn't find any trace of a spirit array. I don't understand. Without a spirit array, how did Song Mo seal off this area?" Although he admitted that he cultivated the power of space, according to my observation, his attainments in the power of space are not very good. I'm afraid he is just a beginner. If that's the case, how did he have this ability? He had to figure out this problem. Otherwise, if he encountered a strong enemy in the future and was sealed, he would not even have a chance to escape. Seeing that Yong Kai was looking at him like he was thirsting for knowledge, Li Wu Yi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Jiu Feng, on the other hand, giggled beside him. Yong Kai asked curiously, "Why are you laughing, Senior? What's so funny about this question?" Jiu Feng laughed and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Li Wui. It was not Song Mo who sealed this world, but him." Yong Kai was surprised when he heard this. "You two had already arrived at that time?" Jiu Feng waved her hand and said, "That's not what I mean. I mean Li Wui sighed. Forget it. Let me say it." He coughed lightly and said, "It's like this, Yong Kai. You also know that there are not many people in this world who cultivate the power of space. It's rare to meet someone who shares the same path as me. To be frank, if I hadn't met you today, there is almost no one in the entire star boundary who can communicate with me on this path. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. If someone asks me for advice on the power of space, I will not be stingy and teach them everything I know." Yong Kai said solemnly. Junior admires Senior's benevolence. The embarrassment on Li Wui's face grew stronger. He stretched out his hand and scratched his chin. "A few months ago, Song Mo suddenly went to Spirit Beast Island, saying that he had some questions about the power of space. And I chatted with him for a while." He looked at Yong Kai with an embarrassed expression and said, "Let's not talk about other things for the time being. One of them was how to use the most effective method to seal this world." Yong Kai opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a while before he recovered. "So, Song Mo can seal this world because of Senior's teachings." Li Wui clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "I have known Song Mo for many years. Although we are not close friends, we are not bad. He has a little bit of attainment in the power of space. And I really didn't expect his purpose to be to deal with you." Chapter 33:26. If he had known about Song Mo's ulterior motives, how could Li Wui have imparted his experience to Yong Kai? Then again, he didn't know what kind of grievances there were between Yong Kai and Song Mo. The difference in status and strength between them was too great. One was a fake emperor, a member of the Star Court, while the other was a rising star, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Barring any accidents, these two wouldn't cross paths for hundreds of years. That was why Li Wui didn't hide anything when Song Mo went to ask for advice. Now that Yong Kai asked, Li Wui felt quite embarrassed. Although he didn't mean to, he still caused some trouble for Yong Kai. Fortunately, Yong Kai had a good foundation. Otherwise, any other second-order Emperor Realm Master would have fallen into Song Mo's hands. At that time, Song Mo could decide his life or death. So that's how it is. Yong Kai gently nodded and smiled. Senior doesn't need to blame himself. Some people have ulterior motives, but this has nothing to do with Senior. Li Wui sweated. This Li is more or less responsible. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Yong Kai changed the topic. Then, what was the method Senior taught me? With his attainments in the Tao of Space, he was actually able to seal this part of the world without anyone noticing. This little one is really curious about this. Li Wu-yi said, "Space is self-contained and complete. Even if it is damaged by force, it will repair itself under the influence of the world principles. I think you should understand this." Yang Kai nodded. Naturally, this junior has also torn space countless times. Li Wu-yi smiled slightly. "Then, when you tore space, did you notice that there are strong and weak space barriers?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "And there are some places where space is extremely strong, but there are other places where space is relatively weak. Tearing space in those strong places will take twice the effort for half the effort, but in the weak places, space can be easily torn apart." Li Wu-yi nodded. "Yes, space is divided into weak and strong places, and those weak places are the so-called space nodes." "Space nodes?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wu-yi waved his hand, and the Tao of space fluctuated, covering an area of 1,000 meters. "In your perception, how many space nodes are there in this space?" Yang Kai closed his eyes to investigate, but after a while he opened them and said, "3 to seniors left, 150 meters behind you, and 170 meters to your right. There are 3. If you want to teleport, then. If you want to leave this place, how?" "But what if?" As Li Wu spoke, the spatial laws changed again, brilliant and solid, as if tangible objects were flooding the 3 spatial nodes. Yang Kai's was the space was Li Wu's space. Li Wu looked at him with a smile and retracted his divine path. "Do you understand now?" Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head and asking, "What senior means is that as long as I seal these space nodes, I can invisibly cut off the world so that I can't teleport away?" "That's right," Li Wu-yi nodded. "If heaven and earth are a bottle, then these space nodes are the holes in the bottle. When you and I teleport, we have to pass through these holes to escape this bottle, but once these holes are blocked, you and I can only be trapped in the bottle." This was not the first time Yang Kai had heard of heaven and earth as a bottle, but Li Wu-yi's explanation was easy to understand. In fact, Yang Kai had been aware of this point for a long time and had been using it to his advantage, but after Li Wu-yi's reminder, he suddenly felt enlightened. Seniors' attainments in the space principles are naturally not a problem for you to block these space nodes, but how did Song Mo do it? With his attainments in the Tao of space, even if he could detect these space nodes, it would be impossible for him to block them without anyone noticing, right? Li Wu-yi explained. He must have used the power of some kind of artifact. At that time, I also gave him this suggestion. Now it seems that he must have found someone to refine something for him, but as for what that artifact was, I can't find it now. Your battle with him has already destroyed his seal. In fact, this method can indeed block heaven and earth, but if the battle is too intense, it can also break the seal. Yang Kai took a deep breath. "But if he has the ability to crush me, he can capture me calmly." Song Mo had calculated everything well, but the only thing he could not predict was Yang Kai's true strength. If it were any other second-order emperor, realm master, even if they were proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be able to escape in that situation. But Song Mo happened to encounter Yang Kai in his 300-meter-long dragon transformation and combined with his embodiment to fight him in an earth-shattering battle. But now that he understood the situation, it would not be so easy for others to target him in the future. At the very least, he could take precautions in advance. Even if the space nodes were really blocked again, he could find a way to break them before escaping. In the pavilion, the sun was setting and the moon was rising. Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi sat opposite each other, chatting with each other. Jiu Feng was accompanying them, looking a little bored. The two discussed and communicated for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying of Heavenly Wolf Valley naturally came to visit several times. After all, Li Wu-yi and Jiu Feng were guests, so as hosts they had to play host, who knew that they would not even be able to see them face to face. Before they even got close to the pavilion, They could feel the space trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the pavilion, Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi would sometimes smile, sometimes reach out, and sometimes gesture something. This Yang Kai really has a bright future ahead of him. With just a second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he can actually sit down and discuss the Tao with a master like Li Wu Yi. When he grows up in the future, how can he be underestimated? Heavenly Wolf Valley really missed a God-given opportunity. Tang Sheng sighed in his heart. After living for so many years, his vision was still not as good as his disciples. 3 days later, Yang Kai was in high spirits, and Li Wu Yi's eyes were also shining brightly. Although they had been sitting here and discussing the Tao of space, neither of them showed any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, they were in high spirits. Both of them had gained a lot. Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Senior, this junior has a presumptuous request." Li Wu Yi looked at him with a smile and said, "Do you want to fight with me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Is my meaning that obvious?" Li Wu Yi smiled slightly. "Your eyes are eager and full of fighting spirit. How can I not feel it?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "I have never fought with someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Today, I would like to ask for Senior's guidance." Li Wu Yi said, "What a coincidence. I also have the same idea." The two of them looked at each other, and then their figures suddenly flickered. The next moment, they left the pavilion and stood 1,000 feet away from each other, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Senior's cultivation is exceedingly high. This junior will not show any mercy. Please be careful, Senior." Li Wu Yi said, "Although I won't use my full strength, I won't hold back too much either. Don't lose too badly." Yang Kai grinned and shouted, "Senior, please take this." As he spoke, he clapped his hands together, and a huge moon blade took shape. Yang Kai grinned. This is the divine technique of space that this junior comprehended, the moon blade. "Please take a look at it, Senior." As he spoke, the pitch-black moon blade whistled towards Li Wu Yi. Li Wu Yi's expression was solemn, condensing the power of the void and condensing the moon blade. "Not bad, not bad." As he spoke, although his expression was serious, his demeanor was relaxed. He didn't even try to dodge the moon blade. It wasn't until the huge moon blade was about to hit him that he suddenly reached out and waved his hand. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the pitch-black moon blade suddenly disappeared. This space divine technique had been forcibly nullified by Li Wu Yi's space principles. This was the first time in history that a moon blade had been nullified like this. Senior's technique is amazing. Yang Kai praised, but his hands were not careless. With a flick of his fingers, a dense number of moon blades flew towards Li Wu Yi, seemingly intent on killing him on the spot. Li Wu Yi laughed in spite of himself. "The same trick won't work on me." A big hand slammed down from the sky, and the moon blades disappeared without a trace before they could reach him. Suddenly, Li Wu Yi's expression froze as he raised an eyebrow. "So, you were hiding a killer move." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing it as he shouted, "Exile!" A huge black hole immediately appeared where Li Wu Yi was standing. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The black hole flickered and disappeared, along with Li Wu Yi. Jiu Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Did you kill him?" Cheongqi, who was watching from afar, glanced sideways at her, his face twitching as he thought, "What's wrong with this woman? Are you happy that Li Wu Yi was killed? Aren't you guys in cahoots?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead, his expression became serious. Li Wu Yi's voice suddenly rang out, "Boy, eat my fist too." As soon as his voice fell, a fist appeared in front of Yang Kai out of nowhere. There was no warning at all, and it was only a fist without an arm or a body. It was extremely strange, but judging from the color and size of the fist, it was undoubtedly Li Wuyi's fist. Yang Kai tried his best to defend himself, but he couldn't guard against such a strange attack from Li Wuyi. Caught off guard, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only activate the space principles and shout, "Nothingness!" His figure became almost transparent in an instant as he banished himself into the void in an attempt to avoid this attack. "Ha!" Li Wuyi's soft voice sounded, seeming a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to avoid his fist in this critical moment. But that was it. A layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the fist, and it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared not far away, but his expression was as if he was facing a great enemy, and as soon as he appeared, he disappeared again and merged into the void. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and patted his chest with a wry smile, shaking his head and saying, "Senior's methods are amazing. This boy admits defeat." Chapter 33:27. TSK. You admit defeat just like that? Jiu Feng glanced over. It was rare for two people proficient in the Taoist space to fight, so she had thought that this battle would be earth-shattering, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would give up after just 2 or 3 moves? She was quite disappointed as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "Did he hit you?" Yang Kai gently nodded, but did not explain. Although Jiu Feng was strong, she could not see Li Wuyi's attack at all, because the punch had turned several times in the air and followed Yang Kai like a maggot. No matter how Yang Kai dodged, he could not avoid it. In the end, the punch gently landed on Yang Kai's body and retracted as he wished. In the competition of Space Divine technique, Yang Kai had undoubtedly lost. His methods were useless against Li Wuyi, but Li Wuyi was able to hit him. This point alone was enough to determine who was superior. Junior is very grateful to receive Senior's guidance today. Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. Junior will definitely continue to work hard and strive to defeat Senior one day. Li Wuyi laughed loudly. Good. I will wait for that day. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Now that this matter is over, Junior will take his leave. I will visit the two of you on Spirit Beast Island another day." Li Wuyi raised his hand and said, "There's no hurry. Don't go yet. There is one more thing I need your help with." Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. "What is it?" "Wait a moment," Li Wuyi said, and then his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai could not detect any of his aura at all with his divine sense, so he knew that Li Wuyi must have used the space beacon to teleport somewhere at this moment. Turning his head to look at Jiu Feng, Yang Kai asked. Jiu Feng said, "Don't look at me. I don't know what it is either." Yang Kai nodded. Since Jiu Feng said she did not know, she definitely did not know. It was useless to ask, so he simply waited patiently. Fortunately, in less than half a cup of tea's time, space force fluctuations suddenly rippled around Jiu Feng, followed by Li Wuyi's figure reappearing with another person. It was a young girl with a butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The young girl's appearance was peerlessly beautiful, and her temperament was innocent and unaffected. However, the huge butterfly mark that covered half of her face destroyed her overall beauty. She wore a fitting green dress that accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, the girl looked around blankly and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes. Little 7, Yang Kai was surprised. "Big brother Yang?" Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes lit up as her joy was beyond words. She rushed out from Li Wuyi's side and flew over to Yang Kai's side, but suddenly, as if realizing something, she hurriedly stopped and stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai. Blushing as she asked, "Is it really you, big brother Yang?" "Of course it's me." Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hands to stroke his hair back. as if he wanted Mo Shao-Chi to see him more clearly. "Why are you in the Eastern Territory?" Mo Shao-Chi was pleasantly surprised as she pursed her red lips and asked, "I came here to do something and happened to run into Senior Li and Senior Jiu Feng." Mo Shao-Chi looked him up and down and pouted. "You came to the Eastern Territory, but didn't go to Spirit Beast Island to see me. Big Brother Yang, have you forgotten about me long ago?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "No, I was planning to go to Spirit Beast Island, but I didn't know the way there. So I was delayed." "Is that so?" Mo Shao-Chi nodded and put her hands behind her back. She said in a happy and angry tone, "Well, remember to go to Spirit Beast Island immediately when you arrive in the Eastern Territory." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Not far away, Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng were watching silently and couldn't help but sigh. Jiu Feng sent a divine sense message. "The situation doesn't look good. Why did you bring this little girl here?" Li Wu Yi replied, "A few days ago, when I sent a message to the great emperors, I mentioned that Yang Kai was going to Dragon Island. The great emperors asked me to go back and bring Shao-Chi here. They said that they wanted Shao-Chi and Yang Kai to go to Dragon Island to meet Mistress." Jiu Feng understood after hearing this and sighed again. It's time to meet her. It's been more than 20 to 30 years. She hasn't seen her mother since she was born. Poor child. She kept asking me if she was picked up by the great emperors when she was young. Li Wu Yi said, "The last operation was too dangerous, so I didn't bring Shao-Chi with me. She caused a ruckus for a long time." These words reminded Jiu Feng of what happened more than 10 years ago, and she couldn't help but shudder. Nodding, she said, "That's good. It's not a bad thing to see her, but the great emperors don't have to worry about Dragon Island. Well, with Mistress there, Dragon Island won't do anything to Shao-Chi. What's more, Young Boy is also going, so Dragon Island will have to worry about him this time. How could they care about Shao-Chi? The great emperors are really scheming. They want Young Boy to take the lead, so Shao-Chi can confide in Mistress." While the two were quietly communicating with their divine senses, Yang Kai and Mo Shao-Chi were also whispering. After chatting for a while, Mo Shao-Chi pursed her lips and giggled while Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Li Wu Yi stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, since you're going to Dragon Island this time, take Shao-Chi with you. Someone wants to see her." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at Mo Shao-Chi and understood. Knowing that Fu Xian missed her daughter, he secretly sent a message to Li Wu Yi. "Does Shao-Chi know?" Li Wu Yi nodded lightly and replied, "She knows. The great emperors didn't hide this matter from her, but I'll have to ask you to take care of her when the time comes." Yang Kai said seriously, "Senior, don't worry. Junior will not let anything happen to Shao-Chi." Li Wu Yi smiled and said, "If they were worried, the great emperors wouldn't have let Shao-Chi come. And when you're done, remember to send Shao-Chi back to Spirit Beast Island." "I'll remember." After saying that, he cupped his fists and said, "In that case, Junior will take his leave first. Be careful on the road." Li Wu Yi nodded. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced into the distance where Lan. He was looking at him. Yang Kai smiled and waved at her. Lan was startled, but she obviously understood and waved back. However, Ling Yinchin was nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he called out to Cheongchi and said, "Let's go." Cheongchi stepped forward and glanced at Mo Shao-Chi, thinking to himself, no wonder young master was so repulsed by that name before. It turns out that there's a little girl called Shao-Chi. His fierce look made Mo Shao-Chi a little anxious, and she immediately had a thought in her mind. This old man isn't a good person. Cheongchi squeezed out a smile at her, while Mo Shao-Chi stuck out her tongue, looking frightened. Cheongchi suddenly looked depressed. When he turned around, he saw Yang Kai looking straight at him, so he hurriedly straightened his face and asked, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "What orders can I have? Since you recognized me as your master, it's your responsibility." Cheongchi was at a loss, but he quickly recovered and said with a twitching face, "Young master, you can't be thinking of—" Yang Kai looked at him sideways. Cheongchi's old face was embarrassed as he dilly-dallied, his eyes drifting about. Yang Kai immediately cupped his fists to Li Wui, Sr. "I regret my words. Please use your divine technique to take this old thing away." Before his voice fell, Cheongchi suddenly twisted and turned into a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall behemoth. It was shaped like a yak with 2 horns on its head, fiery red skin, and a pair of fleshy wings that seemed to be able to cover the sky. It was an awe-inspiring and extraordinary sight. As it huffed and puffed, it breathed out hot air from its nostrils, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai was delighted, thinking that this old thing was quite sensible. He walked around it a few times with a look of amazement on his face. With a flicker, he stood on Cheongchi's back and beckoned to Mo Xiaoqi. "Come on up." Mo Xiaoqi was a little dumbfounded at this moment, although there were many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and there was even a divine spirit like the 9 Phoenix. She had never seen such an existence as a mount before, especially when she saw the old man in human form before. Mo Xiaoqi instinctively felt repulsed at the thought of his ferocious face, but when Yang Kai beckoned her, she still jumped up happily. "Until we meet again." Yang Kai cupped his fists to Li Wui and Jiu Feng and lightly tapped his foot. Cheongchi flapped its wings and soared straight into the sky, instantly turning into a red light and flashing away at an incredible speed. But then again, if he didn't have such speed, Li Wui would have caught up with him long ago. How could he have the ability to escape from Li Wuyi's pursuit? Looking in the direction Yang Kai and the others left, Li Wuyi said, "Let's go back to—" Jiu Feng nodded. They came out this time, mainly for Cheongchi. Now that Cheongchi had been taken away by Yang Kai, it was none of their business whether he was good or evil in the future. Yang Kai would be the one to discipline him, so it wouldn't be too late for them to act if things got out of hand. In the next moment, Li Wui activated the space law and disappeared on the spot with Jiu Feng. After a long time, Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, and the others who were watching from afar went forward to check. After confirming that none of the guests were left, they let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Sky Wolf Valley felt honored to have distinguished guests, the difference in strength and status was too big, so it was very stressful to receive them. Now that they had safely sent them away, they were naturally relieved. Although they had left, there seemed to be fluctuations of the space law around the pavilion, and there was even a formation left behind. Tang Sheng and the others observed for a long time and confirmed that this was a space formation. They didn't know whether it was set up by Li Wui or Yang Kai, but they couldn't activate this formation after many attempts. They didn't dare to destroy it rashly, so they could only set this pavilion as a forbidden area, and ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter here. But after all, this was a place where 2 powerhouses who were proficient in the space law sat and discussed. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Later, the Sky Wolf Valley selected some outstanding disciples to come here to meditate, wanting to see if they could comprehend anything here. If the Sky Wolf Valley had one more existence who cultivated the space law, it would be a great gain. Chapter 33:28. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. A red light streaked across the sky and disappeared in a flash. Even if someone noticed it occasionally, they would not be able to see the red light clearly. Cheongchi's speed could be described in one sentence: fast, very fast, very fast. As expected of a veteran divine spirit, he was ranked very high among divine spirits. Although he was not as high as the dragon and phoenix, the name Cheongchi was still a famous signboard among divine spirits. What was rare was that Cheongchi's back was extremely spacious. Even when Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi sat opposite each other, it was not crowded. Mo Xiaoqi had spread a thick animal skin blanket on Cheongchi's back and was happily chatting with Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai met Mo Xiaoqi was in a shattered star sea. At that time, Mo Xiaoqi was enraged, and the seal of the butterfly mark on her face was undone. She almost went berserk, and it was Zhang Ruoshi who stepped in to suppress her. Many years had passed since then. However, the flowing time, great emperor, was fleeting, but friendship was everlasting. Mo Xiaoqi had lived most of her life on Spirit Beast Island since she was born. The first time she quietly ran away from home, she met Yang Kai in the Southern Territory. Naturally, she valued her only friend very much. In fact, Yang Kai was a bit confused now. How did Mo Xiaoqi run from the Eastern Territory to the Southern Territory? At that time, her strength was not high, and the distance between the two territories was hundreds of millions of kilometers. How did she manage to cross such a long distance without any escort? Now that he thought about it, it was likely that Li Wu-yi and Jiu Feng had been secretly protecting her. Only this little girl thought that she had successfully run away from home and was complacent. Mo Xiaoqi lacked life experience, while Yang Kai had traveled far and wide. So naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about, but most of the time, it was Yang Kai who was talking while Mo Xiaoqi just cupped her cheeks in her hands and listened quietly, a look of relish on her face. When they talked about the old swindler they met in Maplewood City, the two laughed tacitly. Back then, the two of them really had eyes but failed to see. The great emperors of the secular world had transformed into thousands of people to play the game in the world, but they were actually treated as liars by them. They even bore a grudge against them. However, as time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that Mo Xiaoqi's mood had changed, becoming nervous, expectant, and hesitant. This phenomenon became more obvious the closer they got to Dragon Island. Clearly, she was also very nervous in her heart. She was going to the Dragon Island to see her mother this time. She also didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to face that woman who gave birth to her, yet never met. In the end, the little girl had become extremely silent. Even if Yang Kai deliberately tried to find some interesting topics to tease her, he could only get a very forced smile in return. Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, so he could only let her adjust her mood. Of course, Cheongchi knew the way to the Dragon Island. Therefore, he did not need to use the Dragon Island token to confirm his location on this trip to Yang Kai. After a few days, Cheongchi landed on a small island above the blue waves of the sea. Is this the island closest to Dragon Island? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, asking casually. Cheongchi replied in a low voice, "Young master, there is no island closer than this one within 1,000 kilometers. He also didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to find such an island, but since Yang Kai had ordered him to do so, he would just do as he was told. And here it is then. Yang Kai nodded and jumped down from Cheongchi's back with Mo Xiaoqi. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found a suitable place. Big Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Mo Xiaoqi looked around curiously. There were countless small islands like this in the sea, and there was nothing special about them, let alone any precious treasure. However, Yang Kai asked Cheongchi to find such a place first. To arrange a space array, Yang Kai explained, Dragon Island was the same as the Seal World bead. It was a world of its own, with its own world principles. Therefore, even if Yang Kai arranged a space array on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be able to communicate with other space arrays because the world principles of Dragon Island isolated the connection between space arrays. Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to deal with Dragon Island in the future. The distance between them was too far, so it would be inconvenient for him to come and go. If he left a space array here, it would be much easier for him to come and go in the future. Although they still had to travel some distance, it was better than flying all the way here from the ancient wild lands. Mo Xiaoqi nodded. Although she didn't understand Yang Kai's intention, she didn't ask and just followed behind him obediently. Not long after, the two arrived at a cave. This cave should be natural, somewhere on the side of the island near the sea, extending all the way to the interior of the island. The interior was dry, but it was a natural haven. Yang Kai immediately got busy, and Mo Xiaoqi also helped from the side. However, her help was more of a hindrance. Yang Kai didn't blame her, but gave her a lot of encouragement, which finally helped her to recover a lot. Half a day later, a brand new space array was arranged. Yang Kai checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he walked out of the cave with Mo Xiaoqi. Sitting back on Xiongqi's back, he didn't expect the old guy to flap his wings and ask, "Young master, are we really going to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why, are you afraid?" Xiongqi bared his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid, but that damned Dragon Island is too xenophobic. Young master must be careful there." In fact, he was curious about the relationship between Yang Kai and the dragon race. When he saw Yang Kai transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, he knew that he had the bloodline of the dragon race, but the dragon race was extremely disgusted with those with impure bloodlines. This kind of disgust was even worse than their rejection of other races. If Yang Kai really had the half-dragon bloodline, it would be best to avoid the dragon race forever. Why would he want to go to Dragon Island? Wasn't this just walking right into a trap? Xiongqi wanted to remind Yang Kai that there was a half-dragon city on Dragon Island where there were many half-dragon bloodline existences. Although they seemed powerful, they were actually under house arrest on Dragon Island. When the dragon race needed them, they would be taken to Dragon Island to have their blood drained to cultivate the dragon blood flower. If Yang Kai went there, he might be trapped in Half-Dragon City and be taken to have his blood drained. With the half-dragon bloodline transforming into a 300-meter-long dragon body, he would have a lot of blood drained. Although he didn't like Yang Kai using him as a mount, if Yang Kai really fell into Dragon Island and lost his freedom, the spiritual beast island would definitely hunt him down. For his own sake, he had to remind Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter how xenophobic they are, they can't drive me away. If they provoke me, I will beat them up one by one." Xiongqi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. He thought to himself, this new young master really knows how to brag. Although your strength is not bad, you can even fight with someone like Tsang Mo. But what kind of place is Dragon Island? That is the gathering place of the dragon race, the resting place of dozens of huge dragons. Even if I go there, I will have to tuck my tail between my legs. Otherwise, I will definitely be beaten up and thrown out of Dragon Island. Especially that old dragon Zhu, Yan. If he really goes all out, even the great emperors won't be able to do anything to them. I am definitely not their match. And you want to beat them up with your strength? What kind of joke is this? I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I heard such fresh and refined boasting. What? You don't believe me? Yang Kai seemed to have sensed Xiongqi's thoughts. He leaned over and asked. Xiongqi said, "I believe. Why wouldn't I believe? Young Master's divine technique is unparalleled. What can a mere dragon race amount to?" "Seems like you don't believe me." Yang Kai sneered. He rolled his eyes and said, "If I can make those dragon race obedient, what will you do?" Xiongqi glared at him. "If young master can really do this, I will sincerely recognize you as my young master. If young master has any command in the future, I will not dare to disobey." "Yo," Yang Kai said sarcastically, "listening to your words, you don't sincerely recognize me as your young master?" Cheongchi shook his head and said, I am forced by the situation. I have no other choice. Young master is a sensible person. Why do you have to point it out? Yang Kai nodded. You are still considered honest. If you are really obedient to me, I will suspect if you have some other purpose. Hee, young master, please don't blame me. This old man has no other choice. However, if you can really make those dragons submit to you, then you naturally have the qualifications to be this old man's master. Following you wouldn't be an insult to this old man. Cheongchi paused, then said, But if young master can't do it, I only have one request. Speak. Cheongchi smiled and said, In the future, don't use me as a mount. Although I was once a mount for the flowing time great emperor, I am now quite old. I have to consider my face. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Cheongchi's expression brightened. He was overjoyed. This brat's words were bigger than the sky. This time you are bound to lose. Although he didn't reject following Yang Kai, he was still a little unhappy that Yang Kai used him as a mount. The flowing time great emperor is the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Although you have practiced the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal and understood a little bit of the law of time, you can barely be considered as the successor of the flowing time great emperor. But how can you be compared to the flowing time great emperor, or even do the same thing as the flowing time great emperor? Young master, the Dragon Island is just below. The two of you sit tight. Cheongchi suddenly shouted in a low voice. Its huge body dived down and directly fell into the sea below. Before his figure arrived, the seawater had already separated by itself, revealing a circular passage leading to the bottom of the sea. Along the way, not a single drop of water touched his body. In a trance, a huge void passageway appeared in the depths of the sea, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai had experienced this kind of scene before. He naturally knew that the void passageway was leading to the Dragon Island. If he didn't use the Dragon Island medallion to locate it last time, he wouldn't have thought that the entrance to the Dragon Island was actually under the sea. It was obviously not the first time Cheongchi came to the Dragon Island. He dived into the void passageway without the slightest hesitation. In a split second, the surrounding seawater disappeared and was replaced by a primal chaos void. It seemed like even the surrounding space and time were frozen. Cheongchi suddenly cried out in surprise, because this void passageway gave him a kind of murderous feeling. The last time he came here, it was not like this. Moreover, he couldn't find the exit, as far as the eye could see. In a split second, his expression tensed up. If he got lost in the void, it would be over. Chapter 33:29. Just as he was feeling nervous, Yang Kai's voice rang in his ears. Only then did he remember that this new young master of his was proficient in the Tao of space. No matter who got lost here, it was impossible for him to get lost. Immediately, he followed Yang Kai's instructions without hesitation. Going around in circles, it was as if he was walking through a huge maze. After a long time, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Cheongchi didn't need any guidance this time, as he knew that was definitely the entrance. Flapping his wings, he quickly flew in that direction and rushed out in the blink of an eye. His vision blurred, and the world changed. Rich world energy rushed out, and the world principles, which were slightly different from those of the star boundary, lingered around. They had arrived at Dragon Island. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar shook the sky as a purple aura came from the east. In an instant, a giant dragon, more than 100 meters long, appeared in front of them. This giant dragon was shrouded in purple aura, had 2 horns on its head, and was covered in fluorescent dragon scales. In an instant, it blocked in front of Cheongchi. Raising its head high, Dragon pressure filled the air as it looked down and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Who dares trespass on Dragon Island?" The voice wasn't loud and was instead a little shrill. This giant dragon was obviously a female dragon. As soon as these words came out, the female dragon's eyes narrowed. "Cheongchi? It's actually you, old thing." She obviously recognized Cheongchi. Cheongchi shook his head as steam visible to the naked eye came out of his nostrils, standing proudly in the void, not showing the slightest fear. A giant dragon, more than 100 meters long, was at most a sixth-order dragon vein. This kind of dragon race really couldn't do anything to him. What's more, he had been ordered to come here this time, and Yong Kai would take care of everything. So he simply kept his mouth shut. On Cheongchi's back, Mo Xiao Qi looked up. This was the first time she had seen a pure dragon race, so she was naturally very curious. Does my mother look like this when she shows her true form? But why don't I have the slightest dragon race bloodline? Ha! The purple dragon's gaze suddenly turned to Cheongchi's back and fixed on Yong Kai, a look of surprise bursting forth as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Cheongchi was confused by this address. Who was your brother-in-law? Who could be your brother-in-law here? I definitely have nothing to do with the dragon race, and Mo Xiao Qi is a woman. Could it be? Thinking of this, Cheongchi's expression changed greatly. Yong Kai's voice came from behind. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who is your brother-in-law? The purple dragon didn't care at all. With a turn of its body, it twisted and transformed into a girl in purple clothes. It was Fu Ling who led Yong Kai to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated. On the entire Dragon Island, there were no more than 20 members of the dragon race. These dragon race bloodlines were all extremely pure, but there were also differences in strength. The strongest, such as the Great Elder and Second Elder, had 10th-order bloodlines. Fu Xian, Zhu Kong, and Zhu Qing had 9th-order bloodlines. After that, there were 8th-order, 7th-order, 6th-order, and even 5th-order bloodlines. The bloodline of the dragon race would gradually become purer over time. It could be said that the longer one lived, the higher the grade of their bloodline. Of course, this did not exclude the natural advantages and the benefits of consuming the dragon blood flower. And this Fu Ling was a 6th-order bloodline purple dragon. Last time, she was forced by Yong Kai to take her to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated, but as a result, Yong Kai had swept away almost all the mature dragon blood flowers there. After that incident, Fu Ling was naturally punished and sent here to guard the entrance to Dragon Island. If it wasn't because the elders knew about the strangeness of Yong Kai's bloodline, Fu Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just this alone was enough to banish her to the dragon tomb, never to see the light of day again. After Fu Ling revealed her true form, she immediately stood on Cheongchi's back, facing Yong Kai. The distance between them was less than a foot. A delicate fragrance immediately assaulted Yong Kai's nostrils. With her hands behind her back, like a little girl who didn't know much about the world, she leaned her head over and giggled. "Of course it's you. In this world, who else can be called brother-in-law by me? Fu Ling?" Yong Kai unconsciously leaned back, mainly because he was afraid that her towering chest would touch him. Seeing this, Fu Ling was a little insatiable. She deliberately stuck out her chest, causing Yong Kai's face to darken. He said in a deep voice, "I am not related to you in any way. How can I be your brother-in-law? Miss Fu Ling, please don't joke around." Fu Ling giggled. "I'm not joking. If I say you are my brother-in-law, then you are my brother-in-law." Saying so, she actually took another step forward. Before Yong Kai could retreat, Mo Xiao Qi suddenly rushed out from behind and squeezed herself between Yong Kai and Fu Ling, spreading her arms as if she wanted to protect Yong Kai. Her face flushed red. She said, "What are you doing? Why are you sticking so close to me when you want to talk?" She obviously saw Fu Ling's ulterior motives and immediately felt a sense of anger, as if someone was coveting her beloved object. Fu Ling looked Mo Shaoqi up and down and snorted, "Where did this ugly girl come from?" "I am talking to my brother-in-law. What does it have to do with you?" "Go away. Be careful or this great ant will beat you." Mo Shaoqi had never experienced such a situation before. On Spirit Beast Island, she was the little princess of the Spirit Beast Island. She had never seen such a ferocious look on Fu Ling's face before, so she couldn't help trembling in fear. However, she still firmly spread her arms and stood there angrily. Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling coldly and asked, "Who do you want to beat?" Fu Ling felt the coldness in his voice and thought of something. She smiled and said, "Oh, brother-in-law, don't be angry. I am just playing with her. But brother-in-law, it's fine that you came to see elder sister Qing, but why did you bring a little girl with you? If elder sister Qing knows about this..." She winked at Yang Kai with an expression that said, "You know what I am thinking. It's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted and looked around. He then asked curiously, "Why didn't you stay on Dragon Island? Why did you come here?" This place was just the entrance, and it was still some distance away from the real Dragon Island. The real Dragon Island was called the Dragon Palace by the people of Half Dragon City, and the dragon race lived in the Dragon Palace. Under normal circumstances, the dragon race would not leave the Dragon Palace. It would have been better if Yang Kai didn't ask this question. Once Yang Kai asked this question, Fu Ling's expression collapsed. She had an aggrieved look on her face as she sobbed and said, "Brother-in-law, I am in deep trouble because of you." Yang Kai snorted and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Fu Ling's eyes turned red, and 2 drops of tears actually squeezed out of her eyes. She looked at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, did you forget about those dragon blood flowers?" "Dragon blood flowers?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Why are you talking about dragon blood flowers again?" Fu Ling said, "Last time, I took you to steal a lot of dragon blood flowers. After you left, the elders found out about this and wanted to banish me to the dragon tomb. Fortunately, the 3rd elder and elder sister Qing were kind and said some good words to let me avoid this calamity. But as a punishment, I have to guard the entrance here for 100 years. While speaking, Fu Ling's tears flowed nonstop. It seemed that she was really sad. Originally, she wasn't the one who stole the dragon blood flowers. She was also forced to do so. In the end, she was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. She couldn't even go back to the Dragon Palace. In the end, she was screwed by Yang Kai. That was more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and even the 2 best grade dragon blood flowers that the 1st elder and 2nd elder had carefully cultivated for many years were all swept away by Yang Kai. The accumulation of the dragon race for thousands of years could be said to have all gone into Yang Kai's pocket. If they wanted to restore the dragon race to its original state, it would be impossible without thousands of years of accumulation. And within these thousands of years, the dragon race on the Dragon Island would no longer have the opportunity to take the dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. This greatly delayed the time for the dragon race to become powerful. In these 10 years, Fu Ling hated Yang Kai to death in her heart. More than once, she thought of killing him when she saw him again, but it was only a thought. She also knew that she was no match for Yang Kai. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. Not to mention, she had already offered her soul brand to Yang Kai. Her life and death were all in the hands of Yang Kai. Now that she finally met the victim, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out to him. Of course, there was another more important reason that she didn't want others to know. This brother-in-law of hers seemed to have the ability to rapidly improve the bloodline of the dragon race. Didn't you see that big sister Qing's bloodline was originally at the 8th rank, but now she was already at the 9th rank, and was promoted to the position of an elder? As long as her plan succeeded, her 6th rank bloodline could be easily upgraded to the 7th or 8th rank. It would be more effective than taking the dragon blood flower. It's only 100 years. It's not a long time for you. Yang Kai sniffed, although he was somewhat ashamed of Fu Ling's character. But in the end, he was the one who had harmed Fu Ling. Yang Kai felt somewhat apologetic in his heart. However, he didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. He didn't want Fu Ling to have something to use against him. He waved his hand and said, "The past is the past. Why bring it up? Let me ask you, where is Xu Qing right now?" Oh. Fu Ling's face was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to not answer. Big Sister Qing is on her own spiritual island. What about the 3rd elder? He is also on his own spiritual island. She suddenly rolled her eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, do you not know the way? Do you want me to bring you there?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Aren't you being punished to guard here for 100 years? Nothing will happen if you leave without permission, right?" "No, no." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "I have been guarding here for more than 10 years, and no one came in. Only brother-in-law, and you have come in. It's not a big deal to leave for a while. Don't blame me if something happens." Fu Ling didn't want to give up and said, "Do I look like someone who pesters endlessly? Brother-in-law, you are looking down on me. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly lead the way." And then Fu Ling answered repeatedly. Then she lifted her leg and stomped on Xiongqi. "Old man, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and walk. Walk forward. Don't tell me you don't know where the Dragon Palace is." Xiongqi couldn't help but roll his eyes. She really lost her moral integrity after being a mount for a day. A little girl from the dragon race actually dared to order him around on his back. But what exactly was going on? Why did this dragon lady address Yang Kai as her brother-in-law? Could it be that this young lord really had an affair with a dragon lady? Chapter 33:30. Thinking of this, Qiongqi couldn't help but feel happy. Although they were both divine spirits, the arrogance of the dragon race was something that no race liked, and naturally, Qiongqi didn't like it. Such a proud dragon race actually has such an unimaginable relationship with a human. Now, he really wanted to see what this dragon girl looked like. This old master wants to see if those stinky dragons still dare to be arrogant in front of this old master in the future after this scandal. Along the way, on Qiongqi's back, Fu Ling chattered endlessly, intentionally or unintentionally trying to get close to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Mo Xiaoqi standing off to the side vigilantly, it was likely she would have stuck close to him. Such enthusiasm made Yang Kai feel overwhelmed, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this female dragon. Logically speaking, since he had cheated her so miserably, shouldn't she hold a grudge against him? Why was she trying to please him? If the dragon race were all like her, how could there be any dignity left? The blue sea faced the sky, and the waves rose and fell. Empty spirit islands with many precious treasures flashed under the group's feet. The treasures on Dragon Island could be said to be extremely rich, but these treasures that would make a cultivator in the outside world extremely jealous were nothing in the eyes of the dragon race, because each of them was extremely powerful, so these things were useless to them. The only useful thing was the dragon blood flower, but it was almost destroyed by Yang Kai. Galloping all the way, after 2 full days, a half-moon-shaped island appeared in front of them. This island covered an area of 100 kilometers, which wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than enough for a dragon race to live in. That's Elder Sister Qing's spirit island. Fu Ling pointed at the Crescent Moon Island and said in a desolate tone, although he had been traveling with Yang Kai for the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to ease the relationship between him and Yang Kai. On the contrary, he had been too enthusiastic, causing Fu Ling to be on guard. There was also that little girl who was guarding against him like he was a thief. If it weren't for Yong Kai's face, he would have already slapped her to death. However, it was this little girl who was watching him all the time. As long as he made the slightest move, it would arouse her vigilance. This is where Qing'e lives. Yong Kai revealed a shocked expression. He had been to this island before. Previously, in order to search for Zhu Qing's traces, he had gone to many places and stepped on many spiritual islands. At that time, there was no one here. He did not expect this to be Zhu Qing's spiritual island. Fu Ling smiled and said, "That's right. Elder Sister Qing should be on this island." She and the third elder were punished to stay on the Dragon Island to reflect on their mistakes. If it wasn't for an accident, they wouldn't be able to leave the Dragon Island for at least 100 years. Brother-in-law, if you miss her, you can visit her more often. Yong Kai snorted, 100 years? This is the second elder's order? Fu Ling stuck out her tongue and said, "Other than the second elder, who else can give such an order? Everyone is most afraid of the second elder." "All right, since we are already here, there is no need for you to guide the rest of the way. Go and do what you are supposed to do." Yong Kai waved his hand. Fu Ling pouted and said, "Brother-in-law is too heartless. After using me, you toss me aside. I don't want to. It's rare for me to come back. I don't want to go back so early. I also want to visit Elder Sister Qing." Yong Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Do you believe that I will teach you a lesson?" After saying that, he made a hand seal. Fu Ling's expression immediately changed. She jumped down from Qiongqi's back in a flash and said with a hollow laugh, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I won't disturb you and Elder Sister Qing, okay?" She cursed in her heart. He really doesn't understand the situation. She sent herself to him, and yet he is still unmoved. I really don't know if he is still a man. Yong Kai waved his hand at her. Only then did Fu Ling said reluctantly, "Brother-in-law, you must come and visit me when you have time. I am very depressed over there, by myself." Yong Kai couldn't be bothered with her. He urged Qiongqi to turn into a red light and landed on the Crescent Moon Island. There was a simple and unadorned palace on the Crescent Moon Island. When Qiongqi's huge body landed from the sky, a graceful figure had already flashed out of the palace. Her beautiful eyes looked over and met with Yong Kai's gaze. When their eyes met, Yong Kai grinned. Zhu Qing was pleasantly surprised and said, "You're back." Last time when Yong Kai left the Dragon Palace Hall and chased after Wukong, Zhu Qing was naturally worried. Although Wukong was no longer at his peak, he was still the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. No one knew if Yong Kai was his opponent. Now that she saw Yong Kai return in one piece, the stone in Zhu Qing's heart that had been hanging in her heart was finally put down. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already pounced over. Yong Kai opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace, gently smelling the fragrance of her hair. Qiongqi didn't feel good. Originally, he was somewhat unwilling to be ordered around by Yong Kai as a mount. Now, this adulterous couple was actually kissing each other on his back in broad daylight, as if there was no one else around. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry. He immediately stiffened and didn't dare to move, so as not to disturb these two people. However, at this moment, his heart was filled with an indescribable shock. There really was something going on. His young master really had something going on with a dragon girl. This was earth-shattering news. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never encountered such a thing. Although Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true body, he could feel the purity of this dragon girl's bloodline. If they really fought one-on-one, he most likely wouldn't be her opponent. 9th rank, 10th rank, with such a pure bloodline, her status on Dragon Island was definitely not low. At the very least, she would be an elder-level character. How could such an existence have a relationship with the young master? Could it be that the young master's half-dragon bloodline was also related to this dragon girl? While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were rubbing each other's ears. Although they hadn't said a word, they could feel each other's longing. All of a sudden, Zhu Qing felt that someone was looking at her. She opened her eyes and saw a pair of bright eyes. Mo Xiaoqi stood behind Yang Kai, her eyes wide open as she stared at the scene in front of her in a daze, somewhat unable to accept it. What she saw in front of her had a great impact on her mind. Inexplicably, she felt a burst of bitterness in her heart and almost burst into tears. Being stared at like this, Zhu Qing blushed slightly and gently broke away from Yang Kai's embrace, saying with a smile, "This girl is—" Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed at all and quietly whispered in her ear with a carefree expression. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this and stepped forward, holding Mo Xiaoqi's hands affectionately. So it's little sister Xiaoqi. Although she and Fu Xian were both elders of the dragon race, Fu Xian was her elder, so calling her little sister Xiaoqi was not a problem. Moreover, she had heard of this girl's existence a long time ago, but it was not until today that she had seen her face. Mo Xiaoqi was obviously shocked by her affectionate behavior. Her mind was already in a mess, but now she was even more at a loss. Opening her mouth, she seemed to want to say something, but no words came out, and she just turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is Zhu Qing. If you don't mind, you can call her elder sister Qing." Elder sister Qing. Mo Xiaoqi called out softly, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. She then plunged into Zhu Qing's arms and started sobbing, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, drenching Zhu Qing's clothes in an instant. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a blank expression on his face. "Did you bully her?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth and asked silently. Yang Kai spread out his hands with an expression that said it had nothing to do with him. He really didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly burst into tears like this. Mo Xiaoqi didn't know why she suddenly wanted to cry, so she plunged into Zhu Qing's arms. Zhu Qing was helpless and could only hug Mo Xiaoqi, gently patting her back and comforting her softly. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, secretly rejoicing that this scene was not seen by martial beast. Otherwise, the great emperors would skin him alive. But thinking about it carefully, he somewhat understood Mo Xiaoqi's mood. Now that they had arrived at Dragon Island, and she was about to see her mother, it was inevitable that her mood would fluctuate. Under such a mood, if she was slightly stimulated, she would definitely vent. Her crying continued, but Zhu Qing didn't show the slightest impatience and continued to speak gently. After a long time, Mo Xiaoqi stopped sobbing and walked out of Zhu Qing's arms with her head lowered, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip. "So embarrassing. This is the first time I see elder sister Qing, and I actually cried in her arms. Who knows what she will think of me?" She quietly looked up and saw Zhu Qing's concerned face, not the slightest trace of ridicule. Only then did she relax a little. Looking at Yang Kai again, she saw that he was actually smiling, as if he was watching a good show. She immediately stomped her foot. "Big brother Yang is a bad guy." Saying so, she turned around and rushed into Zhu Qing's palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Pointing at himself, he asked Zhu Qing, "What does this have to do with me?" Zhu Qing glared at him and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She chased after Mo Xiaoqi, leaving Yang Kai and Qiongqi shivering in the sea breeze. After a long while, Yang Kai said, "Old Qiong, don't you think women are strange?" Qiongqi nodded in agreement. If they weren't strange, they wouldn't be called women. Yang Kai said, "Old Qiong, you also have this kind of experience?" Hiss, speaking of which, Is there a female in your Cheongchi clan? Cheongchi rolled his eyes and said, Otherwise, do you think this old master jumped out of a stone? Yong Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm just curious, just curious. After a pause, he said, You stay here for the time being. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. I will take you away after I deal with the matters here. Young master, rest assured, this old master understands. This was Dragon Island. How could he dare to be disobedient here? After hesitating for a moment, he reminded, Young master must also be careful. The dragon race is not so easy to deal with, especially since you have an ambiguous relationship with a dragon girl. How can Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si let you go so easily? Chapter 33-31. Inside the bedroom. When Yong Kai walked in, Zhu Qing was holding Mo Shaoqi's hand and whispering something to her. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Mo Shaoqi's face bloomed with a smile. After a long time, she suddenly shook her head, looking embarrassed and nervous. Zhu Qing patiently consoled her, and after a long time, she gently nodded. After that, Zhu Qing walked over and winked at Yong Kai. The two left together. What did you say to her? Yong Kai hugged Zhu Qing, one of his hands wandering around her body. While he asked, Zhu Qing patted his big hand away and said, I asked her when she was going to see Third Elder. She seemed a little scared. Yong Kai heard this and said, It's only human nature. She has been in a contradictory state of anticipation and nervousness all the way here, and it's even more obvious here. What's wrong? She doesn't want to see her mother? Zhu Qing said, It's not that she doesn't want to, she's just very nervous. But since she's like this, let's go and invite Third Elder. All right, Yong Kai nodded. The two immediately set off for the Spirit Island, where Third Elder lived. The Spirit Island, where Third Elder lived, was not far from Zhu Qing's Crescent Island, so the two arrived in less than an incense stick worth of time. The scenery on the Spirit Island was beautiful, with mountains stacked on top of each other. What was rare was that there was a huge waterfall rushing down from the peak, a curtain of water connecting the sky and the earth. Before they arrived, they could already hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Below the waterfall was a valley with several pavilions where Third Elder Fu Xian lived. Zhu Qing led Yong Kai to this place and saw a woman in an aqua blue palace dress fiddling with some flowers and plants. Her demeanor was gentle, and her temperament was gentle. Seeming to notice something, Fu Xian looked up and smiled at Zhu Qing before fixing her eyes on Yong Kai. Third Elder. Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yong Kai also cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Third Elder. Fu Xian smiled and nodded. You're here? She had also met Yong Kai last time and knew about the relationship between Yong Kai and Zhu Qing. The relationship between these two was almost the same as her own relationship with Mo Huang. Both had violated a great taboo on Dragon Island, but the only difference was that she and Mo Huang already had a child, so there was no room for negotiation. On the other hand, Yong Kai and Zhu Qing had not yet reached this point, so Fu Xian felt a sense of kinship between them. Although she was not familiar with Yong Kai, she did not feel the slightest sense of unfamiliarity at this moment. This was also the first time Yong Kai seriously sized up Fu Xian. The last time he saw her, she was banished to the dragon graveyard for more than 10 years. She had just escaped and was in her weakest state. Her face was pale and pitiful. Right now, she had undoubtedly recovered, but looking at her beautiful face and peaceful eyes, she didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that the dragon race should have. He also heard from Zhu Qing just now that the Third Elder was a water dragon. Her temperament was also the most gentle among the dragon race on Dragon Island. If he knew her well enough, he would discover that she was more like a recluse compared to the dragon race. Seeing is believing. Fu Xian's every move gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Compared to the second elder, Fu Dan, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Thinking about Fu Dan, Kai Yang felt a little sick in his heart. He didn't know how that old guy Zhu Yan could stand it. The last time you chased after Wukong, you only came back after so many years. Did you encounter any accident? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There was no accident, but I made Qing worried." Fu Xian nodded her head and said, "Qing is indeed worried. She also didn't know after being with me all these years." Third elder Zhu Qing hastily interrupted her and went straight to the topic. "Today, Yang Kai came here because he has a very good news to tell you." Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. "What kind of good news can I have? A little girl like you only knows how to talk nonsense." Zhu Qing said with a smile, "Little Seven came to see you. I wonder if this can be considered a good news." Little Seven? Fu Xian's expression changed when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes that were always as gentle as water actually burst forth with astonishing radiance at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. "Little Seven came?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Martial Beast Master knew that I was going to come to Dragon Island, so he entrusted little sister Shao Qi to me and asked me to bring her to see you." After getting an affirmative answer, Fu Xian couldn't help but tremble. She looked behind Yang Kai, but there was no trace of her. She asked bitterly, "Where is she? Is she here?" With the purity of her ninth-order dragon bloodline and supreme divine spirit cultivation, if Mo Shaoqi really came here, she would have discovered it immediately. But at this moment, she asked such a question. Obviously, her mind was a little chaotic, and she had lost the ability to recognize. It was easy to imagine how much of a shock her daughter came to see her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She is waiting for you on Qing's Crescent Moon Island." Zhu Qing said, "Little sister Shao Qi seems to be a little scared, so she didn't dare to come." How could Fu Xian listen to her explanation at this moment? There was only one voice echoing in her mind. "Little Seven is here. Little Seven is here. Little Seven is here to see me. She is not far from me. I will see her soon." After so many years since she was separated from her infant daughter, this was the first time she had been so close to her daughter, the first time she had any hope of seeing her again. Almost without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Fu Xian's figure flickered and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Crescent Moon Island. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, but they could also understand the mother and daughter's mood at the moment. "Let's follow her and see," Yang Kai said as he grabbed Zhu Qing's hand and chased after her. Since Martial Beast had entrusted Mo Shaoqi to him, he naturally had to fulfill his duty. Although he felt that with Mo Shaoqi's character, she wouldn't do anything disobedient on her first meeting with Fu Xian, it was still better to see this with his own eyes. After another stick of incense worth of time, the two returned to Crescent Moon Island. In front of the palace, Fu Xian, who had gone ahead of them, had already arrived, but she did not walk in and instead stood outside with a look of anxiety on her face. Using her divine sense, she found that there was indeed a strange yet familiar life aura inside the palace. Even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled or the heavens fell, she would not forget this special life aura. This was an aura that was connected to her bloodline, an aura that originated from the same source as her. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing fell behind her and glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Both of them could feel Fu Xian's emotions at the moment and were unable to control herself. Suddenly, Fu Xian turned her head and looked at Zhu Qing nervously. "Qing, is there anything wrong with my current appearance?" Her expression was as if she was afraid that something was wrong with her appearance and would provoke her daughter's disgust. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "No." "What about your clothes?" Are there any wrinkles in your clothes? No. What about your hair? Is it messy? Zhu Qing. Yang Kai said, Third elder, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. You are little Chi's mother. This junior heard an unpleasant saying in the early years. A dog doesn't despise a poor family, and a son doesn't despise an ugly mother. No matter what, you are still little Chi's mother. There is no reason for her not to acknowledge you. Besides, I'm afraid there is no better mother in this world than third elder. Is that so? Fu Xian took a deep breath. Yang Kai smiled and said, Although little Chi didn't say much to me, along the way, I can feel that little Chi wants to see you very much. She wants to see what the person who gave birth to her looks like, but she is a little afraid. Fu Xian turned her head and asked in a trembling voice, What is she afraid of? Yang Kai said, She doesn't know why you abandoned her back then. She is afraid that when she comes to see you this time, you won't acknowledge her. Fu Xian was startled when she heard this. Her eyes quickly turned red, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Before the tears fell to the ground, they turned into crystal-clear beads and fell to the ground. If this scene was seen by someone with ulterior motives, they would probably go crazy. Dragon race people shed tears and turned them into beads, which was an extremely rare material for alchemy. Fu Xian murmured, How can I not acknowledge her? I am the one who has wronged her. Third elder, Zhu Qing felt sour in her heart. Seeing her cry, she also felt quite uncomfortable. Fu Xian suddenly wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. She chuckled and said, I made a fool of myself in front of you. Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. How could she laugh at Fu Xian in such a situation? After a little adjustment, Fu Xian didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she step forward and walk into the bedroom. After a while, she entered. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stood outside and didn't follow in to disturb her, but they were both quietly paying attention to the situation. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai noticed that Fu Xian and Mo Xiaoqi's emotions were fluctuating, especially Mo Xiaoqi. Her mood swings were so intense that it made one worry that something bad would happen to her, until a certain moment when this mood swings reached a peak, Mo Xiaoqi's sobbing voice rang out from inside the bedroom. Mother, it's done. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that this mother and daughter pair would cause any kind of disturbance when they met, the whole process was still quite worrying. At this moment, this cry meant that Marshal Beast's instructions had been completed, so Yang Kai could finally put down the burden in his heart. Zhu Qing gently snuggled into Yang Kai's arms and whispered, Will our children be like this in the future? Zhu Qing couldn't help but worry. Yang Kai grinned. No, if we really have a child in the future, I will never let him be separated from you. If Dragon Island dares to stop us, we will turn Dragon Island upside down. Zhu Qing smiled sweetly. Then when you have the ability to turn Dragon Island upside down, we will have a child. Yang Kai looked around, and his big hand once again wandered up and down Zhu Qing's body, whispering, I can give you one right now. Zhu Qing grabbed his hand and pinched his waist at the same time. Yang Kai grimaced, I haven't seen you in so many years. Aren't you hungry? He secretly urged the golden divine dragon source to tease Zhu Qing's heartstrings. Zhu Qing couldn't stand this. The first time they met, Yang Kai had used this method to take advantage of her. The golden divine dragon source had an indescribable attraction to her, causing her to become restless. Chapter 33-32. At this moment, after being teased by Yang Kai, her face turned red, but she still gritted her teeth and said, You don't need to care if I'm hungry or not. I know you must be full. Yang Kai glared at her and said, Nonsense! How could that be? Your husband's stomach is rumbling with hunger right now. Zhu Qing looked at him meaningfully and said, I remember you once told me that in the lower star territory, you still have, well, for wives. Why? You didn't see them when you returned to the lower star territory this time? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, Oh, I saw them. I saw them. Zhu Qing said, Speaking of which, you have been separated from them for many years. You have been lonely for a long time, so don't tell me you didn't do anything? Yang Kai laughed hollowly and said, The weather on Dragon Island is pretty good. Zhu Qing snorted and poked his chest with her hand. You still dare to say you're hungry? Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and played with it, then said with a smile, Let's change the topic. Let's change the topic. This conversation was quite awkward for him. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shui didn't mind. They had been together for a long time, so they were used to it. Yang Kai always had a headache about how to get Zhu Qing to meet them. His 4 wives were certainly first-class existences in the lower star territory, but compared to Zhu Qing, they were much worse. After all, who could compare with a dragon lady with such an identity? He was really afraid that Zhu Qing would have some bad ideas. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily, then suddenly pulled out her hand and carefully straightened his clothes for him. She looked at him affectionately and said, Now is not the time. Wait until the 3rd elder and the others leave. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Okay. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Qing affectionately and said softly, Qing, you are so kind. These simple words were better than any sweet talk. Zhu Qing was delighted when she heard them. Although she didn't show it on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, Don't disturb me. I'll take you to meet the 1st elder and the 2nd elder. You have to behave yourself when you meet them. Meet the 1st elder and 2nd elder? Yang Kai's eyes widened. He shook his head and said, It's fine to see the great elder, but what about the 2nd elder? I'm not going. He rejected that woman from the bottom of his heart. It was this woman who banished Fu Xian to the dragon tomb. And it was also this woman who wanted to marry Zhu Qing to Fu Qiyang. Kai didn't even have a good impression of her. Zhu Qing glared at him. You have to go even if you don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled. Can you force a cow to drink if it doesn't want to? Aren't you afraid that I will fight with that old witch when I see her? Zhu Qing frowned and said, What old witch? Don't speak nonsense. If the 2nd elder heard this, she would be angered to death. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, If she isn't an old witch, then who is? Qing, let me tell you, just because she wanted to marry you to that Fu Qi, I will never like her in this life. It's a good thing that Fu Qi was killed by Wukong. Otherwise, I would have killed him too. Zhu Qing sighed and said, I know you have resentment in your heart, but she is the 2nd elder of the dragon race. And I am also a member of the dragon race. You should know that it is difficult for the dragon race to reproduce. Every dragon race has the responsibility to continue the bloodline. Although I hate what she did back then, from the standpoint of the dragon race, there is no problem with what she did. No problem? Yang Kai suddenly raised his voice and looked at Zhu Qing angrily. She wanted to marry you to someone else, and you are actually telling me that there is no problem with what she did. Zhu Qing said, I also said that from the standpoint of the dragon race. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you were like in the past, but now you have to remember that you are my woman first, Yang Kai, and then a member of the dragon race. Zhu Qing blinked her big eyes and looked at him blankly. Are you angry with me? Yang Kai was angry for a while. Then he waved his hand and said, Why would I be angry with you? I am angry with that old witch. Zhu Qing laughed and stepped forward to hold his arm. Okay, I will remember. In the future, I will think about you first, and then think about the dragon race. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at her chest that was slightly deformed by his arm. His heart was hot, and he swallowed his saliva and said, Why are you pulling and pulling? If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. In broad daylight, this is improper. After saying that, he looked left and right with a sneaky look. Zhu Qing ignored him. Instead, she leaned closer and said with a charming look, "Then you should first agree to come with me to visit the two elders." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Do you think you can just sell your body? You are so childish. If you say you don't want to go, you won't go even if you beat me to death. And you can visit the great elder alone, but as for that old witch, she can die as far as she can." Zhu Qing said softly, "Actually, after the last incident, the second elder's attitude has changed a lot. Otherwise, why do you think she didn't banish me to the dragon's tomb? That year, even the third elder was banished to the dragon's tomb by her. The third elder and the second elder are like sisters." Yang Kai sneered. "What a good sister." The older sister actually banished the younger sister to the dragon's tomb and left her to fend for herself. If the martial beast master didn't come in time, would the third elder still be alive? She should be glad that she made a wise decision, or else she wouldn't have a good ending. He paused for a moment and said, "And she must have felt the pressure. She provoked the martial beast, but if she also provoked me, how could she bear it?" Seeing that he didn't listen to reason, Zhu Qing couldn't help but stomp her feet and said, "What do I have to do to make you willing to go with me to visit the second elder?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Don't do anything. I just won't go." Zhu Qing said angrily, "Then do as you like. Anyway, if you miss me in the future, you can come to the Dragon Island to visit me. Let's just live like this. Anyway, you have 4 wives, so you won't be lonely. You even have a dragon race lover on the Dragon Island, so you have a lot of face." After saying that, she turned her head and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Hearing her mention the lover, Yang Kai suddenly thought of Ji Yao and inexplicably felt a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and secretly glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were slightly red and she looked like she was about to cry, he couldn't bear it. He walked over to her and straightened her body, then said to her, "Are you angry?" Zhu Qing tilted her head to the side and completely ignored him. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks. He secretly felt that he had said a little too harshly just now. He said with difficulty, "Qing, I really don't like that woman's attitude and behavior. I haven't settled the previous debt with her yet. This is also because I don't have the ability. When I have the ability, I promise I won't forgive her." Zhu Qing said in a low voice, "Then you should know that I am a dragon race. She is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also your person. If you insist on not easing the relationship with her, I will be sandwiched in the middle." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. He could do as much as he wanted and not give face to Fu Tianyi, but it seemed to make things more difficult for Zhu Qing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you to visit the two elders." Zhu Qing raised her head in surprise. "Really?" Yang Kai reached out and pinched her cheeks, causing her face to distort a little. For Qing, what harm is there in climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire? Zhu Qing immediately looked at him with a vigilant expression. "Sweet words come out of your mouth as soon as you open it. Tell me honestly, how many women have you seduced outside?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you talking about this?" Zhu Qing snorted. "You look serious, but in fact, you have a belly full of tricks. When we first met, I already knew your nature." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Qing, you have misjudged me. I have been in Star Boundary for several decades, and before I met you, I had always been a virgin, indifferent to all kinds of beautiful women. Only you can make me unable to control myself." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly became a little blurred. Facts proved that whether it was the human race or the dragon race, As long as it was a woman, she would have no resistance to sweet words. Yang Kai changed the topic, but you can't blame me for that. I also didn't know that there would be such an accident. Zhu Qing said shyly, "How can you blame me?" "Blame me? Blame me?" Yang Kai immediately took the blame and laughed. "Actually, if it wasn't for that accident, you and I might not have reached this step now." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, obviously recalling the scene of their first meeting. But after thinking for a while, her face changed again. "Oh, right. Have you seen Fu Ling?" "Yes, I have." Yang Kai nodded. Not knowing why she suddenly asked this, she said that she was punished to guard the entrance of Dragon Island for 100 years. "I came from there, so I naturally met her. She was the one who brought me here. Otherwise, how would I know which spiritual island you are staying on?" "She brought you here?" Zhu Qing turned pale with fright. She looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "She didn't do anything to you, right?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "What can she do to me?" Zhu Qing thought for a while and said, "That's right, you are with little Seven, so she can't do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Why do you look so vigilant against her?" Zhu Qing looked at him helplessly. After hesitating for a while, she decided to tell him the truth. "You also know that I only had a level 8 dragon vein, and level 8 dragon vein is already considered a very high existence on Dragon Island. Before me, only the 3rd elder and the 4th elder had level 9 dragon veins. But after being with you, I unexpectedly broke through to level 9. Yang Kai laughed. You don't have to thank me. That's what I should do." Zhu Qing bashfully hit him and went back to the topic. "Now, everyone on Dragon Island knows why my bloodline suddenly advanced, so some sisters seem to be interested in you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Don't you know what I mean?" Yang Kai's eyes darted around. He really wanted to pretend to be innocent, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Pointing to himself, he grinned and said, "Could it be that all the dragon girls on Dragon Island have ideas about me?" Chapter 33:33. Zhu Qing said unhurriedly, "We are members of the dragon race. Although we are innately powerful, the advancement of our bloodline has always been a headache for us. It takes a lot of time to advance our bloodline to the next level. Now that there is suddenly a shortcut, and it is a shortcut without any hidden dangers, do you think they won't be tempted?" May I ask, how many females are there on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. Zhu Qing said, "Other than me, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder, there are 4 more." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "So few?" Although he already knew that the ratio of males to females on Dragon Island was very unbalanced, he didn't expect that there were only 7 females in the dragon race. Zhu Qing was already the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder definitely wouldn't have any ideas about him. As for the remaining 4, Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "I'm warning you, you definitely can't have any ideas about them." Yang Kai said in all seriousness, "How can I have any ideas about them? I'll be thankful if they don't have any ideas about me. If what you said is true, then my existence is a great supplement for them." He thought to himself, "No wonder Fu Ling kept acting coquettishly in front of me, so she had this kind of plan. Speaking of which, although Fu Ling's style isn't very good, she still has the looks and figure." Zhu Qing sighed. "Actually, you can't blame them. The advancement of our bloodline is too attractive to the dragon race. They also don't want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, no matter what, during the time you are on Dragon Island, don't leave my sight." Yes, I know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, patted his chest, and said, "I promise to be with you day and night. I won't leave your side easily." Zhu Qing obviously knew what he meant. She glanced at him and said, "Let's go and greet the two elders first." Since he had promised Zhu Qing, he couldn't back out now. Fortunately, the first person to visit was Great Elder Zhu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much of this Great Elder. In his impression, this Great Elder of the dragon race didn't seem to have a temper, but his strength was unquestionable. Although Zhu Yan's name had the word Yan in it, it was not a fire dragon, but an azure dragon. On the Greenwood Island where he lived, ancient trees towered into the sky. Each tree was incomparably huge. With a single glance, one could tell that they had been growing for countless years. At the center of the Greenwood Island, there was a tree that was even bigger than the other ancient trees. It stood out from the rest, occupying an area of 1,000 feet in radius. Its scattered canopy almost covered half of the island. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, they saw Zhu Yan in a golden rooster stance. One of his legs was half bent. He was standing under the roots of the tree. His hands were clasped together motionlessly. The Great Elder's upper body was naked. He was only wearing a pair of loose cloth pants. His deep breaths seemed to be able to roll up the wind and the clouds. His whole body was bulging with muscles like the roots of an old tree. Every piece of his flesh contained an extremely terrifying power. When he opened his eyes, a great majesty descended from the sky. It actually made Yang Kai's skin hurt. However, in the next instant, the sharp light in Zhu Yan's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression. "Great Elder." Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai greets the Great Elder." Zhu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes again, let out a light breath, and slowly stopped his cultivation. He took out some clothes from his space ring, and while putting them on, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "You have guts. You actually dare to come to the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing and said with a grin, "It has nothing to do with guts. Since Qing is here, I will naturally come." Zhu Yan nodded his head lightly. "You are considerate. You know to come and see this old man as soon as possible." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Great Elder knows that I came to the Dragon Island." After asking, he suddenly felt that he was a little stupid. Since Fu Ling saw him, she must have already passed the news. After all, she shouldered the responsibility of guarding the entrance to the Dragon Island. If she didn't even inform the Dragon Island, it would be a real dereliction of duty. Zhu Yan said, "To be honest, this old man doesn't know what kind of attitude I should use to deal with you right now." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that, Great Elder?" Zhu Yan clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You are a human, yet you abducted a dragon race girl. This is something that my dragon race cannot tolerate. Last time you trespassed on the Dragon Island, you openly snatched the bride on the wedding day of my dragon race, causing my dragon race to lose face, and even one of my clansmen died because of you. The one who died was an 8th rank thunder dragon, causing my dragon race to suffer a huge loss. Because of all these, the enmity between you and my dragon race can be said to be irreconcilable. Tell me, should this old man treat you as an enemy?" Great Elder, Zhu Qing's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She originally thought that the Great Elder had a mild temper. So she brought Yang Kai to see him first. As long as Yang Kai could pass the Great Elder's test, then the rest of the matter would be easy to handle. But she didn't expect that Zhu Yan would say such words right from the start. So how could Zhu Qing not be shocked, listening to the Great Elder's words? It seemed that he wanted Yang Kai to pay with his blood. If he really forced the Great Elder to take action, then how could Yang Kai have a good time today? But just as she spoke, Yang Kai cut her off and said with a slight smile, "Great Elder, if you want to condemn me, why worry about the pretext?" Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes. "You want to condemn me? Everything this old man has said is true. How could I want to incriminate you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, If Great Elder wants to use these things to condemn me, then this junior also has something to say. Zhu Yan said indifferently. This old man is all ears. Yang Kai said, Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing. I don't agree with this. Love between a man and a woman is human nature. How can true love be limited by race? What's more, Zhu Qing is still on the Dragon Island. How can you say that I abducted her? Well, if Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing's heart, then I will accept it. Zhu Yan's expression was indifferent. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He also didn't have any intention to speak. Yang Kai continued, Since Zhu Qing is already my woman, then how can she marry someone else? Therefore, although I didn't want to snatch the marriage, I had no choice but to do it. Moreover, I did compromise that day and took out the Dragon Island command in exchange for Zhu Qing's freedom. However, it's a pity that the dragon race doesn't seem to recognize the Dragon Island command. Rumor has it that the Dragon Island command will fulfill any request of the owner of the Dragon Island command, as long as the owner can fulfill it. That's a complete lie. Zhu Yan was speechless. The Dragon Island command was indeed the fault of the Dragon Island command. Yang Kai continued, As for Fu Qi's death, that was done by Wukong. What does it have to do with me? If the dragon race wants to take revenge, then just look for Wukong. Don't tell me that the dragon race only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Since they can't win against Wukong, they can only bully me? Zhu Yan muttered to himself for a while, then raised his head and said, Let's just talk about the matter. Why are you criticizing the dragon race? Yang Kai said, arrogantly, I'm just arguing a little to prove my innocence. Zhu Yan snorted, You have a sharp tongue. Yang Kai grinned and said, That's also a skill. Zhu Yan couldn't help but laugh, although what you said makes sense. The dragon race suffered a huge loss because of you. Not to mention Fu Qi's death. You should be the one who stole the dragon blood flower, right? Yang Kai said seriously, What dragon blood flower? I have never seen it before. Zhu Yan said angrily, Don't try to play dumb in front of this old man. It's fine if you took those mid-grade and high-grade dragon blood flowers, but why did you take those low-grade dragon blood flowers as well? Are those useful to you? Now that there aren't many dragon blood flowers left on Dragon Island, at least for the next 1,000 years, the bloodline of our dragon race can forget about improving. How do you want to settle this score? Yang Kai's face twitched. He was indeed in the wrong. Stealing the marriage in front of everyone and injuring Fu Qi was still reasonable, but stealing the dragon blood flower was completely his fault. It was just that he wanted to improve his dragon bloodline that day, and was forced to do so. Now that he wanted to ease his relationship with the dragon race, this matter was somewhat unsolvable. But now that things had come to this, what else could Yang Kai do? He could only straighten his neck and say, What does the Great Elder want? Please make it clear. For Qinger, I'll admit it. Zhu Yan snorted, Don't say it so righteously. Since you did something wrong, you should naturally make up for it. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Let's make things clear first. If the Great Elder insists on making things difficult for me, don't blame me for not giving you face. Zhu Yan was annoyed and amused at the same time. Do I need a brat like you to give me face? Face is something that is earned by oneself, not given by others. Yang Kai nodded. The Great Elder is right. Zhu Yan said, You stole the dragon blood flower, causing my people's bloodline to be unable to improve for the next 1,000 years. But if you can solve this problem, the grudge between you and the dragon race can be set aside for the time being. He did not say that it was written off. After all, Yang Kai was more or less responsible for Fu Qi's death. How does the Great Elder want me to solve this? Compensate the dragon race for the dragon blood flowers? Although I still have some, they are all low-grade ones, and they are the ones that were not used up last time. I have already used up all the mid and high-grade ones. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's eyes twitched. Used up all the mid and high-grade ones? Even if you eat them like rice, you can't eat so many, right? Zhu Yan was originally hoping that Yang Kai still had some dragon blood flowers left, but now that he heard this, his heart turned cold. Even if the dragon race consumed the dragon blood flower, it would take some time to refine its medicinal effects, but Yang Kai said that he had used it up. In other words, he had used up all the mid and high-grade dragon blood flowers in a very short time. Even if he still had some low-grade dragon blood flowers, what use would they be? Yang Kai sniffed and said, "Yes, bastard." Zhu Yan flew into a rage. This time, he was really angry. He almost couldn't hold back and beat Yang Kai up. Zhu Qing was so scared that she quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Fortunately, Zhu Yan was angry, but he did not lose his mind. After being angry for a while, he thought of something and suddenly calmed down. He looked at Yang Kai and said thoughtfully, "I heard that you have the ability to quickly improve the bloodline of the dragon race." Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly when she heard this, but Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 33-34. Before coming to Qingmu Island, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had just talked about this topic. Zhu Qing also specifically told him not to leave her sight, so as not to give the dragon race sisters an opportunity to take advantage of him. Yang Kai also patted his chest and promised that he would never be seduced by beauty. Who would have thought that the great elder would suddenly mention this at this moment? If it weren't for the previous conversation, Yang Kai might not have been able to connect the dots. But with the previous conversation with Zhu Qing, the meaning of the great elder's words at this moment was very thought-provoking. Yang Kai said dumbfoundedly, "Great elder, you can't be thinking of." Zhu Yan chuckled as he looked Yang Kai up and down with his seemingly turbid but actually sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless piece of jade, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yang Kai's body. Gently nodding his head, he said, "You're lucky, little brat." Really, Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to pry open this old guy's head and see what he was thinking. It was fine that Fu Ling was coquettishly seducing him in front of him, but why did the dragon race's great elder also have the idea of facilitating such a good thing? Zhu Yan turned to look at Zhu Qing and said with a serious expression, "Qing, I'm afraid this matter will make you feel wronged, but for the sake of our dragon race, we have to do this. I believe you should understand." Zhu Qing lowered her eyes and said, "Qing understands, but Great Elder doesn't need to tell me this. It's all up to him." Zhu Yan said, "Good girl, as long as you don't have any objections." What objections can he have? Men, humph. He snorted coldly, as if he wasn't a man. Yang Kai immediately said, "I have an objection." Zhu Yan looked at him with great interest. "You have an objection? What objection can you have?" Yang Kai wiped his face. "I have a big objection." Zhu Yan smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yang Kai solemnly said, "It's true that I'm a man. It's true that I covet beauty, but it's not like I don't have a bottom line. Not to mention that I'm not familiar with the women of the dragon race. Even if I am, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. I've gone through thick and thin with Qinger, and we've gone through thick and thin together to get to where we are today. How can I do the same with the other dragon women? Senior, what do you take me for? A breeding pig? So, you're not willing?" Zhu Yan looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai sneered. "If it were you, would you be willing?" Zhu Yan thought about it seriously. It's hard to refuse. Even a man would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. After all, there were several dragon ladies. Besides, the dragon race can't tolerate what happened between me and Qinger. If something happens between me and the other dragon ladies, how can the dragon race tolerate it? Zhu Yan immediately said, "If you can improve their bloodline quickly, not to mention Qinger, even if all of them are married to you, what's the harm? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This old man is so bold, and just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. However, if he really did that, then the male dragon race on Dragon Island would see Yang Kai as a thorn in their side. Even his brother-in-law wouldn't be spared from this. The ratio of men to women in the dragon race was already unbalanced. If all the dragon ladies on Dragon Island were to be taken by Yang Kai, then the remaining male dragon race wouldn't be able to endure it. Senior, please don't mention this matter again. I absolutely won't agree to it. Yang Kai waved his hand and refused righteously. He took a peek at Zhu Qing's expression while he was at it. Seeing that she was bursting with joy, his heart immediately calmed down. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and think about it carefully. This matter won't do you any harm. Zhu Yan waved his hand and said, Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled in this matter. He cupped his hands and said, I came to Dragon Island this time because I still have a few things that I need the Great Elder's help with. Zhu Yan laughed and said, the grudge between you and Dragon Island is still not settled yet, and you still want to ask this old man to help you with something? Is there something wrong with your head, or is there something wrong with my head? Yang Kai said, regardless of whether the Great Elder admits it or not, it's a fact that I possess the dragon race's origin. Zhu Yan thought in his heart, if not for that, how could you even have the right to speak? I would have already killed you with a slap. Furthermore, you possess the ancestral dragon's origin. This matter is really big. If that's the case, then that kid can barely be considered as half a dragon race. Yang Kai continued, since he is half a dragon race, it's not too much to ask the Great Elder to help me with a few things, right? That depends on what kind of things you are talking about. Zhu Yan snorted lightly. Yang Kai said solemnly, for the dragon race, these things aren't that big of a deal. The first thing is that I hope Qing'er can accompany me and leave Dragon Island together with me. She won't have to suffer the pain of house arrest anymore. Zhu Yan said, what else? This kid wants to take a look at the Dragon Palace Hall. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, last time I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Although I attracted a lot of dragon souls, I didn't have time to comprehend anything. This time, this kid wants to enter the Dragon Palace Hall to learn the dragon race's secret arts. Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, then asked, just these two things? That's right. This old man has no objections. Yang Kai was startled. Then he was overjoyed. Many thanks for the Great Elder's help. Zhu Yan chuckled. This old man has no objections, but I don't know what the second elder thinks. If you can convince the second elder, then everything can be discussed. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You are the Great Elder. Shouldn't you be the leader on Dragon Island? Zhu Yan blinked and said, of course, I am the one in charge when it comes to external matters. However, the second elder is the one in charge when it comes to internal matters. All right, go look for the second elder if you wish to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the treehouse. Yang Kai stared at his back, gritted his teeth, and muttered. Zhu Yan's figure paused. He turned his head and said with a twitching expression, Kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, he didn't say anything. The Great Elder might have misheard. We will take our leave first. While speaking, she pulled Yang Kai and flew out. Yang Kai turned around and shouted, the Great Elder of the dragon race is actually afraid of his wife. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the leaves until they rustled down. Kid, get back here. Zhu Yan was flustered and exasperated. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to chase after them. But where were Yang Kai and Zhu Qing? After chattering for a while, he put his hands behind his back and said, what a joke! This old man is afraid of her. Her eyes are on her ass. This old man won't lower himself to her level. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked around to make sure there was no one around. Then he valiantly returned to his treehouse, like a big rooster that had won a battle. High up in the sky, Zhu Qing twisted Yang Kai's ear and said angrily, "Why did you provoke the Great Elder? The Great Elder is very good." Yang Kai smiled apologetically. "Don't twist my ear, it's going to fall off. I just said it casually." He reached out and grabbed her soft hair and took it from his ear. Zhu Qing said angrily, "Besides, is it shameful to be afraid of your wife?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "In fact, there is no man who is afraid of his wife. How can a man be afraid of his wife?" "Is that so?" Zhu Qing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "The so-called fear is nothing more than an expression of forbearance and love." At this time, Kai Yang naturally knew what to say to make her happy. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Looking at his slightly red ear, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and her heart was filled with sweetness. However, not long after, her mood became heavy again. She reminded him, "You barely passed the Great Elder, but when you meet the Second Elder later, you must not lose your temper. As long as you pass the Second Elder, it will be much more convenient for you to come to Dragon Island in the future. Maybe I can go out and see you in the future." I know. No matter what bad things she says later, I will just treat it as her fart. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let her hear this. Ice Snow Island was Fu Tin's spiritual island. Fu Tin was an ice dragon, and the spiritual island he lived in was naturally icy cold. Looking at the entire spiritual island from afar, it was like a huge ice mountain. Birds couldn't fly for 1,000 miles, and people couldn't find any traces. Before they even got close, they could already feel the overwhelming coldness. Even the surrounding sea territory was frozen into ice. There seemed to be no life within a few thousand miles. Although this kind of severe cold was bitterly cold, it didn't affect Yang Kai and Zhu Qing too much. The two of them landed at the center of the island. From afar, they could see a huge ice platform made of 10,000-year-old ice. Fu Tin was sitting on the ice platform. He was dressed in white and looked pure and flawless. He almost blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. Descending from the sky, they landed at a place 300 feet away from Fu Tin. Zhu Qing bowed and said, "Qing brings her husband, Yang Kai, to pay our respects to Second Elder." This sudden call of husband caused Yang Kai to be a little distracted. Until Zhu Qing used her arm to touch him gently, he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai pays his respects to Second Elder." Fu Tin opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. That biting coldness seemed to be able to freeze one's mind. In her eyes, there was no Yang Kai at all. She only looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Who allowed you to leave the island without permission? Scram back." When she said that, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead popped out. His anger surged up. What did she mean? Qing came to pay her respects out of goodwill. Her nose wasn't nose, and her eyes weren't eyes. She actually asked Qing to scram back? Seeing his displeased expression, Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "Qing, and my husband came here to ask Second Elder for a favor." "Husband?" Fu Tin sneered. "You are not married. How can you have a husband? Even if you have one, it should be the dead Fu Qi, and not some random guy." Zhu Qing said, "Qing husband is right beside you. Why does Second Elder have to turn a blind eye?" Fu Tin closed her eyes and said, "I don't see any husband. Even if there is, I will not admit it." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Whether Second Elder admits it or not, it is a fact that my husband and I are husband and wife. Qing will not marry anyone else in this life. In that case, it's useless to say more. Scram back. When you think it through, then come and see me again. Qing, That old witch, Yang Kai shouted angrily. Although he had repeatedly warned himself to be patient before coming here and was mentally prepared for Fu Tin's attitude, when he heard her telling Zhu Qing to scram back, he still couldn't hold it in. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.